The horses are now approaching the starting gate. The field is now moving in line. The 2-1 favorite is number 2, First Degree. From the barn of owner-trainer Juan Aragata, Jose Batista has the riding assignment. Waiting for Don H. Reluctant to load. Favoritism remains with number 2, First Degree. On the board at 2-1. The favorite is in. Two more to go. Spinning Joey. And from the outside, post 8. Shake 'em and break 'em. They're at the post. And they're off. Free Flame is away sharply and gunning right for the early lead. Don H. comes away in good order second. Spinning Joey also away with a top flight in the last horse away. Shake 'em and break 'em. They link up at the main track and Free Flame now strikes to the lead by a half a length. Up on the outside, Sour Kicks now moves up the challenge second. Don H. attacks toward the rail now third. A length and a half farther back, First Degree travels along fourth, 3/4 of a length. Spinning Joey with clear racing room on the outside fifth. Then it's a break of 2. Smart Warrior is 6th. 3 lengths farther back, Shake 'em and break 'em is 7th. And far back is the long shot, Hacienda Boulevard. 5/16 of a mile to run, and Sour Kicks and Garcia going on with it. They have the lead. Free Flame is right back at him now second. Spinning Joey in the 2 path on the outside now third. First Degree set down for the drive from between horses now racing along fourth. Shake 'em and break 'em is underway. A lot of work to do. 3/16 of a mile to do it in as they turn into the stretch. Sour Kicks is up on the outside. Here's Free Flame, and Camacho finds an opening from between horses and going to the lead. Inside the final furlong, it's Free Flame in front. Sour Kicks is second. Here's Smart Warrior from nowhere, and he's absolutely flying on late. It'll be a 3-horse photo, but give it to Smart Warrior under a well-timed ride by Raul Mena getting up in the shadow of the wire. Number 5, Smart Warrior was up in time. Number 3, Free Flame was second. Number 6, Sour Kicks third. Number 2, First Degree was fourth, and number 1, Don H, was fifth. The exacta 173.60. The $1 trifecta 402.90. The daily double $47.40. $1 superfecta $1,233.50. 111.20 was the running time. The $1 high five was hit, and that returns $3,074.80 for the dollar high five. Today's second race winner is number 5, Smart Warrior. He's a 4-year-old chestnut gelding owned by Patrick Magano Jr. under the care of veteran horseman Mr. John Rigateri, and was ridden to victory by jockey Raul Mena. The Rigateri barn off to an outstanding start for the winter-spring meeting. Next up, third race. It is the start of the early pick 4. We have maiden specials to go 7 furlongs, an additional workout for number 7, Alki Beach, September 26th, 4 furlongs, 50 seconds breezing from the gate, and that workout was at Arlington Park in Chicago. Post time in 22.
We're going to be 30 to 1. That nearly won the opener at 7 to 1. I was beaten about a half length. So you got to be aware of that. Race number 3 at Gulfstream. Yeah, I'm going to go with a Kathleen O'Connell first-time starter. Kathleen is really good first out. We know that. Kathleen, the workouts mean nothing for Kathleen O'Connell first out. We know that. And so these slow workouts don't deter me. Zayas rides. This horse, here's the angles. Not the strongest of fields. O'Connell, the first-time starter to the outside with slow works. Half to a horse named Scatter Joy is military drill. 7 for 19 lifetime. 1 career start number 1. Badly in their last 2 starts, but you can point to reasons, and they're legitimate reasons. Track, December 16th for Smart Warrior. Loose Horse, December 2nd for Smart Warrior. So I thought those excuses were legitimate, so I was just paying attention to the win at Delaware at 6 furlongs 3 back, and I thought there was pace to run it, and that was a well-timed ride, too, by Raul Mena. So now we got that price we needed in the pick 5 as we move into race number 3, and I'm 4, 5, 6 here. Corobio is the runner that did nothing in his only start, but the winner, Samurai Prince, was pretty good. It was a maiden special at Turfway. Now you take the blinkers off. The horse costs $410,000. Why? Because the horse is a half to Secret Circle. So that horse is getting a lot of early attention. So people thinking it's a 4-6, it's got to be one of those two. And at least I do have them both to go at the half hours first or the 5 and that third at Tampa.
Here we go to Laurel Park, and it's the gin talking. It's worth $100,000. 7 furlongs your distance. The 5 in here is your favorite, Street Loot. At 3 to 5, the 6 out of sorts will be coming from Off the Pace, Whiskey and Rye in the middle there, and the inside is Fraudulent Charge. Is there any way of beating this 3 to 5 favorite?
Probably not, right, Ken? I mean, probably not. I mean, she's a neck away from being undefeated 5 for 5. I mean, it's too bad that we have 3 scratches in this race in a 7-horse field. So it's unfortunate. Rooting for Lacey Gaudette, for her filly to give a good account of herself. She has the inside horse, Fraudulent Charge, who at 7 to 1 won by 6 1/4 in her only start. It was the slot, but it was at this distance too. I don't care what type of surface. It's tough to win first out at 7 furlongs by that type of margin. So, maybe a 5-1 exacta here in the second, if exactas are offered in this race. I'm not even sure of that.
No, they shouldn't be. Here comes race number 2 from Laurel Park. Laurel Park Gin Talking Stakes. Good luck and enjoy at 7 furlongs.
They're off the Gin Talking Stakes here. Street Loot bouncing right out on top. Street Loot from Fraudulent Charge. Whiskey and Rye and Out of Sorts is in the back as the quartet moves on the main track. Pace controlling out there for Xavier Perez on Street Loot, who leads at an easy clip early. Leads 3/4 of a length. It's Whiskey and Rye in second, and Out of Sorts to the outside, and Fraudulent Charge is 4th of the 4. Past that 5 furlong mark, Street Loot, not much pressure at all. In fact, no pressure. Just Whiskey and Rye right there, 3/4 of a length behind in second, and another 2, and it's Fraudulent Charge. And Out of Sorts is on the outside, has now 5 to make up into the far turn, where it's Street Loot leading the way. A measured half length. Street Loot from Whiskey and Rye in second. Out of Sorts is in third position now, and Fraudulent Charge driven in 4th. 2.5 furlongs left to go in the Gin Talking. And it is Street Loot who popped the latches right on top. Whiskey and Rye now a length and a half behind, and Out of Sorts tries to rally on the far outside, and Fraudulent Charge saving ground into the stretch with a furlong and a half left to run. And Street Loot is set down under drive by Xavier Perez. Leads by some 3 lengths, and Fraudulent Charge on the inside now from Out of Sorts is back in third. They're in that last furlong, and Street Loot with Fraudulent Charge giving it a good try late. Street Loot and Fraudulent Charge. Street Loot, Fraudulent Charge in the Gin Talking in a photo. Out of Sorts and a Whiskey and Rye.
Whoa, that's wicked close. I don't know if the one got there or not, but anytime you see jockeys turning around and looking over their shoulder, I always feel like it's a bad sign. And we'll see. Does a 5 hold on here, Matty?
I thought for sure she was. And then, seeing the race live, half a minute ago, I wasn't so sure. 5 still, right lunge inside. That is really close. I mean, and they're not right next to each other. I don't know, because Ken, I think the 5 has the nose in the right spot, but the 1 might be physically in front. So I don't know. That is so close. I never say this. I wouldn't be shocked if that was a dead heat. That was really close.
And they're focusing in on the 1 right now on the gallop out. That's Fraudulent Charge. Who's in that photo there with your favorite, the 5, Street Loot. So, yeah. I mean, we talk about it all the time, and it sounds crazy and cliche. Small field, big price. Unofficially 9 to 1 on the 1. We'll see. Even the camera's like, I don't know what to do, boss. What do you want me to show them?
Yeah, I don't know why she was 9 to 1. I mean, she looked like the only other horse in the race, really. I mean, we kind of said that before. I think I said 5-1. So I don't know why she was 9 to 1 in a 4-horse field here. That's a little odd to me, especially what she did at this distance in her debut. And it's been posted. Producer Ruben just told me it's the 5. So the 5 holds on for dear life So you, wow. So Ken,
Yeah, brother.
if you play this early pick 5, you might be alive because of a horse that probably should have been DQ'd that wasn't in the first, and then winning by a centimeter in the second.
Right? But then how can you be excited? You got 3 to 5 and 2 to 5. So yay,
Yeah,
you're going to get rich. Race number 2 from Laurel will be official in just a few moments with Street Loot gutting it out there in the Gin Talking. Here we go back to Gulfstream Park. I think this third race is really interesting. In fact, Mahomes' money with that speed to the inside off the layoff. Corey Lannery's got running on his mind today. This horse will be out there on the front end. Good luck to everybody else trying to go with him.
Yeah, he can definitely win. I mean, he's a horse that my pick 5, not alive in. I had him the ticket. He's dropping in class. He has that speed. He's turning back in distance. Lost to a Brad Cox firster in his last race. King Cairo went on by. Cairo Prince Runner, not a lot of information on the dam side. Nako's the 3, the dam 0 for 9. Not a lot of info there. Jorge Delgado trains the 2. Gustavo Delgado trains the 3. I thought Dark Timber had a chance. Yeah. Not surprised horse getting bet. We've seen horses of that spicy Margie race at Churchill be effective. First start in for a tag. Ran in a very quick race in that debut at Keeneland. Here's Social Equality. Necessary Class Drop. This horse has only been a fast dirt track once and was not very good in that race, but it was career start number 1, State Bred Maiden Special event at Gulfstream. Here's perspective. The thing I like about the 6, the price isn't good. The winner of that race went gate to wire. The third place finisher sat second. The only horse doing anything at all from behind was Perspective in that race. The Great Oz, the 7, another, necessary, horse taking a necessary class drop. I like the 8. I already went through it. Half to a horse that crushed first out at Gulfstream. The mother won first out for Asmussen at Churchill. It's O'Connell with those slow works. The horse with experience, none of them really excited me that much. I kind of like the 4 and the 8. And they're both 15-1 morning line. As to my point about Gulfstream, a couple of 15-1 shots. 6 and 7, nothing wrong with 6-1 or 7-1, but it's nowhere near 15. And the odds just evening out right now on the board. But Dark Timber, the 4, this horse showed speed. And I thought in a pretty good maiden special event at Keeneland in the debut. 7th place finisher from that race, won a maiden special at Churchill in his next start. And the winner of that race, Oncoming Train, is a horse that came back and was competitive in the street sense, a race that King Fury won at Churchill a couple of months ago. So speed versus better for Jack Sisterson with Dark Timber and Julien Leparoux, I think makes the 4 a major player in this race.
Yeah, I guess I'm not quite sure where this one's going to be early on in the race, Matty. As far as pace scenario and everything is concerned here, going 6 furlongs and coming off that layoff. I like the speed that was shown. Do you expect them to maybe get out there on the front end?
I think the horse will show speed for sure. This horse had shown speed against Better in Kentucky, and the horse is training pretty quickly for Jack. You look at the workout since that October 25th race. First one was 46 and 4. Then Jack slowed things down a little bit. Then a 5/8 work, then a pretty quick 5/8 work, minute and 4/5, 101. So, you get some stamina in those 5/8 drills because you've only raced twice. You've been at 6 furlongs, but it was back on the 3rd of October. Yeah, I think this horse will show some pace. Obviously the inside is going to show speed. The 4 is going to show speed. And then it's a tough race to read the speed because, the 8 isn't working quickly. But again, it's O'Connell. Her horses usually show speed. And this horse was, again, from a pedigree standpoint, should show speed. I think in career start number 1, you have Lopez aboard the 7 off a laugh that showed a little bit of speed in maiden special races. And then you kind of unknown first-time starters, Rod Ortiz on one of them, and Luis Saez on the other. So that's what makes this race so difficult. When nobody can figure out pace in a race, it really, then you get boards like this often. If there's tons of speed, then the closers are getting bet. If there's not much speed, then the front runners are getting bet. And when the pace is completely unknown, it's a complete wild card in a race, then you get boards like this because people don't know anything. A horse you might think that's going to be first could be last early on in this race. That's what makes it tricky, and I think that's why people are most comfortable betting Perspective, because even though he didn't make up a lot of ground, Ken, he did pass a lot of horses in his only start. As I mentioned, the winner of that race, Worlds on High, was a gate-to-wire winner in that race. And out of that race, I actually ran a decent second and an optional 60 next out. So people they like that performance, and they feel good about this horse being able to come from off the pace where they're kind of confused as to where everyone else is going to be.
Okay, last question, the 7. I don't know what to do with this. The Great Oz has shown some speed against better, but look at those workouts. A 3-furlong drill, and then they come back with a mile workout before this, Matty. What do you do with that?
Yeah, that's old school. Eddie Police is an old school trainer. Mile drill at 6 furlongs. I wouldn't think off of that drill 10 days ago this horse can maybe keep up with some other horses in the field, but maybe that's the idea, to actually kind of dull the speed and get this horse to rate. I don't know. I prefer others in this race.
Yeah.
But again, this is a race in which I went 4 deep, and I could have very well used them all. I kind of grappled with this race, and to me it was confusing. I knew I wanted a price, so I settled on the 8, whose price just got better here late as we went up to 9-1.
Into the gate we go for race number 3. Of course, we still have 5 hours and 45 minutes before we get to the Run Happy Malibu at 7 furlongs. Race 10 on the card for opening day at Santa Anita. In the meantime, let's get this money here in race number 3. Good luck and enjoy.
And they're off. Military Drill and the Great Oz were both well served at the start, not so for Social Equality, who's last early. Driving through at the rail, Mahomes Money, and mixing it up Perspective as they're 4 across the course. A gap of 3 to Naco, then outside goes Dark Timber. King Cairo is at the rail second last, and after a slow getaway, Social Equality is last of all as they go to the half-mile point. Mahomes Money inside, Perspective on the outside, and Military Drill spotted 3 wide third. The Great Oz is back to fourth after trying to go with the top horses. 3 wide and moving up is Dark Timber. In traffic is Naco, a gap of 3 more to King Cairo, and Social Equality is last. 5/16 to go. Perspective and Mahomes Money continue to battle. Dark Timber chiming to it nicely. 3 wide on the outside. Trying to run home from the back is Naco with a quarter of a mile left to get. Dark Timber's on a move now. Dark Timber tries to get Mahomes Money, who cuts the corner and tries to find under pressure from between horses and Perspective with an 1/8 of a mile to go. Mahomes Money, Lannery trying to get 1 more furlong. He leads by a length and a half. Dark Timber is second, but he's flattening out a touch. Final 1/16 of a mile. Mahomes Money driven out. Mahomes Money for Dale Romans to win it by 2.5. Dark Timber took a shot. He was second. Up third was King Cairo, and fourth was Social Equality. 1:12-2 for the 6 furlongs.
Try to tell y'all, Corey Lannery is not messing around today. Like, it's something about, I don't know what it is, certain days jockeys realize, hey, I got good mounts in every race. I'm going to get involved and I'm going to go. Another victory for Corey. The 4 flattening out here is super frustrating here, Matty, in the stretch, but this horse probably needed this race off the layoff.
Yeah, and and Mahomes Money coming out of all those strong races, turning back, and it's the turning back. It's a horse that's competed a mile and a 16th, and most recently competed at a mile. You're not going to get by that horse in the lane, especially when they're dropping in class. So, Dark Timber made a kind of a big middle move and couldn't get by a horse that was forwardly placed on the class, dropping the turn back. And Mahomes Money, I think, got a decent price on this horse, right, Ken? I mean, 7-2 morning line. Did I see 7-1?
Yep.
On Mahomes Money, his price.
Yep.
Wow. Okay, big overlay here in the third at Gulfstream.
I mean, because you had to get all that money, all that action coming in. It's Tyler Gaffalione and Safi Joseph. Everyone's like, oh, got to use that. And that's where the action went. All right, 7-1. Nice ride there from Corey Lannery, being super assertive out of the gate. That'll do it more often than not at Gulfstream Park. Here we go back to Tampa. Try to keep this winning streak going for you, Matt Carruthers. Memo.
3 minutes till post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The field is now moving in line. The heavy favorite at 6-5 is number 4, Distorted Limits, from the barn of Kelsey, Danner, and Scott Spieth, as the call. Loading quickly from the outside. Alcab Beach will complete the lineup, and they're at the post. And they're off. Caribio on the outside breaks for the lead with Dream a Stay, and toward the rail there goes Memo, Lots of Mischief. Quickly moving through and now going to the lead, and far back and nearly going Alki Beach. They move out of the long 7 furlongs, shoot it onto the main track. The Canterbury Park Invader, Memo, Lots of Mischief, has the lead and bearing out by a length. Toward the rail, Dream Astray now moves through to be second, 2.5 lengths farther back. There's the heavy favorite, Distorted Limits now third. Village Preacher attacks toward the rail now fourth. Caribio is to the outside fifth, 2 lengths farther back. Monitor Hill sixth, and far back is Alki Beach. They swing around the far turn. Dream Astray moves through and now has the lead. Memo, Lots of Mischief is still right there second, then it's 4 lengths farther back, and now Distorted Limits. And Scott Spieth gives him the wake-up call, and he's on the move third. Village Preacher is there toward the rail fourth. 5 lengths farther back, Caribio's now fifth with a 1/4 mile to run. Dream Astray has the lead by 2. Distorted Limits is going after the leader. Second, Village Preacher in his debut is third. Memo, Lots of Mischief has bolted to the outside as they turn for home. 3/16 of a mile to run at 45-1. Dream Astray is still the target. Up on the outside, Distorted Limits runs at the leader second. Here comes Caribio on the far outside, and Village Preacher is charging late from between horses. Down to the wire, Village Preacher along the rail, Distorted Limits, and on the outside, Caribio late, but it is Distorted Limits to score at even money. Hold all mutual tickets. There is a rider's claim of foul. Jesus Castanon, rider of number 2, Village Preacher, has claimed foul against jockey Scott Spieth. Aboard number 4, Distorted Limits, claiming interference at the 5/16 pole. The objection is 2 against 4. 126.03, the running time. There will be no change in the order finish. The results will stay as posted. Now returning to the winner's enclosure is the maiden breaking number 4, Distorted Limits. He's a 2-year-old bay colt, owned by Newtown and our Stud Farm, trained by Kelsey Danner, and was ridden to victory by jockey Scott Spieth. 126.03, the running time. The exacta 15.20, the $1 try 25.50, the daily double $51.80. $1 superfecta 153.20. $2 high five, $2,849 even. The pick 3, the $1 pick 3, 3 of 3, $70.20. Next up, we go to the turf course at a mile and a 16th. Turf course firm, the rail at 12. We do have a rider change, number 9. Van, the jockey will be Sammy Camacho. Sammy Camacho now takes over the riding assignment for number 9, Van. Post time at 19.
Interesting card today from Laurel as we make our way here. This is like a mile and a 16th. Another stake coming up here worth $100,000. 8 to 5 on the 2. The grass is blue. It was won 2 out of 3 starts. Last time out, faced some pretty tough competition at Keeneland. Couldn't quite handle it, so now back here. Should be able to handle this in the Anne Arundel County Stakes at a mile and a 16th. They're just about set with these 2-year-old fillies. Good luck and enjoy race number 3. That's another stake from Laurel.
Lined up. And they're off in the Anne Arundel County Stakes. Going to the lead there is Malibu Beauty and the rail guns blazing, moving right on through, and Targe has some early speed 3 wide first turn run. Miss Leslie settles right off a speed from 4th position, back to Bucky's Charm. Here's the Grass is Blue, second last position, and Zayarat is in the back of the pack now, only 7 lengths from the front. Held by Malibu Beauty, leads the way from Targe in second and Guns Blazing inside in third. Then it is Bucky's Charm in 4th position, and between horses, Miss Leslie's pent up there in 5th. The outside is Zayarat, and last is the Grass is Blue, the favorite, trailing the field now, some 6.5 off the pace. It's a moderate pace going for Malibu Beauty in front, 3/4 of a length from Targe in second. Bucky's Chime and Guns Blazing is 4th, still inside there, and Air following the outside by Zayarat and Miss Leslie, now second last position, and the Grass is Blue still the back, heading into the far turn. Not much change, 4 furlongs left to go. Malibu Beauty from Targe by about a half length, and Bucky's Charm is in third, Guns Blazing. Then Miss Leslie is in 5th. Zayarat under a full ride, scrubbed on about 3 deep of the turn, and trailing is the Grass is Blue with 3 furlongs left to go. Malibu Beauty from Targe and Bucky's Charm on the outside. Just behind is Guns Blazing in 4th, and now the Grass is Blue trying to get underway, but out wide. His second last position coming widest of them all into the stretch. Miss Leslie right there with a chance to wide open affair as they turn for home. It is Bucky's Charm just in front now. Here the Grass is Blue on the outside, charging hard to center of the track. The Grass is Blue on the outside, reaching. Bucky's Charm's trying to hold. Bucky's Charm, the Grass is Blue. Miss Leslie, late momentum between horses. Miss Leslie gamely. Miss Leslie in a photo finish there with Bucky's Charm. A thrilling photo in the Anne Arundel County, and the Grass is Blue was 3rd. And then in 4th position was Malibu Beauty.
Oh, get ready to look at this one as well, Stewards. It gets a little crowded here as we get into the lane, Maddie, and we've got horses coming out all over the place in the middle of the track. And I think the 7 is going to sneak right on through there and score.
I mean, can we have more, excitement and drama not lacking at Laurel so far today? I mean, an inch separated the top 2 in the second. You have 3 horses within ahead of each other. The 7 wins. It's closer for second than it is for first, and it's close for first, but I think we can identify that it was Ms. Leslie between horses winning. We had some controversy in the first, an unbelievably tight photo in the second, and a 3-horse photo here in the third.
Well, let's see what they do with the 7. Your unofficial or winner here at 5-2, Miss Leslie. Prices on this one coming up. If they take a look at it, we're coming right back to check on the 4th from Gulfstream next.
$20 million yearlings in the past 5 years. More than any other stallion. His 2020 yearling average, it's the best in the land. His latest Book One stats, they're the best in the business too. A glittering future awaits with his juveniles of 2021. He's only ever had one better red crop, Medaglia d'Oro. Everything he touches turns to gold.
This business or any business, you know, in my opinion, Rome wasn't built in a day. You know, I had a horse called Mr. Greeley, and Mr. Greeley, if you remember, he was kind of like Run Happy, and all of a sudden, he wound up this year being the grandfather of Authentic. Authentic's out of a Mr. Greeley mare. And I just think he's got all the qualifications, and buy as many as you can, in my opinion, because he's going to make it, there's no question.
Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. Many people on Medicare struggle to pay the high out-of-pocket cost associated with their Medicare benefits. You may be eligible for a Medicare supplement plan that can help you pay your Medicare deductibles, copays, and coinsurance.
Hi, I'm Dr. Richard Paultangi. I encourage patients to research Medicare supplement plans that pay their copays, deductibles, and coinsurance for things like outpatient care, care in a skilled nursing facility, and time spent in the hospital, even after Medicare benefits are exhausted.
Medicare supplement plans can help cover many of your personal expenses, like inpatient hospital deductibles, your share of the cost of outpatient medical care, and unlimited out-of-pocket cost. To find out if you're eligible for these benefits, call the Medicare Insurance Plan Helpline today. This service is free, the advice is unbiased, and there's no obligation to enroll.
Call 1-800-704-5377. That's 1-800-704-5377.
They come to the top of the stretch. Red Lark is third, Parkour is fourth. Here's Warren Showtime to the front. Taking over the lead here, Red Lark's gonna run with her. Laura's Light has given way. Then Neige Blanche and California Kook flying from the back of the pack, but it's Red Lark. Red Lark and the Del Mar Oaks over California Kook. Warren Showtime was third, and Neige Blanche was fourth.
That was just one of those days where Red Lark stepped up and really shook things up that day, scoring at better than 19-1. That was only one of 2 victories in the lifetime thus far, the career for Red Lark. And I don't know if she'll be able to get it done here at a price because Maddie and the American Oaks, we got an issue with the pace scenario. It's going to be tough. I don't know how they're going to catch Duopoly. Good luck with that as they get set to go 1.25 miles here today in the Grade 1 American Oaks, race number 9 from Santa Anita.
Yeah, I think Velasquez will have Schering very close up coming out of the matriarch, in which the pace was very quick, and she was only a couple of lengths off that 45 3/2 mile. Again, she faced older in that event, so that's a better Grade 1 than this Grade 1, which is exclusively for 3-year-olds. She's only beaten 3 parts of a length. As we talked about the other day, some people are questioning her at the distance by Speightstown, but my comeback to that would be that her mother shared a count when the Breeders' Cup filly and mare Turf at Churchill at a further distance than 1.25 miles. She did it 1 3/8. So I don't think if she loses, it'll because she can't get the 1.25 miles. But Red Lark, Ken, she's getting better. And that win, the Del Mar Oaks, not only is she 19-1, I think she was better in defeat in the QE2 at Keeneland with Harvey's Little Goyle winning that race and then running third to Adaria in the Breeders' Cup filly and mare Turf at Keeneland in her next start. That was a very, very tough race. Gulfstream right now, race number 4. Speaking of tough races, 5/8 Turf. Nikki Can off form. Really hasn't been involved in a race in a while. Here's Kitten's Cover Girl, who ran 6th to a runner at Aqueduct with a perfect trip on the 14th of November. 3rd place finisher, won an optional 32 at Tampa next out. Our happy ending. Here's where we get to the speed, right? The 3, really quick. Last time on turf, gate to wire, 43 1 for the half. Over Gators, very quick. That last start, she lost to Tracy Ann's Legacy, who was a little bit faster than her, but she's quick. I like the 5 in this race. Third to a lone F in her last start. Second to a lone F 2 back. 6 to a lone F 3 back. And a big win 4 back. So I like her from off the pace here. Second off the layoff, Bravo for Breen. Swirling Candy. Speed Horse putting blinkers on as well. The 7 Midnight Witch. She's quick, but there are others that are quicker, and there are others that have raced more recently. She hasn't raced, and we're going on 13 months. On the 8 of Scratch, either the 9 can win. She has that running style we're looking for, a little off the pace. She's faced some better horses. Lindsay's Lucky Lady, that's a good racehorse for Bob Hess, who beat her at Gulfstream 2 weeks ago. Distinctly Blue, she can win. She won her last start. She's a 6-time winner. She can rate a little bit. And then Paint Dem Blues Away. She's fast, but she doesn't need the lead.
The horses are now moving onto the track for the fourth race. First turf race of the afternoon, Sammy Camacho picks up the mount on number 9, Van, and post time in 5.
Here comes race number 4 from Gulfstream Park. Pete Aiello's got the call. Good luck and enjoy.
Paint Them Blues away to complete the field. 5 furlongs on turf. We're all set. And they're off. Slow to go, Nike Can and Distinctly Blue. Quick to go was Over Gators. Our Happy Ending sent through at the inside. Paint Them Blues away, moving up on the outside. Swirling Candy is an early 4th, followed 5th by Something Magical. Then it's Sanity together with Midnight Witch. Kitten's Cover Girl is 3rd last. 2nd last, Distinctly Blue. And Nike Can blew the break and is last of the 10 as they swing around the far turn. Paint Them Blues away, working on Over Gators on the top end with Our Happy Ending together 3rd with Swirling Candy. On from 5th, it's Something Magical. Kitten's Cover Girl trying to rally for Irad Ortiz Jr. while about 7 lengths off the lead. Sanity's just ahead of her as they move for home. Over Gators on the inside. Paint Them Blues away. Moving up on the outside, and Sanity's into the clear with Kitten's Cover Girl looking to ship to the outside. Final furlong, it's Paint Them Blues away. On top by 2. Sanity's up into 2nd. Kitten's
Anita is Christina Blacker. Christina, first of all, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to you, and it truly is a special feeling when you're here opening day at Santa Anita. Unfortunately, no fans. It's an opening day like none other, but it is great to bring this day to everyone across the country.
That is true, Todd. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to everyone out there joining us today. We do wish that we could have you here. It is a picture-perfect Southern California day, winter day here.
The horses are now approaching the starting gate. The field is now moving in line. Co-favorites on the board, number 8, Unidentified Man, and number 9, Van, both currently at 5-2. Turf course firm. The rail is at 12 feet. And moving in line for today's 4th race. Indy Lion moves in. Barasak and Allen look for 2 on the day. Next up will be Unidentified Man, carrying the Friedberg colors. And from the outside, Van, from the barn of Rob O'Connor, will be the last to move forward. 9 2-year-olds trying to graduate. They'll go 1 1/16 on the turf. They're at the post. And they're off. Away and running in perfect order, Magic Solution. Breaks for the lead. There goes the Captured Star. Now moving up to challenge, and Uncle Charming, he's quickest of all, and now going to the lead. Indy Lion is also away alertly, and the last horse away is Private Code. Under the wire for the first time, and Uncle Charming drops over to the rail and has the lead. 3 parts of a length. Indy Lion draws alongside now to be second. Then it's a break of 4 lengths back. The Captured Star also saving ground now third. Then it's Jaha racing along fourth, about 5 lengths off the pace setter, and up on the outside, now being joined by Unidentified Man, now racing fifth. Then it's 2.5 lengths farther back to Magic Solution, now sixth. Then we go back to Van, seventh, 1.5 lengths farther back to Mission Brief, and the debuting Private Code is ninth and last. They settle for their journey up the backstretch, and Uncle Charming calling the shots up front and have it by 2. Indy Lion, a stocking position now second. The Captured Star is third. From between horses, Jaha is a bit closer now to be fourth. Up on the outside, Unidentified Man and Castanon. Clear racing room now fifth. 2 lengths farther back, Van, and now Camacho will need racing room between horses. And Private Code is now kicking in on the outside. He's from last all the way to fourth, and he's on the move. But meanwhile up front, Indy Lion at 11-1 strikes to the lead. Uncle Charming is there second. Jaha Centeno now sends him up 3 wide to challenge. Then it's 2.5 lengths farther back. Van is underway. Camacho finds racing room, and they fan 3 across the track, and it's wide open. Uncle Charming along the rail, Indy Lion, and Van desperately looks for racing room and finds it between horses in tight quarters. Meanwhile, here's Jaha on the outside. Down to the wire, Jaha from the outside runs them all down. Daniel Centeno and Jaha will take it. Van gamely in a photo for second, and that's Magic Solution that came flying onto the outside in the picture for second. Number 4, Jaha was the winner. Number 9, Van, second. Photograph to determine the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place finishers. The running time on the board, 1:44.38. Number 3, Magic Solution, was up for third. Number 7, Indy Lion, fourth. And number 2, Private Code, was fifth. The Exacta, $109.20. The $1 try, $273.10. The Daily Double, $61 even. $1 Superfecta, $2,072 even. The Exacta, $109.20. Now returning to the winner's enclosure is the maiden breaking number 4, Jaha.
Los Colonello, front and center, bringing the horses onto the track for the first of the day. Distaff Turf Opener. About a mile and a 16th with the Stolz and Turf Course rated good. Rail at 7 feet, a field of 6. Scratch the 2 Siamese. Scratch the 2. 5 Artistic Jeweler, 1 pound over. 5+1. Race 1 features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. The start of rolling doubles, 50-cent pick 3s. Distaff Turf, first leg of the 50-cent early pick 5. Stolz and Turf Course, good, main track, fast. On parade for the opener with 7 minutes to post time.
Ain't to Beer Cold. And Twitty City. Away in the Howard County Stakes. Brett's World, Erawan. Here's Ain't to Beer Cold. Hustles out of the gate for that speed. And Ain't to Beer Cold, gunning out for the lead, is trying to get over into the first turn. And indeed does and clears. And over to the rail, near the rail. Ain't to Beer Cold just in front now. Ain't to Beer Cold is Erawan is on the chase in the second spot alongside his Brett's World. In third position, and Shack Queen King in the clear on the outside. Twitty City, then Market Cap. And last of them all is Reassured, who trails now some 11 to 12 lengths off the pace of Ain't to Beer Cold, who gunned for the lead and now tries to slow it up a little bit. Leads at about a length from Brett's World in the second spot. Shack Queen King, Twitty City on the outside. Erawan is in the inside in that group, only 2.5 from the front. Then Market Cap in behind. That group of runners, another 5 lengths back, and Reassured yet to pick it up from the back of the pack. Ain't to Beer Cold and Angel Cruise in front. Shack Queen King getting closer, 3/4 of a length behind with a half mile left to go. Shack Queen King coming at Ain't to Beer Cold. Ain't to Beer Cold a neck in front from Shack Queen King. Erawan is 3 lengths to close in now. Market Cap on the outside of the tiring Twitty City. Brett's World is given up, dropped to last position, passed by Reassured, has still got a lot to do. 2.5 furlongs left to go. Shack Queen King, Ain't to Beer Cold, digging down for more as they head toward the quarter pole. 5 lengths back, and it's Erawan and Market Cap on the outside. Turning in Ain't to Beer Cold, very game. Shack Queen King on the outside, attempting to push that head in front. Shack Queen King, Ain't to Beer Cold, resilient under a drive on the inside. A real battle in the final furlong. They're well clear now. Erawan and then Market Cap, and Reassured has closed the gap from the back of the pack. But it's Shack Queen King, a determined Ain't to Beer Cold. Ain't to Beer Cold. Ain't to Beer Cold in a photo. Shack Queen King. Shack Queen King and Ain't to Beer Cold. I believe it's Shack Queen King. And a 3-way go for third. Erawan is there and Reassured on the outside. And Market Cap, yet another photo here on Christmastide Stakes Day.
Post time in 2 minutes.
That's where I'll be. It's totally up to you guys.
We'll be at 7 to 2 right now. Richard Mandela trains the daughter of Uncle. She likes to be tactical in her races. I think the inside draw going to help her today, at least towards the inside. And the distance, no problem for her. Avenue de France should be closing late. She's very consistent in her efforts. Has come up short the last few times, but the added 1/16 of a mile should also help Avenue de France. Up to the 6, Donut Girl, big 25 to 1, overlaid on the board right now. She was a winner against Calbreds 2 starts back. Tried the dirt last out in the Bayakoa. It didn't fare so well.
Heitzman. There's 4 to 1, Ginny B, more than ready filly. Leading jockey James Graham for Bernie Flint. 7 to 1, Native Lion. Bigger odds, Artistic Jeweler and Princessa Blanca scratch the 2. Start to the early pick 5. 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Runners crossing over to the Stall-Wilson Turf Course. Arriving at the gate. It's post time. Voting, here's the hard spun filly. Migamena with Pseudonym. Now Marcelino Pedrosa with Native Lion. Aubrey Green with Princesa Blanca. Adam Esquitza, Artistic Jeweler loading. Now the Twin Spires market mover. Jenny B leading jockey James Graham with 19 wins at the meet.
The course moves up to take second. Just behind them, Shanghai Truffles is fourth, now taking third as they pass the stands. They're followed by Donut Girl, Kooky Gal, and a little bit tight. And Headstrong a bit. 3 wide, Hermaphrodite has about 7 lengths to make up. Then Go Big Blue Nation outside Avenue de France, and Cover Version is the trailer. Around
is now the overall leader for Migamena. So the hard spin filly in front. It's Pseudonym who dictates the field by a length. Marcelino Pedrosa has Native Lion right there, focused in on the front runner. Artistic Jeweler, third against the rail, 3/4 of a length. Princesa Blanca gallops along in fourth, length and a half in front of Jenny B, posted wide. I Hear You up the near side. They left a half-mile pole behind in 48.30 seconds as they turn again. Pseudonym continues to lead. Native Lion 3 furlongs from home. It's Pseudonym. Native Lion right there on the outside. Artistic Jeweler, Princesa Blanca racing a joint third. Jenny B now picking up on the far outside for James Graham. Here's Jenny B's move as they close ranks at the quarter pole. And I Hear You is right there, taking closer order but blocked. 3/4, 113.21. Jenny B took the lead. Princesa Blanca, Artistic Jeweler, I Hear You looks to move up between horses now. Native Lion Pseudonym has tailed off. They come past the 16th. It's Jenny B, the more than ready filly. Jenny B and James Graham. Jenny B, it will be. Won the opener by 3.5. I Hear You was second, one switched out in the home run. Artistic Jeweler and Princesa Blanca finished fourth. Six, 7, 5, 4, 144.23, course good. 6, Jenny B at 3-1 first. The 7, I Hear You, even money. First favorite was the place horse. 5, Artistic Jeweler, 10-1 third, and 4, Princesa Blanca, 22-1 fourth. Unofficial hold all. James Graham's leading 20th win of the meet. She was the Twin Spires market mover, more than ready filly. Jenny B for Bernie Flint at 3-1 to start the pick 5.
Hermaphrodite on the outside. Shanghai Truffles in the mix. Down at the rail, Avenue de France looking for racing room. Can she split rivals late? Avenue de France finding a very tiny seam between horses, bursting to the front late, and Avenue de France wins, 3/4 of a length. Sassy Serb was second. Aunt Luby third in front of Go Big Blue Nation and Hermaphrodite.
We're underway for the winter-spring meeting at Santa Anita on this opening day, and Drayden Van Dyke in the first race takes an elephant through a keyhole here with the 4 Avenue de France, 6-1. Christina, what a courageous performance here by horse and rider.
It was indeed, and even at this point, not sure if he was going to find a seam in between runners. You can see that magenta cap on Drayden Van Dyke, and he gets that seam to split rivals and stride on to victory. Big effort from this filly today. She's always been very consistent, as I mentioned, but just needed that added ground, needed a little more distance to be able to produce that late turn of foot to victory, and she got that today. All the stars aligning for Avenue de France. That's her 3rd win in 8 career starts. The 2 Sassy Serb with a nice race as well. Nice ground-saving trip under Ricardo Santana Jr. And then Aunt Luby held on for 3rd.
Start now with boxcars here in race.
Thank you, Todd.
It's not even close, Ken. What he did, his 4-year-old year, the winner out here in Southern California at Santa Anita, crushing really good horses. Flying Pacer just came around at the wrong time. It wasn't a spectacular bid. He'd been winning all those races. He was a great racehorse, but he was no match for Spectacular Bid, who was setting track records, ridiculous type figures. We didn't have really figures that we made at that. Point in time, he was something special. Shoemaker, said often that he was the best horse he'd ever been aboard, and he was aboard some pretty good ones. He was spectacular, and he was at his best, I think, as good as he was. As a 3-year-old, at his best, the winner at Santa Anita when he was a 4-year-old.
Into the gate we go. Super competitive 5th race from Gulfstream Park. Let's see what happens. Good luck.
They're off. The favorite amount was a step slow. The second choice, Dr. Roger, bobbled and was last to get underway. Good start at the rail for Rabdan, who's headed off for the early lead. Amon moves up on the outside to take second. 3 wide Emperor's Cause third. After a stutter step getaway, Amount is away racing in 4th, and he's down toward the inside. A length and a half to King Force, who's outside of Skyro. Wide of them, far away look, then Skywalking.
The horses are now approaching the starting gate. Fifth race, start of the Ultimate 6. 20-cent bet, and we do have a carryover in excess of $31,000 going in to today's Ultimate 6. The 8-5 favorite is number 3, Little Later. Tomas Mejia has the call for trainer Joseph Maza. Moving in line. Concilium, the next to move in line. Second choice on the board at 5-2. Noble King, the Grey Colt, steps forward. Biblical Quotes in his debut. Moves in line professionally. And now 2 more to go. Wild Enough and Pachi. They're at the post. And they're off. Elusive Road missed the break. Pachi on the outside made the break and right to the early lead, 3 parts of a length. Stop It comes away now second. Then we go back to Secret Magician, and the early trailer is Elusive Road. They link up with the main track. Long Shot Pachi has the lead, and now being joined by fellow Long Shot, Stop It. Those two heads apart up front, and they're clear by 3. Secret Magician travels along third. From the outside, Concilian with clear racing room. Now 4th. Then it's a break of 2 to the Grey Horse Noble King, now racing along 5th. Then it's 3 lengths farther back to Little Later, now 6th. Up on the outside, Wild Enough is now 7th. The slow starting Elusive Road toward the rail 8th. And the first time starter, Biblical Quotes, is 9th and last. They're midway in the turn. That's Pachi at 40-1 with the lead now by a half a length. But here's Sweet Magician and Gary Wales now moving up to challenge second. Concilium. And Minna looks for 2 on the day, has him running third. A length and a half farther back, Stop It is all in 4th. Up on the outside, Wild Enough swings wide for the drive 5th. But meanwhile up front, up on the outside, Secret Magician is now going to the lead. Pachi attiring second. Concilium continues to grind away down the center of the racetrack. Looks like we're down to 2. Here comes Concilium on the outside, and Secret Magician is battling back, but Concilium will get up and take it in the final few jumps. Secret Magician second, and it's close for third. A photograph to determine the winner. The running time on the board, 118.62. Number 6, Concilium was the winner. Number 5, Secret Magician was second. Number 1, Elusive Road was third. 3, Little Later was 4th. And number 4, Stop It was 5th. 118.62, the running time. The prices are up. The Exacta, $79.40. The $1 try, $289.20. The Daily Double returns $84 even. The $1 superfecta, $1,203.50. $1 pick three, 3 of 3, $150.70. The pick 5, 5 of 5, $3,513.30, and that's for the dollar pick 5. The dollar high 5 was hit, $13,608 on the $1 high 5. Now returning to the winner's circle is the maiden breaking number 6, Concilium, a 3-year-old chestnut gelding, owned and trained by Juan Aragata, and was ridden to victory by jockey Raul Mena for win number 2 on today's program for Mena. 118.62 the running time. Next up is the 6th race, and with the 10-race program, the 6th race is the start of the popular late pick 5. We move back to the turf course, and in race 6, we do have a scratch. Number 9, Calypso Key has been scratched. Post time at 2:46, and that's in 24.
Sweetfulia Malibu Mischief testing her every step of the way on the outside. Club Cars driven in 3rd position, and Hibiscus Punch on the inside racing 4th as they reach the top of the stretch now. It's Don't Let Sweetfulia digging down to the inside, and Malibu Mischief on the outside. They're head-to-head for the lead toward that final furlong. Club Car and Hibiscus Punch. Don't Let Sweetfulia turning back. Malibu Mischief with a furlong left to go. Now she's open daylight. Don't Let Sweetfulia and Heavy on Toledo and Awilla on the move stakes. Don't Let Sweetfulia. Sweet 5 in a row. Don't Let Sweetfulia. Hibiscus Punch picks up 2nd from Malibu Mischief and Club Car, and Never Enough Time.
Now 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. Two minutes. Post time 2 minutes away. On a fast track, this sprint is now due off in a minute. Even money on Margie's money. Francisco Arrieta for Jose Camejo. 6-5 now on the Maryland-bred mare, Margie's money. There's 8-5, 6 more in silence. There's the second choice, Mitchell Morrow for Chris Hartman. She's a 4-time winner. And 8-5. It's 9-2 on 8 Flash Hands, Colby Hernandez for Ricky Corville. There's 8-1 Kenai Cool, 9-1 Alter Dream. Fast track. Pick 4 start. 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Last call for bets on the 50-cent early pick 4. Main track fast, Olsen Turf Course good. Going to the 6 furlong start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Francisco Arrieta with Margie's Money. Now Marcelino Pedroza with Alter Dream has joined Margie's Money. Mitch Morrow with Sworn Silence. Loaded 6-5 favorite. 2 back, Colby Hernandez with Flash Hands. 1 more, Aubrey Green with Kenai Cool. Main track fast for our second of the day here at the fairgrounds. They're in the gate. And they're off. Even start. Kenai Cool broke well. Right there is Flash Hands, purple with the gold sleeves, and Margie's Money attacks from the rail now for Francisca Arrieta to head them all off. It's Margie's Money sent to the lead from Flash Hands. The outside Kenai Cool, the black and yellow blocks. They're joined up the near side by Altered Dream and held up in last with Mitchell Morrow. Sworn Silence trails as they go past the half-mile pole. It's Margie's Money. Margie's Money leads Flash Hands, Altered Dream, Kenai Cool, and Sworn Silence. The quarter in 22.56 seconds. 3 furlongs to go. It's Margie's Money. Margie's Money, the Maryland bred, leads by 1.5 lengths to Flash Hands. Now at the 2.5. Altered Dream against the rail. Sworn Silence between horses, and Kenai Cool is last as these fillies and mares come for home at the quarter pole. It's Margie's Money. Half in 46.69. Margie's Money leads by 1.5 lengths. Altered Dream being driven now by Marcelino Pedroza to pick up Margie's Money, who's finding past the 8th pole. On the outside, Sworn Silence, left back Flash Hands with Kenai Cool. They come past the 16th with Francisco Arrieta. Margie's Money leads home Altered Dream and Sworn Silence. It's Margie's Money to win it. Altered Dream was second. Sworn Silence, Kenai Cool, and Flash Hands was last of the quintet. Two, 5, 6, 9, 112.83 after a claiming sprint to Margie's Money. 4-5 favorite first. Number 5, Altered Dream. 10-1. Could not reel in the winner. 6, Sworn Silence. Then at 9-5 third and 9, Kenai Cool. 14-1 fourth. Francisco Arrieta for Jose Camejo. P&D Racing Stable. Great Notion Maryland bred 5-year-old mare. And a winner at 4-5 in 112.83. The second race is official. Now returning to the winner's circle, here's the 2 Margie's Money with Francisco Arrieta. Margie's Money is a 5-year-old bay mare bred in Maryland. My Great Notion out of Margaret Mary by Dance with Ravens. Jose Camejo trains for P&D Racing Stable, Paula Higgins and Richard Smith. One was bred in Maryland by Michael Terry Shane. Fairgrounds congratulates the winning connections of Margie's Money. Paid 4 to 5. 2-5 exacta, $16.80. Kenai Cool ran fourth. Dollar Superfecta 2569, 29.40. Results and prices on the claiming sprint. The dollar trifecta 256 paid 13.50. 6 and 2 double to start. Ginny B to Margie's Money. 6-2 $2 double paid 20.80. In race 2, the 1, 3, 4, and 7 were non-runners. Favorite was first. 5 ran 112.83. Fast track here at the fairgrounds. Race 3, scratch 3, Dramatizer. That was a late scratch. Scratch 3, Dramatizer. 10, Making Progress, was entered as a main track only. Scratch 10, Making Progress, Turf Good. 1 Bella's Choice, the jockey Santos Sanjor on 1 Bella's Choice. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double Pick 3. Mid-interval fillies Turf. Post time in 21 minutes, off at 1:58. And they're off. Even start. Kenai Cool broke well. Right there is Flash Hands, purple with the gold sleeves, and Margie's Money attacks from the rail now for Francisca Arietta to head them all off. It's Margie's Money sent to the lead from Flash Hands. The outside Kenai Cool in the black and yellow blocks. They're joined up the near side by Altered Dream and held up in last with Mitchell Morrow. Sworn Silence trails as they go past the half-mile pole. It's Margie's Money. Margie's Money leads Flash Hands, Altered Dream, Kenai Cool, and Sworn Silence. The quarter in 22.56 seconds. 3 furlongs to go. It's Margie's Money. Margie's Money, the Maryland bred, leads by 1.5 to Flash Hands. Now at the 2.5. Altered Dream against the rail. Sworn Silence between horses, and Kenai Cool is last as these fillies and mares come for home at the quarter pole. It's Margie's Money, half in 46.69. Margie's Money leads by 1.5. Altered Dream, being driven now by Marcelino Pedroza to pick up Margie's Money, who's finding past the 8th pole. On the outside, Sworn Silence, left back Flash Hands with Kenai Cool. They come past the 16th with Francisco Arietta. Margie's Money leads home Altered Dream and Sworn Silence. It's Margie's Money to win it. Altered Dream was second. Sworn Silence, Kenai Cool, and Flash Hands was last of the quintet. 112.83 after race 2. There were 2 claims out to the sprint. Claim the winner to Margie's Money for $5,000. Margie's Money was claimed to E&M Racing. Trainer Eric Shear claimed Margie's Money won the sprint. 8 Flash Hands, $5,000 claim by Robin Lane Thoroughbreds. New trainer Liam Thomas claimed Flash Hands. 112.83. Here's the head-on.
H. Alan Jerkins, named after one of the great trainers of all time. And if you talk to a lot of the old school riders, Ken, the McCarrans, the Corderos, and you ask them to list the best trainers of all time,
yeah,
Jerkins is right out of their mouth. He's first, second, or third, most of those guys.
Absolutely. Here we go. 2 miles on the turf course. 2 on to the late great Alan Jerkins as we move into line. I'm going to go with the 10, man. I still feel like a High Noon rider has what it takes to run him down here going 2 miles on the turf course, and I don't think Edgar Zayas will be out of position when the real running starts after they do a couple of laps here. But there goes their favorite. That's the 4 Focus Group for Christophe Clement, Junior Alvarado. Who is not off to a good start at Gulfstream Park. Maybe things turn around here. Pete Aiello standing by. Good luck and enjoy. It's the Alan Jerkins Stakes live from Gulfstream Park.
Sir Anthony to complete the line. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Alan Jerkins. Good beginning for Hieroglyphics from between horses. Here's Conviction. Trade moving out. Treasure Trove gets away in good shape. He's third. Trying to angle over from the high draw is Sir Anthony, splitting horses, and Tintoretto. Three wide and dropping back a touch is High Noon Rider as the race favorite Focus Group finds himself mid-flight in the 2 path as Dante's Fires put in very tight, but Lannery held his ground and saved ground to be 4th. Out the back early are Clear Vision and Cowtown as they charge around the first turn for the first occasion. Up front, Irad Ortiz Jr. and Conviction Trade off the lead by 3 or 4 lengths. Second is Hieroglyphics, third is Treasure Trove. So Maker is 1, 2, 3 early from Tintoretto, who's an early 4th. Dante's Fire is at the rail 5th. Then it's mid-flight to Sir Anthony. Back from their Focus Group. For company on his outside is High Noon Rider. Muralist settles in 3rd last. Cowtown is 2nd last, and 2 back to Clear Vision, who's last of all, as they still have over 1.25 miles to race. The opening quarter was 26 seconds. The half mile posted in 51 2. Conviction Trade leads to the far turn the first time by 1.5 lengths. Up on the inside, Treasure Trove is together with Hieroglyphics 2nd and 3rd. Back to 4th and Tintoretto racing by himself, a length better than Sir Anthony. High Noon Rider's getting started. He's up on the outside. He's now forced Sir Anthony to tug on Leparoux as he wants to go. He has to sit for now.
Prices on this one coming your way as soon as the race is official.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal.
The horses are now approaching the starting gate. The field is now moving in line. The even money favorite is number 8, Pioneer of New York. The Dini Barn looks for 2 on the day. Also, Antonio Gallardo looks for another winner. It is the start of the Pick 5, turf course firm. The rail at 12 feet. Now 2 more to go. Long shot Miley, and second choice, Skoll Chant. Now 1 out. There at the post. And they're off. Nina's Patience. The gray horse is away alertly along the rail, as well as Motherwell. Now moving up from between horses, long shot Miley. Up on the outside, Sun-Drenched also away with the top flight, and the last horse away, Port Salerno. They've been through the stretch for the first time, and Nina's Patience moves up and now has the lead. 3 parts of a length. Sun-Drenched draws alongside now to be second. Miley with a ground-saving trip toward the rail third, and Pioneer of New York gets over nicely to the 2-path, and the favorite settles into stride now to be fourth. Up on the outside, Skoll Chant is 3 wide and racing fifth, and he puts Motherwell back in sixth. Then it's a length and a half farther back. On the outside is Caribbean Kitten, 1 length farther back, 2 moments to savor, and the trailer is Port Salerno, but there's only 8 lengths from front to back as they settle for their journey up the backstretch. It's Nina's Patience being pressured on the outside by Sun-Drenched. A length and a half farther back, Pioneer of New York is into the bit, waiting patiently now third. Miley is along the rail now fourth. From the outside, Skoll Chant has clear racing room, inching up a closer fifth. Motherwell is toward the rail now sixth. Moments to savor in tight quarter seventh, but meanwhile as they swing around the far turn, Nina's Patience and Sun-Drenched, a couple long shots are still up front, heads apart. Pioneer of the Nile still waiting patiently. Now to pounce up on the outside, there goes Caribbean Kitten. She makes first run. Skoll Chant moves right with her. The pace quickens and the complexion changes. They turn into the stretch. Nina's Patience on the outside. Caribbean Kitten runs at the leader. Pioneer of New York has had a horrendous trip. Nowhere to go. Way out on the outside. Port Salerno down to the wire. It's Caribbean Kitten with the cleanest trip. Made the early move of the turn and will go on to score by 2.5. Port Salerno was second. Motherwell was third.
and you have a horse right to his outside, right, in Charlatan. They both have ridiculous speed. They've both been dominant. We know they have great ability, Todd. We don't know about their hearts yet, right? They both had things so easily thus far in their career, and if they're going to duel early on, we'll see. There's some quality horse that'll be sitting behind them, and I like Independence Hall with Joel Rosario. Let's not forget, this horse, he's not undefeated, but he's undefeated in one-turn races, 4 for 4.
A fantastic renewal of the Grade 1 Run Happy Malibu. Matt Carruthers looking beyond the favorite Nashville with the 6 Independence Hall. We're counting down to that fantastic feature on today's card, but remember, along the way, we will see other graded stakes races, and we also are going to come back with more racing action from around the country. Coming up next on TVG, the 6th at Laurel, right after this.
The Factor, proof of Lane's End's legendary stallion-making formula. He's a leader of his sire crop in every category and a top 5 sire by black type winners, with progeny including great...
Two minutes to post. Four to 5 favorite, Carson's Princess. Tail of the Cat filly, Kobe Hernandez. For leading trainer Brad Cox, twice started. 4 to 5 on Carson's Princess. There's 9 to 2 on 6, Katie's Carrot. Miguel Mena rides for Scotty Gellner. It's 5 to 1, Carolina Rose. The English Channel filly debuts. Mitchell Murrell, Joey Foster, the team there. There's 9 to 1, Bella's Choice, Santos Sanjor for Leo Gabriel Jr. Maiden Juvenile Fillies Turf. 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Bella's Choice leading them over to the Stall-Wilson Turf Course. Arriving at the gate, it is now post time. Loading in front of fairground starter Roberto Ramirez. Here's Santos Sanjor with twice started Bella's Choice. Purple, white diamonds. Adam Eskitsa, Masked Mandate, drew 2. Mega Mena with Katie's Carrot. 3-5 favorite, Carson's Princess, Colby Hernandez for Brad Cox. Mitchell Morrow with Carolina Rose. Now Carson's Princess. Declan Carroll with Chinatown Nancy being led up. About a mile and a 16th. Jose Riquelme with twice started Wave of Goodness. One more, Aubrey Green with My Alibi. The Distaff turf opener went at 144.23. Stolson turf course good. We're all set at 7 feet. One to 2 favorite, Carson's Princess. So back on board, the twice started Bodemeister filly, Aubrey Green, My Alibi. All set. And they're off. Carson's Princess, Masked Mandate. Toward the inside is Bella's Choice with the purple cap, who's prominent. Wave of Goodness and My Alibi with an early bid as they pass the stands. It's My Alibi, Wave of Goodness, and favorite Carson's Princess vying for it, with Chinatown Nancy and the red cap. Masked Mandate is next. Bella's Choice settled in the back half of the field, racing in front of Katie's Carrot, and on debut, Carolina Rose has drifted back to last. As these maiden juvenile fillies go to the back of the course. With Auburn Green, it's My Alibi, who's out in front. My Alibi taking a hold there, leads by a length and a half to Wave of Goodness, who's vying for second with Carson's Princess the Rail. A break of 2. Chinatown Nancy is racing inside of Masked Mandate as they head toward the half-mile pole. Break of 6 more to Bella's Choice, Katie's Carrot, and Carolina Rose remains last. The quarter was 23.03, half-mile 47.97. They head toward the far turn. My Alibi leads Carson's Princess, Wave of Goodness. Chinatown Nancy, Masked Mandate running in 5th. 3 furlongs from home. It's a break of 3 more, 2 on the outside. Katie's Carrot, who's some 6 lengths off the lead. Bella's Choice against the rail, and the trailer remains Carolina Rose, being ridden to improve. 3/4, 113.64. They fan across the course, leaving the far turn a couple of furlongs to go. Chinatown Nancy, Masked Mandate, My Alibi has dropped back. On the outside is Katie's Carrot, Carson's Princess under pressure with Bella's Choice between horses. They're in the final furlong. Masked Mandate is nosed in front of Chinatown Nancy, who fights on past the 16th. They're close to home now. Chinatown Nancy on the outside. Masked Mandate with Declan Carroll. It's Chinatown Nancy. Chinatown Nancy thwarted Masked Mandate in the stretch run to win it. Then Carson's Princess and Bella's Choice was after that. $146.52. Maiden juvenile fillies turf. They've called for a photo. It was 15-1 on Chinatown Nancy. 14-1, 2 Masked Mandate. 5-2-4-1, 5 Chinatown Nancy first, 2 Mask Mandate was second, 4 Carson's Princess, 1-2 favorite third, and 1 Bella's Choice, 7-1 fourth. Declan Carroll for Miguel Angel Silva. Cross Traffic Filly, Chinatown Nancy, and a 15-1 winner at 146.52. Race 3 official, 15-1 Chinatown Nancy. $146.52 after race 3.
Third. Defense Wins is gray, and he's down on the inside fourth, 2.5 lengths off the pace. Happy is next, racing on the inside of Next Revolt, 2 clear of Tramador and Bodega the distant trailer. They're heading to the half-mile pole. It's Bam Bam again at the rail. Alvaro, they match strides to the half-mile pole. Zorich a length and a half behind them in third, and Defense Wins down at the rail in fourth. Then Next Revolt fifth with 4 lengths to make up. Happy is next. Another 3 to Tramador, and still a distance to Bodega. Around the far turn, Bam Bam again, trying to fend off Alvaro. They've been 1-2 every step of the way. Next Revolt coming after them in third. Defense Wins is next. Happy has 5 lengths to make up. Another 2, Zorich is dropping out of it. They turn for home. Alvaro on the outside. Bam Bam again, inseparable throughout. Alvaro puts his neck in front. 2 more back to Next Revolt in third. Then Defense Wins and
The horses are now moving onto the track for the 7th race. Start of the late pick 4 and post time in 5. The horses are now approaching the starting gate. The field is now moving in line, and the 5-2 favorite is number 7, Atwater, from the barn of Jan Arnett. Antonio Gallardo has the mount. Beach Bandit takes his spot. The favorite Atwater steps in. Off the long layoff since racing at Ellis Park last summer. And now 2 more to go. And from the outside, Good Boy Roy from the barn of Heath Lawrence will complete the lineup. Biz now backs away. Still waiting for number 4, Biz now. And he clicks down now to the slight favorite. Down to 9-5. He's in, 1 to go. Good Boy Roy takes his spot. They're at the post. And they're off. Good Boy Roy with blinkers on is away sharply and gunning right for the lead. Always Special comes away now second. Up on the outside, Rio Palace and the last horse away is Charge into War. They move on to the main track, and Good Boy Roy and Lindsay sends him clear to lead by 2. Always Special is on the chase now, second, 1.5 lengths. Rio Palace up on the outside, now racing along third. Biz now up between horses now fourth. From along the rail, Bodacious Blend is now fifth. Then it's a length farther back from between horses, Beach Bandit. Now racing 6th, Atwater. The favorite is now on the move from the outside, 7th, midway in the turn. Good Boy Roy trying to take him start to finish. Always Special draws alongside now to challenge second. Up on the outside, that's Rio Palace. The first timer's good to go. Racing along third. Biz now awaits racing room toward the rail now fourth as they turn for home. 3/16 of a mile to run. Good Boy Roy is digging in gamely, and Always Special continues to run at the leader. Second, 3 lengths farther back. Biz now is now gaining ground on the outside. Inside the final furlong, Good Boy Roy has the lead. Always Special up on the outside is Biz now. Good Boy Roy is digging in gamely. Always Special on the outside. Down to the wire. Always Special gets up and wears down Good Boy Roy in a game effort for second. Biz now finished third. Number 5, Always Special, was up in time. Number 9, Good Boy Roy, second. 4, Biznow, third. 7, Atwater was fourth. And number 8, Rhea Palace, was fifth. 1:12.81 the running time. The Exacta 84.80, the $1 try 122.60, the Daily Double $91 even.
Todd, we'll have more stakes action coming up at Laurel Park. Make sure you stick around for the Grade 3 Allaire DuPont Stakes. That's coming up with
The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. American Rebel, James Graham won the first of the day with Ginny B. Started the pick 5 off. And now the riders climbed off Foie d'Or. Loading here for our fourth of the day at 6 furlongs. Fast track at the fairgrounds. 6-time started American Rebel was first in. The starters crew working with Foie d'Or, given no less than a 99-1 chance. It's 4-5 on Speak to Me. 9-5 Darling Joanna. There's 7-1 Ronnie's Peso. All waiting their turn. Foie d'Or reluctant to load. This maiden filly sprint now about 4 minutes past due. They've already loaded American Rebel. James Graham on the Saturday scoreboard, waiting for Foie d'Or. Very fractious in back of the gate is Foie d'Or. Was outrun here on debut. They're really taking their time here with this filly Foie d'Or. Let's keep in mind American Rebel has been in the gate for quite some time. Now the steward's chiming in. Late scratch, 1 Foie d'Or. Late scratch on 1 Foie d'Or. Was unwilling to load. Ordered scratch by the stewards is the 1 Foie d'Or. There will be a 5-1 consolation double. Consolation pick threes to come. Should you have 2 other winners on your pick 3 tickets and this late scratch on 1 Foie d'Or. Consolation 5-1 double. Consolation pick threes to come. Refunds on 1 Foie d'Or. They backed out American Rebel. Was $9.99 to 1 at the time of that scratch on Foie d'Or. Confirmed now by FGTV. Foie d'Or scratched. Was unwilling to load. Loading now, Sean Bridge-Mahan with My Girl Sweet. Foie d'Or, the 1 was that late scratch, was unwilling to load. Refunds on 1 Foie d'Or. Now this one 6 times started. Sean Bridge-Mahan's climbed off of My Girl Sweet. First in at 11 to 1. So Sean climbing back on board of My Girl Sweet. Speak to Me. Well, it's 4 to 5 favorite. Florent Giroux for Ron Fauché. Here in our 4th of the day. Now, fairground starter Roberto Ramirez's crew working with Speak to Me, the 4-5 favorite to take out a Philly Sprint. Well, this was due at 2:27. We're now well past due. So there's Speak to Me. 4-5, Speak to Me. It's 2-1, Darling Joanna. 7-1, Ronnie's Peso, and Flador. The one was that late scratch. This is her second run, Speak to Me. Second here on debut. Now she's loaded, so back on board. Speak to Me. Flow goes. Jose Riquelme with Glory to Me. Carlos Marquez, Ronnie's Peso. Well, she went in okay. Now Glory to Me fractures them back of the gate. Jettisoned Jose Riquelme there for a moment. Back on board. Glory to Me. Jose goes. Colby Hernandez with the 11-time starter. G's Mine. Went in well. Aubrey Green, Our Mardi Gras. James Graham, American Rebel. That was first loaded earlier. Stood in there quite some time before the late scratch of Flador. And Marcelo Pedroza with Darling Joanna. The Violence filly. One's a non-runner. All in. Ready. And they're off. G's Mine broke sharp. Our Mardi Gras good speed to take on G's Mine. And toward the inside, here's My Girl Sweet and Ronnie's Peso also whipping up the pace. It's My Girl Sweet, Ronnie's Peso in the green cap. G's Mine broke sharp. Now third, settled back off the speed. Our Mardi Gras is running in fourth. Break of two then to Speak to Me, who's looking to gain toward the inside for Florent Giroux with a half mile to go. It's a break of two more to Darling Joanna in the orange cap. Racing three clear from American Rebel and beaten for any speed. Glory to Me trails this maiden filly sprint to quarter of 21.97. Inside 3 furlongs to go. And on the outside, it's Ronnie's Peso, who's taken lead from My Girl Sweet as Speak to Me looms. Our Mardi Gras is spun wide. G's Mine. Darling Joanna is next into the stretch. Half mile in 46.15 seconds. Ronnie's Peso with 3/16 to go. Lead Speak to Me by 2. Charging on the outside is Our Mardi Gras with Darling Joanna looking to bid between fillies. My Girl Sweet is 5th. They come past the 16th with Carlos Marquez. It's Ronnie's Peso, the Afleet Alex filly, leading them home. Ronnie's Peso. Ronnie's Peso prevails by just about a length to Darling Joanna. Speak to Me third, and then American Rebel from Our Mardi Gras and Glory to Me. .396, fourth place is a photo. 112.74 after race 4. 3, Ronnie's Peso. 7-1 first. 9, Darling Joanna. 8-5 second. 6, Pink to Me. Even money. Favorite third and fourth is a photo. After race 4 and 112.74. 5, American Rebel. 32-1 on the fourth horse. 3965. Well, when all was said and done, Carlos Marquez for Emil Schwant. Fleet Alex filly gets off the mark in her third run. Ronnie's Peso takes out the fillies maiden sprint 112.74. Fourth race official. Result confirmed by the judges. Judges Ronnie's Peso. Speed and Darling Joanna. Speak to Me. American Rebel, the fourth official. Returning to the winner's circle, the three Ronnie's Peso with Carlos Marquez. Ronnie's Peso. 3 Robé filly by a Fleet Alex at a Queen Peso by My Friend Max. Emil Schwant trains for Michael and Elizabeth Schwant. The winner was bred in Louisiana by Logan Trotter. Fairgrounds congratulates the connections of Ronnie's Peso. Refunds on 1 Foie d'Or. It's official. 5-1 Consolation Double. Consolation Pick 3s to come. Refunds on 1 Foie d'Or. Was flat out unwilling to load.
He deserves some respect. I didn't think he would be that short. I liked Fancy Liquor. I thought ran a good race last time out in the Bryan Station at 1 mile and 8.
The horses are now approaching the starting gate. The 8th race is the Lamb South Race of the Week. Following the running of the 8th race, blanket presentation will be made to the winning connections. Moving in line. 4 to 5 favorite is Chad Brown's number 5, Red Light Racer. Antonio Gallardo has the call. The favorite steps in. 2 more to go. Twisted Treasure will complete the lineup. She steps in, and it's pick 4 time at Tampa, pick 3 time at Tampa, and they're all in line. And they're off. Away and running in good order. Up on the outside, that's Fairy Diva looking to cross over quickly. Up between horses, Gay League Tails with blinkers on is away sharply. Up on the far outside is Twisted Treasure, and the last horse away is Cece's April Hottie. Under the wire for the first time, and Fairy Diva wanted the lead, gets over and has it, and now throttled down on the front end by 3. Jeannie V moves up now to be second, with Twisted Treasure now settling into stride to be third. She Dances for Fate is there toward the rail now fourth. Up on the outside, Gaelic Tails now racing along fifth. Then it's a length and a half farther back, Nacino toward the rail sixth. There's the favorite from between horses, Red Light Racer, now racing along seventh. Up on the outside, Eclectic Soul is eighth. And the trailer, CC's Red Hot. To the far turn they go. It's Fairy Diva at this point in a race of her own, bumps the margin to 5. Jeannie V is there second and neck. She Dances for Fate is there toward the rail third. Gaelic Tails a bit closer fourth. From the outside, Red Light Racer. Gallardo gives her the wake-up call. She's on the move toward the rail. There goes the debuting Nacino full of run. As they swing around the far turn, and now the complexion changes. She Dances for Fate has the lead. Red Light Racer is set down for the drive now second. Nacino is third. Gaelic Tails swings to the outside now fourth as they turn for home at 16-1. She Dances for Fate is still the target. Along the rail, here comes Nacino, charging through to challenge. Red Light Racer is grinding away down the center of the racetrack. It's Nacino in front. Red Light Racer is now surging late, and these two will come to the wire. Heads apart in a driving finish. Nacino to win at first asking.
Risk-free up to $200.
You sign up, you play your first day risk-free. How great is that?
I've played those other online casinos, but for me, Betfair is the best.
I wish I signed up earlier. It's just so much fun.
Join the fun.
Like I said, chilly on the tote board, though. This might be a springboard to an eventual route up there at odds of 10-1. Get it if you can take it, man. 10-1 seems to be a big price on Gathered Flowers to me. Live wire on the tote board, the number 2, Salvage for Cherie DeVoe, Belladonna and partners, as well as jockey Brian Hernandez Jr., who does have a solid win percentage and a positive ROI for this barn. And 6-1 in the morning line, opened up at 8-5, now 9-5. Those backing her, hoping to get a little bit more float up from there, as she is the Twin Spires market mover based on that early attention in the win pool. Again, 6-1 in the morning line, opened up at 8-5, right now at 2-1. This one cost $125,000 as a weanling by Cantheros out of a Wildcat Air mare, bred to sprint on both sides of the pedigree. Flipped for $220,000 at the OBS open sale, and has been training well. I mean, this one a near bullet on December the 12th. Some other sneaky good workouts mixed in there, both here and at Keeneland. And Cherie DeVoe knows how to develop a young horse. She's got surprisingly good stats with first-time starters, 16% win percentage, and a $3.49 on the ROI. So also very good with turf sprinters, good in basically all or most of the applicable categories. Number 2, Salvage, again, the Twin Spires market mover, opened up at 8-5, now 2-1. Those backing her looking to get a little bit more float up from there. Number 11, Pie Killers, the 4-1 morning line favorite for Mike Stidham, has shown some speed in both career starts. Now gets on the grass based on the pedigree. Tourist out of a Zamindar mare should appreciate the switch over to the turf. And then what about the speedy Euphoric for Bernie Flint, looking for his second win with James Graham today? Has the speed to lead and definitely has an experience edge over the vast majority of these. Jacqueline De Oro, one of many intriguing first-time starters, going to hang my hat there. Best of luck in this turf sprint.
The fillies stepping onto the track now for the 5th race. Maiden Juvenile Fillies Turf Sprint. About 5.5 furlongs over the Stall Wilson Turf Course. Rated good. Sunny New Orleans skies. Rail at 7 feet. Course good. A field of 10. Scratch 4 Caribbean Caper. 5 Ryan's Rocket. Scratch 13 Bell Day. 14 Aunt Joey. 15 Solar Reflection. And 16 Special Assistant. Scratch the 4, 5, 13 through number 16, all have been scratched. 8 Gathered Flowers, unpublished gate workout. December the 23rd here at the fairgrounds, 3 furlongs, 37.20. Breezing out to the gate fast track. That's a late edit gate workout for 8 Gathered Flowers. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Pick 3, double, pick 4. 5 minutes to post time. 5 minutes. Now 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. At 1 minute 2 post time. Maiden Juvenile Fillies Turf starts a 50-cent mid-card pick 4. Stolson Turf Course good rail at 7 feet, 3-1 on 9. Jacqueline Doro debuts. Mitchell Morrow for Ignacio Correas the 4th. There's 7-2 on 2, Salvaje. 7-2, Euphoric. There's now 5-1 on 11, Pie Killer. There's Hoodwink. Jack Gilligan for Steve Margolis, the rail draw. It's 12-1. 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Last call for the mid-card pick 4. Starts here with the Maiden Juvenile Fillies Turf. Near the gate. The Phillies crossing over to the Stahl Wilson Turf Course. Rated good rail at 7 feet, arriving at the gate. It is now post time. Loading starts. Angel Suarez with Gathered Flowers. The Orb filly went in first, went in well. Loading up. Jack Gilligan, Hoodwink the rail draw. Joins Gathered Flowers. Mitch Merle with Jacqueline Doro debuts. Now Brian Hernandez Jr., Salvaje drew 2 on debut. Here's Fairchild. Declan Carroll won our third of the day. Euphoric. Frosted Filly. James Graham took out the opener. Sean Bridge Mahan with Office Party. Facing up to the gate. Florent Giroux Pie Killer, like Gathered Flowers, both for Mike Stidham. Chester Bonnet with Tis For Real debuts. About 5.5 furlongs. Stand by for a start. One more. Marcino Pedroza with Paintons at the plate. Stolson Turf Course rated good on this sunny Saturday here in New Orleans. We're all set at 7 feet for the start of our 3-day race week. Sunday, Monday, post time, 1 o'clock. Waiting for Peyton's at the plate. Jack Willendoro, 5-2 favorite. All in. Ready. And the Roth gathered flowers, broke real sharp. Good speed, Hoodwink, and right there, Salvaje, who moves up between horses with an early bid. Pie Killer in the red cap and sleeves also prominent. So it's Hoodwink, who leads with the rail for Jack Gilligan, 3/4 length to Salvaje, with Jack Lindoro third, and now toward the inside parts of the course. Gathered flowers in the green cap. Pie Killer is wide with a half mile to go. Office Party against the rail. Tis for real in between fillies. Euphoric is racing some 8 lengths off the lead and wide as Tis for Real took up sharply off of heels and has dropped back. Peyton's at the plate. To the inside is Fairchild in the gold silks, and Tis for Real checked back to last and trails the maiden juvenile fillies turf into the stretch. The quarter was 22.18 seconds. It's Hoodwink who leads with the rail. Jack Lindoro moves up between horses. On the outside, here's Salvaje who bears down 1 furlong to go. Pie Killer, Office Party 5th. Fairchild is staying on from 6th. They come past the 16th, and it's Salvaje with Brian Hernandez Jr. close to home. Late bid by Fairchild. It's Salvaje. Salvaje drifts while clear, but first up on debut, held Fairchild's bid. Pie Killer from Jack Lindoro and Office Party. Salvaje scores. $2:6:11.9. The running order after race 5. 104.24 for the maiden juvenile fillies turf 2 Salvaje. 7-2 first. 6 Fairchild. 12-1 second Gamely. 11 Pie Killer.
I like Tripoli. To answer your question, I love Tripoli in the next race. That's the one who's turning back in distance. I think you're going to see a lot of horses cutting back that appreciate that 6.5 furlong distance. Mecklenburg's a money back special in race number 6. That's a horse who's been a little disappointing, but return to sprinting could help. You need coverage in race 6. You need coverage in race 5. The San Antonio, I think that race is all about Mucho Gusto. Idol could be interesting.
In the third spot, just looking for some racing room. A gap of 4 lengths to Great Curves and Grayson Road. They're at the top of the stretch. And here's Warren's Memorable on the outside, putting in a strong bid, taking the lead and opening up. In the center of the track, Half Hoping, Medusa's Gaze battles on along with Big Chick, a 16th to go, and Warren's Memorable is home free. Warren's Memorable opens up to win by almost 6. Half Hoping was second, Medusa's Gaze third, then came Big Chick and Great Curves. Up next, today's 6. Note that number 7, Club Aspen, should be listed as a colt. Scratch the also eligible number 13, City Rage. Enjoy San Manuel Casino from the comfort of home. In the center of the track, half hoping, Medusa's Gaze battles on along with Big Chick, a 16th to go, and Warren's Memorable is home free. Warren's Memorable opens up to win by almost 6. Half hoping was second, Medusa's Gaze third, then came Big Chick and Great Curves.
Favorite gets the job done in the end. Warren's Memorable with a big move around the turn and an open length victory across the wire. It was unofficially 11-5-3 across the board. Let's take a look at this replay, and we're going to spot shadow your eventual winner here. There she is, sitting about mid-pack, and you're going to watch rider Alexis Centeno kind of weave his way through traffic here. At this point, able to save ground and stick to the inside of that first flight of runners, but then it gets a little tricky as he needs to find a spot to tip out and angle out from those top 2 pace setters. Does so right there. Luckily, he has the momentum underneath him with Warren's Memorable. But Simon, at this point, it was all over. She was striding well clear of this group.
She was hanging on that left lead, but once she switched to the right lead, right there, look at the daylight she puts between herself and the field. Once she gets over that right lead, leads with that right front leg, race is over. Nice effort from the first-time starter, Half Hoping, debuting this afternoon.
Misael Jaramillo lead by a length and a quarter. On the outside, Life in Shambles is now second. September 10 is pocketed up third, front-loaded between horses, 3 wide, What's to Blame. Shuffling back is Sagamore Mischief with Sir Khan, and the trailer is Silverly Enough. Around the far turn they go, 22-4 for the opening quarter. The leader is Doc Amster by a neck. Life in Shambles up on the outside is now second. What's to Blame? Flame, 3 wide and starting to charge into it from third. From the back, Silverly Enough, the gray put to pressure, but coming on with a quarter of a mile left to go. Doc Amster has the lead. Life in Shambles, What's to Blame, Silverly Enough behind them through a 45-3 opening half mile. On the far outside, What's to Blame up to challenge Doc Amster. Life in Shambles is up between horses. He's a grizzled pro and he's trying to kick on. Final 6. Of
As the favorite Doc Amster started to fade at this point in time, it's game on between the 6 and the 8 down on the inside. 10-1 on the 6. That's the horse ridden by Irad Ortiz.
The horses are now approaching the starting gate. The field is now moving in line. The 9-5 favorite is number 6, Lady Clementine, from the barn of Safi Joseph Jr. And Semi Camacho has them out. 9th race, first half of the late Daily Double. Lady Clementine temporarily delaying the start. The favorite is now in. Remains on the board at 9-5. Three more to go in. One out. They're at the post. And they're off. Up on the outside, Ransom's Reward away alertly with Moana's Power. Now moving up, and there's Lady Clementine along the rail. Also away with a top flight and far back in the early going, Nabruzzi. They move into the long 7 furlong shoot and hook up at the main track. Moana's Power now sprints to the lead by 2.5. Lady Clementine is there on the chase now second. Make a Scene up on the outside third. Then it's a break of 3. Ransom Reward fourth. 2.5 lengths farther back to East Wing now fifth. Then we go back to Miss Alex in her debut now sixth. Betty Grable is up on the outside, now racing along seventh as they swing around the far turn. Moana's Power the leader, and Lady Clementine the favorite is bearing down on the leader second. 4 lengths farther back to Make a Scene now third. There goes East Wing, putting in a run on the outside fourth. Ransom's Reward under an all-out ride toward the rail now fifth. 5 lengths farther back to Miss Alex now racing along sixth. With a quarter of a mile still to run. Up on the outside, Lady Clementine is now going to the lead. Moana's Power is now back to second. East Wing swings to the center of the racetrack third, and Ransom Reward looks for racing room behind a wall of horses fourth as they're into the stretch. Moana's Power is still there. Here's Lady Clementine. On the outside, the favorite now running at the leader. Make a Scene is surging between horses. Inside the final furlong, Make a Scene along the rail. Lady Clementine right back at her. East Wing is third, but down to the wire. It's Make a Scene under a heads-up ride by Wilmer Garcia to take it a length and a half. Lady Clementine was second, and East Wing third. Prices are up. The Exacta 8.6, 48.20. $1 try, 177.60. The Daily Double, 148.60. $1 Superfecta, $1,139.70.
Race 7, the Pango Hop Stakes on the turf. Pango Hop scratch 9 Wind Racer and 10 His Glory scratch the 9 and the 10 from the Pango Hop. 6 Teenage Kicks. Late jockey change to James Graham. Second half of this next rolling double. Pango Hop Stakes race 7, James Graham rides 6 Teenage Kicks. Main track fast, Olsen turf course good. 2 minutes. This maiden juvenile sprint due off. It's 5-2 on Paster. There's the favorite. James Graham for Tom Amos. Royal Blue Lime Sash of Maggie Moss. 5-2 is Paster. There's 7-2 on 4. Redo. Mitchell Morrow for Keith DeSormo. 7-2 Lola Blarney. Colby Hernandez for Brad Cox. All 9 run. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Post time where Paster's a 2-1 favorite. So James Graham with Paster, Royal Blue Lime Sash. Cody Kellenberger with St. Gower. Adam Eskitza, the newcomer Poppy Hours in. Ready for St. Gower. Jose Riquelme, Novgorod the Great debuts. Now Singoer. Aubrey Green with Scotty Doesn't Know. Scotty Doesn't Know loaded. St. Gower joined. Kobe Hernandez with twice started Loda Blarney. Mitchell Murrell, redo a 5-race maiden. Just a couple of them back. Mika Meta with Contact Tracing. Pacer 5-2 favorite. Here's Contact Tracing. One more. Whittle Z, Francisco Arieta on the Saturday scoreboard here at the fairgrounds. All in line. The Robin sprinting. And Poppy Hour on debut was slow to go. Paster broke sharp. It's Paster from the rail for James Graham, out to lead after 1 furlong from in between horses. St. Goer, and right there, Scotty Doesn't Know. Farther out is Loda Blarney looking to gain that trio back of Paster, who beats them to the punch a half mile from home. So break it 2 to redo, running in 5th. The newcomer, Novgorod the Great, looking to gain ground from 6th. Contact Tracing is next. Some 10 lengths off the lead as they round the far turn. The trailers are slow starting Poppy Hour, and Whittle Z has dropped back to last. The quarter for Paster, 22.03 seconds coming toward the quarter pole. Paster leads Loda Blarney by 2 as these maiden 2-year-olds head for home. Novgorod the Great being ridden. Redo spun wide. Half mile in 45.56 with the rail. It's Paster into the final furlong and a half. Gets those left-handers while leading Loda Blarney by 3. 1 furlong out. Novgorod the Great. St. Goer battles toward the inside. Then on the far outside, Contact Tracing has come past Redo. Scotty Doesn't Know is next. Past the 16th. Paster kept together by James Graham. Paster, the son of California Chrome. Paster holding on 3/4 of a length. Second, tight, real close between St. Goer with Novgorod the Great. They fell 3/4 length behind a Paster. Contact Tracing finished 4th. One Paster. Data 5 was first. It is a photo for second. That's on the bob. Place photo, 111.91. Hold all. James Graham. Double on the card. Here for Tom Amos. Royal blue lime sash of owner Maggie Moss. Hello. Son of California Chrome. Out of a Bernstein mare. Gets off the mark in his 6th run. 8-5 favorite. 111.91. Second, Novgorod the Great. 30-1 was the place horse. A nose to 3, St. Goer. 31-1 on the show. 5 Contact Tracing. 9-2 4th. After race 6, 111.91. 8-5 favorite. Paster has beaten Novgorod the Great, St. Goer, and Contact Tracing 4th. Between St. Goer with Novgorod the Great. They fell 3/4 length behind a Paster. Contact Tracing finished 4th.
One in a tight photo between the 3 and the 6, but James Graham doing everything that he possibly could to keep this gelding going, and he does. You can see Paster on his wrong lead. He's tiring. These horses are coming to him. The 3 able to get that clear sailing there, and then gets a little bit tight for the 3 horse. Not sure that it really cost him much in the end, but the 6 horse hanging right there with him. But Jimmy Graham, well done. That victory for Maggie Moss and Tom Amos. Paster breaks his maiden at Fairgrounds. At Santa Anita, we're going to go through this post parade. 6.5 furlongs on the turf course out of that new chute. Tripoli is 3-1 for Horonis Racing. A horse that's going to be cutting back in distance from mile and an eighth efforts to the 6.5. So certainly we'll have the stamina Ray Ray is the number 2 horse for Mark Glatt, a son of City Zip, moving over to the turf course for the first time since his debut, sprinting 5/8 at Santa Anita. The Rule of Kings, Giovanni Franco for Ruben Gomez, hasn't raced in more than a year. His last race was a 9th here at Santa Anita on the 21st of June, 2019. Highly Distorted, the number 4 horse for Mike Pipey, a distorted humor gelding. He was a winner in his last race, breaking his maiden at Del Mar, but that was months ago. Appreciated the 5, 22-1 for Rafael Becerra. He returns to the turf for the first time since January. The 6-horse Quick Finish for Dan Blacker, a Vronsky gelding who should appreciate the step up and trip. He was closing, going 5.5 with Juan Hernandez. Johnny Velasquez gets the opportunity here today for Harris Farms. Club Aspen is the 7 for Craig Lewis. Another one coming off of a lengthy layoff, hasn't raced in 7 months, and he's only raced twice on the turf, one of which was a 3rd place finish. The 8 Preaching Trainer for Carla Gaines and Harris Farm. A Lucky Pulpit gelding, who's another one that looks like he could appreciate this distance. He comes on in these sprints, maybe a mile a touch too far for him, even though he did break his going a mile. You got to think that Preaching Trainer's a live runner in here with Joel Rosario. The 9 One Flew South for trainer Doug O'Neill. Giants Causeway Colt, who also should appreciate the step up and trip. Abel Cedillo in the saddle
is helpful. So just about every horse went back and forth several times along with the pony. They then went back to the main track because they have to travel down the chute of the main track to get back behind the starting gate, and that's where they are now to begin the loading process. I think you're probably going to hear a lot of noise, a lot of yelling. I can tell you just from experience, as you kind of approach something new with any horse, you want to send them forward towards that and really give them your confidence as well. Really excited to see this. Everybody handled their schooling sessions really well. We are going to back off and get out of the way here, as is the entire crew, as they get set to begin this single load process for the first effort down the new chute.
Highly Distorted is next to load. Appreciated going in. Mecklenburg. Quick Finish. And the favorite Anaconda to the outside. Anaconda goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. One Flew South is very fast, highly distorted, now up to take the lead, and opens up a length and a half. It's highly distorted to set the pace now. Wayne O on the far outside, and in front of him is One Flew South, now challenging the front runner. Quick Finish is racing along the inside. Anaconda is next. Mecklenburg follows him with Appreciated. Then it's Ray Ray. Preaching Trainer is about 9 or 10 lengths off the lead, followed by Tripoli, The Rule of Kings, and Club Aspen. It's highly distorted, loose by 2.5 lengths into the far turn. One Flew South is in second. On the outside of them comes Wayno. Mecklenburg is in fourth. Anaconda 4 wide around the far turn. Quick Finish saves some ground down at the rail. Another 2 lengths back comes Ray Ray, Appreciated between them. Preaching Trainer trying to launch a very wide bid, but he is picking up momentum. They're at the top of the stretch, and it's highly distorted by 2 lengths, chased intently by One Flew South. Center of the course, Quick Finish, finishing very strongly, and Tripoli coming through along the inside. They still have to get to highly distorted. Tripoli and Quick Finish. It's highly distorted, holding on, and highly distorted wins it in front-running fashion. Quick Finish was second. Tripoli finished third. Then One Flew South finishing fourth. And it was a photo for fifth between Appreciated and Anaconda.
Adjusting. We all love the downhill turf course, but I'm really excited that we now have all these new opportunities going 6.5 for these turf horses, and just a big moment on opening day here in 2020, a brand new turf shoe. Well done by everybody. Looking forward to seeing this race.
All right, and we'll see how this plays out. I mean, that bend, if you're down on the inside, you might get squeezed a bit there. There's no doubt taking a look at it. One of these horses, now it looks like 2 horses acting up midway through the field in the middle of the gate. There's a horse rearing up a bit. We will see from this perspective exactly who that is, if in fact they do it again. Might be the 5. Still a couple more to go in. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call. 6.5 out of the chute, the new chute on the turf course at Santa Anita.
Anaconda goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. One Flew South is very fast, highly distorted, now up to take the lead, and opens up a length and a half. It's highly distorted to set the pace now. Wayne O on the far outside, and in front of him is One Flew South, now challenging the front runner. Quick Finish is racing along the inside. Anaconda is next. Mecklenburg follows him with Appreciated. Then it's Ray Ray. Preaching Trainer is about 9 or 10 lengths off the lead, followed by Tripoli, The Rule of Kings, and Club Aspen. It's highly distorted, loose by 2.5 lengths into the far turn. One
Longshot moves up between horses to take over. More Than Unusual settles down in fourth, followed by Virginia Beach, who's at the rail. After a good beginning, Speak to Me of Summers mid-flight, just ahead of her American Giant. The race favorite Stunning Sky is third last, Wind Racer is second last, and the trailer is Ask Bailey. And the run around the first turn, it's Vigilante's Way on the inside, Blue Mistress keeping her company from the outside. They've opened 2. 2.5 on Mo of the West, who's clearly third. More Than Unusual is 3 wide. Virginia Beach is at the rail. 1.5 lengths to American Giant, followed by Speak to Me.
The field is now moving in line. The 2-1 favorite in the 10th race, number 2, Chessmaster, Jesus Castanon. Looks for another winner on today's card. Racing resumes tomorrow here at Tampa Bay Downs. And simulcast wagering remains open throughout the evening, including the latter part of the card from Santa Anita as they celebrate their opening day with the Malibu Stakes this afternoon. Wapiti Way next to move in line, and from the outside will be Fair Catch. He steps in, and we're ready to close it out for a Saturday afternoon at Tampa. They're at the post. And they're off. Away and running to an absolutely perfect start. Fair Catch. On the outside wins the break. There goes Chess Master. Shooting through now to challenge, and already far back in the early going is Midnight Blue Note. To the far turn they go. Fair Catch up on the outside, Chessmaster toward the rail. Then it's a break of 2. Rattlesnake Ridge now racing along third. 3 lengths farther back, Fox Rocks is down along the rail now, racing fourth. I'm a Wildcat on the outside, fifth. Then it's 3 lengths farther back. He's smoking now. Circling Horses and on the move, 6. Samard Strike right there between horses, 7th. Wapiti Way was checked sharply for racing room and now being passed by Midnight Blue Note, who's on the move, but a lot of work to do. And 3/16 of a mile to do it in is Fair Catch. Cuts the corner with the race to win or lose. Chessmaster battles back toward the rail now to be second. Here's Fox Rocks angling to the outside, and he's going best of all inside the final furlong from between horses. Fair Catch. Fox Rocks surging on the outside, and Chessmaster is there toward the rail. Down to the wire, Fair Catch. Fox Rocks lunging late, very, very tight. Fox Rocks might have got up under Ricardo Feliciano. If he did, he pays 6-1. Hold all mutual tickets, and that will be a photograph.
Forwardly placed. I think the one thing when you look through this field, and I thought that this morning when I was looking through it, was the amount of pace in here. I think the pace is going to be fairly honest because Timeless Rose is quick, In Good Spirits show some pace. Disobedient ended up laying closer to the lead last time.
About 1 mile loading up. Miguel Mena with In Good Spirits. Francisco Arrieta with Island Hideaway. James Graham, Teenage Kicks, drew 6. Angel Suarez with You Like This, Blue White Diamonds. Schonbridge Muhammad, Disobedient. Brian Hernandez Jr. passed the plate in the fuchsia with a black cap. Now Adam Esquitza would drop a hint like Timeless Rose, both for Gary Shearer. One more, Florent with Evelyn, about 1 mile. It's the first of 3 stakes in a row on our 12-race Fairgrounds card. They're in the gate. They're off in the Pago Hop Stakes. In Good Spirits broke sharp. You Like This, Disobedient. Right there is Drop a Hint with an early bid, and Evil Lynn in the black cap is also front rank and joins these as they head toward the clubhouse turn. It's Evil Lynn, who's taken the point now for Florent Giroux, leads In Good Spirits and Drop a Hint. Disobedient in the orange cap is running in 4th position as these 3-year-old fillies go to the back of the course, 6 furlongs to go. Island Hideaway in 5th. You Like This, a settled 6th against the rail. Brink of 5 more to Teenage Kicks. Then toward the inside is Timeless Rose, who's running in the back half of the field while past the plate has drifted back to last. The opening quarter in 24.13 seconds at the 4.5. It's Evil Lynn's lead. So Evil Lynn generates the pace to In Good Spirits. Drop a Hint in the green cap. Disobedient is running in 4th. Island Hideaway in 5th as they went past the half-mile pole. You Like This, past the plate. Timeless Rose and Teenage Kicks has drifted back to 9th and last. Half mile for Evil Lynn. 48.60 as they traverse the far side of the fairgrounds course. Evil Lynn, in good spirits, has been right there with the front runner coming toward the top of the stretch. Drop a hint. On the inside is Disobedient with behind horses. Island Hideaway and looking to gain on the far outside, trying to unwind as they come through the stretch 3/4 in 113 flat. It's Evil Lynn in good spirits. Island Hideaway, drop a hint. Disobedient, you like this, and pass the plate on the stand side. They come past the 16th. It's Evil Lynn who clings on. In good spirits, Gamely. Island Hideaway, and here's past the plate, finishing with a flourish on the wire. Past the plate with pizzazz in the Pago Hop. Right there with Evil Lynn, that's a faux toe finish. Next across with In Good Spirits, Photo in the Pago Hop. Photo finish. Pago Hop Stakes at 2020. It's a photo, hold all. $137.36. Stand by for the judge's verdict. Pass the plates win. 7-11-2-5-7. Pass the plate. 6-1 first. 11. Evil Lynn and Even Money was pipped at the post by Pass the Plate. 2 In Good Spirits, 5-1 third, and 5 Island Hideaway. 28-1 on the fourth. 137.36. BJ bags a double. Brian Hernandez Jr. for Silverton Hill LC. Tommy and Bonnie Hamilton and trainer Paul McGee. Pass the plate. At 6-1 prevailed. Longs to go. Island Hideaway in fifth. You like this, a settled sixth against the rail. Brink of 5 more, 2 Teenage Kicks. Then toward the inside is Timeless Rose, who's running in the back half of the field while Past the Plate has drifted back to
today's 50-cent late pick 4. Horses are entering the starting gate. Last 2 to go in will be Lion Love and Hunter's Hellcat. Waiting for Hunter's Hellcat. She's in. They're all in the gate. They're off. Towards the inside, Paulette showing speed in between horses. I Don't Want to Go moving up. And then on the outside, Louis P. and Be Authentic. Towards the inside, Melicity is next, followed up by Golden Lily. And then it's Lion Love and the early trailer as they make their way around the turn, Hunter's Hellcat. They move on to the backstretch. And on the outside, I Don't Want to Go up to take the lead. And as they set up for the run on the backstretch, I Don't Want to Go leads Paulette down along the rail. 3 wide is Louis P. Then in between horses and tight quarters, Melicity top 4 covered by 3 lengths. And then it's 2 more back to Golden Lily tracking from 5th. Hunter's Hellcat splitting horses 6, Tour inside Lion Love, Be Authentic 3 wide. They approach the half-mile pole. On the inside, Paulette. On the outside, I Don't Want to Go. Head and head, nose and nose for the lead as they move around the turn. Melicity needs racing room towards the rail. Then on the outside, Louis P. needs to do a bit more. Golden Lily is 5th, about 8 lengths behind the embattled leaders. Then on the outside, Hunter's Hellcat gets a crack of the whip to no avail. Then it's Be Authentic, and Lion Love looks for room in the back of the pack. Around the turn, they're in the stretch. Paulette has the lead. They straighten away for the final quarter mile. Paulette leads the way. Here's Melicity, now in the white cap, 2 off the rail coming on. Then I Don't Want to Go is next. Now Golden Lily switches to the outside and is gaining ground 4th. Now racing 3rd. Inside the final furlong, through it all, Paulette still has the lead. Racing in 2nd, Melicity. Golden Lily 3rd. On the outside, Lion Love coming on 4th. At the wire, Paulette wins it. Melicity 2nd, Golden Lily 3rd, tight for 4th between Hunter's Hellcat and Lion Love. In today's 7th race, 1, Paulette finished 1st. 2, Melicity was 2nd. 3, Golden Lily 3rd. 9, Hunter's Hellcat 4th. 1, 2, 3, 9, unofficial. The running time 1:43.82. Now returning as the official winner, 1, Paulette. Paulette owned by Amy Bowman, trained by Tony Mitchell. Jarrett Loveberry gets his 4th winner of the day. 4 winners today for jockey Jarrett Loveberry. Seventh race official, running time 1:43.82. It's official. Prices in a moment.
or visit mesobook.com.
Real players, real stories.
First, I saw the commercial, then my friend recommended Betfair, and I signed up that day.
On Betfair Casino, you can play your favorite casino games anywhere in New Jersey, including blackjack, roulette, slots, and more.
It's just so much fun.
When I play online, I prefer Betfair.
No long drives to the casino. No hassle.
If you're still driving to the casinos, save the gas and tolls. Put that money in your pocket.
Joining is easy. Go to betfaircasino.com or download the app and sign up today.
I saw the commercial on TV, downloaded the app, and within minutes I was playing.
And now, when you join, you can play your first day risk-free up to $200.
You sign up, you play your first day risk-free. How great is that?
I've played those other online casinos, but for me, Betfair is the best.
I wish I signed up earlier. It's just so much fun.
Join the fun today at Betfair Casino.
What could be better than standing one Triple Crown winner? Standing two.
Here comes American Pharaoh. Justified turning for home in front. And American Pharaoh has pulled. Justified. He's unstoppable. The 37-year wait is over. American Pharaoh. Justified has won the Triple
Crown. Roulette, slots, and more.
It's just so much fun.
When I play online, I prefer Betfair.
No long drives to the casino. No hassle.
If you're still driving to the casinos, save the gas. Put that money in your pocket.
Joining is easy. Go to betfaircasino.com or download the app and sign up today.
I saw the commercial on TV, downloaded the app, and within minutes I was playing.
And now, when you join, you can play your first day risk-free up to
He's won against Alders last time out. He broke the track record by 3/5 of a second. He's now in with his age group, and I think he's always been a two-turn horse. I think the further he goes, probably the better. This might be a tad short for him, but I like him as well. Frank Miramati with the call.
It's post time for the Grade 2 San Antonio Stakes. Extra Hope, Mucho Gusto, the last two. They're in the gate. Extra Hope a little fidgety. And they're off in the San Antonio. Take the 101. Here's Mucho Gusto sprinting up, and he will go out and battle for the lead. Extra Hope sits in the perfect spot third, and then it's Idle fourth outside of midcourt. Kiss Today Goodbye at the back of the field. Take the 101 a bit off the rail, leads it by about a length. Mucho Gusto is in second. At the rail, Idle is a joint third. Extra Hope is just outside of him, about 3 lengths off the lead. Then it's midcourt and Kiss Today Goodbye. 6 lengths covers them. Onto the backstretch they go. And it's Take the 101, leading by 3/4 of a length. Mucho Gusto keeps close in second, and then it's Idle along the inside with Extra Hope fourth, 2.5 lengths off the pace. Midcourt well off the rail. 2 more to Kiss Today Goodbye. Half-mile left to go in the San Antonio. Take the 101. Now Idle angles off the rail to come after him in second, and Mucho Gusto in the red colors third. Extra Hope is fourth, still 3 lengths off the lead, has to get closer now. 1.5 lengths to midcourt and Kiss Today Goodbye. Coming to the quarter pole, Take the 101. Mucho Gusto reclaims second, Idle third, Extra Hope, Kiss Today Goodbye, trying to rally on the inside of midcourt. They're at the top of the stretch. It's Take the 101, Mucho Gusto on the outside. Idle running a big race down at the rail, a furlong from the finish. Idle coming gamely. Here's Kiss Today Goodbye, finishing very strongly in the center of the track. And Kiss Today Goodbye swooping up on the outside, and he's going to run them all down. Kiss Today Goodbye beats Idle. Take the 101 and Mucho Gusto. Now Idle angles off the rail to come after him in second, and Mucho Gusto in the red colors third. Extra Hope is fourth, still 3 lengths off the lead, has to get closer now. 1.5 lengths to midcourt and Kiss Today Goodbye. Coming to the quarter pole, Take the 101. Mucho Gusto reclaims second, Idle third, Extra Hope, Kiss Today Goodbye, trying to rally on the inside of midcourt. They're at the top of the stretch. It's Take the 101, Mucho Gusto on the outside. Idle running a big race down at the rail. A furlong from the finish, Idle coming gamely. Here's Kiss Today Goodbye, finishing very strongly in the center of the track. And
Number 6, Singita Dreams. Her 2-turn races at Churchill were very good. The 9 furlong race, she won by 9. Then she was disqualified and placed second, going 1.25 miles, 2 back. The 1-turn mile, I think, last out, maybe a little bit too sharp for her. She's going to show tactical speed around 2 turns here. And again, longest shot on the board at 18-1, but a chance to get some black type.
Yeah, and that's, she's 2 for 4 at Fairgrounds. It's a short field. She likes the track. She's got plenty of foundation under her. You run third with a filly like this, First Samurai, a little pedigree here. It's a big deal.
This is the start of the late 50-cent traditional pick 5, Brian. And if I'm playing it, depending on the size of the budget, I'm just going to single, whoa, Nelly, and take my chances the rest of the way. You've got 3 horses in here. You could lock it up and use all 3 of them. You could use 2 of them, but you're going to save a lot of money budget-wise in your ticket if you decide to single one of the 3, and for me, it's Wonelli.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly, Joe. I don't think you do yourself any favors if you go 3 deep here. I like the speed of the 3. Beautiful Trauma. That's how I'd play it. Backup tickets with Whoa Nelly. You're really painting John Dooley in a corner here. I mean, he might have to come up with something.
Nobody paints John Dooley in a corner.
All right, but you're putting the pressure on, as you said, Whoa Nelly, quite a bit here.
Spanky Broussard's coming up next. It's a Whoa Nelly. It's Beautiful Trauma. It's Lady Apple, and the other 2, Long Pants Required, and also Singita Dreams, the 5 of them, heading out for the Joseph E. Spanky Broussard Memorial Stakes at the Fairgrounds. Best of luck and enjoy.
With 5 minutes to post time, Les Colanello bringing the horses onto the track for the 8th race, the Joseph E. Spanky Broussard Memorial. At 1 mile and 70 yards, a field of 5, scratch 4, Joy Epiphora, scratch the 4. 2 long pants required, 3 pounds over. Whoa, Nelly has drawn 1. The red and white quarters of Rick Porter's Fox Hill Farms Incorporated, trained by Larry Jones, the jockey Florent Giroux. Here's 2. 4 lawn chairs ZLCs. Long pants required, trained by Brendan P. Walsh, the jockey Jean Bertrand. Beautiful Trauma's drawn 3. Temperature filly, owned by Hoffman Family Racing LLC and Steve Landry. James Graham rides for the Tom Amos stable, scratch the 4. 5, Phoenix Thoroughbred 3 Limiteds, Lady Apple. Curlin filly, trained by Steve Asmussen with Adam Baskitza. And the 6, Rigney Racing LLC's Singita Dreams, trained by Philip Bauer and ridden here in the Spanky Broussard Memorial by Megamena. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta double pick 3, a stake to start off the 50-cent late pick 5. Early pick 5 today paid $21,725. 5 of 5 for the early pick 5. Late pick 5 starts here. Main track fast, Olsen Turf Course good. Woodchopper stakes after this. Less than 5 minutes to post time for the Spanky Broussard Memorial. Now 2 minutes to post time, 2 minutes. Nearing post time for the Spanky Broussard Memorial. Starts the 50-cent late pick 5. There's the favorite, Whoa Nelly. Orb filly, Florent Giroux for Larry Jones, Fox Hill Farms. Red and white quarters of Whoa Nelly is 4-5 favorite. It's 2-1 Lady Apple, Adam Skitza on the Curlin filly for Steve Asmussen. 3-1 Beautiful Trauma, James Graham with a couple of wins on the card. The Temperature filly for Tom Amos, the 3-time winner, Beautiful Trauma. 10-1 Long Pants Required. Bigger Rod Singita Dreams. 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Going down to the 1 mile 70-yard start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time for the Spanky Broussard Memorial. Loading, Whoa Nelly. The Orb filly, Florent Giroux for Larry Jones. Loaded even money favorite. Now Long Pants Required, Sean Bridgemahan for Brendan P. Walsh. Here's Beautiful Trauma, James Graham for Tom Amos, True 3. Lady Apple, Adam Skitza for Steve Asmussen. One More Singita Dreams, Miguel Mano for Philip Bauer. Fairground starter, Roberto Ramirez has the button in hand. 1 mile and 70 yards, they're in the gate. They're off for the Joseph E. Spanky Broussard Memorial. Lady Apple with Beautiful Trauma in the purple cap. Whoa Nelly holds the rail. Singita Dreams is posted wide as they enter the clubhouse turn, while Long Pants Required has drifted back to last with James Graham. It's Beautiful Trauma who's taken the top, leads Whoa Nelly by 3/4 of a length. So Beautiful Trauma out to lead them. Florent Giroux and Whoa Nelly right there in that second spot. Lady Apple is joined out wide by Singita Dreams. Recently joined third with 6 furlongs to go and a break of 5 more under the hands of Sean Bridgemahan. Long Pants Required trails the fillies quintet. The opening quarter for Beautiful Trauma, 24.18 seconds, 5 furlongs from home. Beautiful Trauma leads Whoa Nelly, who's running second by a length and a half. With Adam Eskitza, Lady Apple looks to draw in from third. Miga Meta and Singita Dreams is out deep on the track, running in fourth position, while still 5 clear from Long Pants Required. At 20-1, remaining last of the 5, they went past the half-mile pole in 47.44 seconds. They round the far turn, Beautiful Trauma, Whoa Nelly, right there poised on the outside as they come toward the top of the stretch. So Whoa Nelly to take on Beautiful Trauma as they come for home. Lady Apple, Long Pants Required, and Singita Dreams is last. Heads are turned for home. 3/4, 111.97. Whoa Nelly to the inside. Beautiful Trauma, 1 furlong to go with Lady Apple looking to pick them up. Long Pants Required and Singita Dreams past the 16th. It's the Orb filly. Whoa Nelly lifted to the lead by Florent Giroux and pulling clear from Beautiful Trauma and Lady Apple. Whoa Nelly to win the Spanky Broussard Memorial by 3.5. Beautiful Trauma was second, Lady Apple third, then Long Pants Required and Singita Dreams was last of the 5. Whoa Nelly in 143.68.
Track fast. One minute, just a minute. Close to starting time, less than a minute. Now they're at the starting gate for today's 8th race here at Hawthorne. Horses are entering the starting gate. Last two to go in will be Memory Bank and Big Man Bob. Waiting for Big Man Bob. Now they're all in the gate. They're up and running. Read the cliff notes out for the lead. There goes War Chest moving out. Kozan's Valentine from the outside. Still further out, Big Man Bob. You're Killing Me along the rail is next. And then it's Amended, followed up by Memory Bank in the early trailer as they turn on to the backstretch. I Had a Dream. And on to the backstretch they go. Read the cliff notes up by a length and a half. Kozan's Valentine out there in second. War Chest tucked in along the rail third. Big Man Bob out there fourth. In between horses, You're Killing Me fifth. The top five are covered by 4.5 lengths. 5 more back to find Amended. Then in between horses, I Had a Dream. Trailing the field, Memory Bank. They approach the half-mile pole. Read the cliff notes in that old so familiar position right on top, showing the way into the far turn. Kozan's Valentine on the outside second. Towards the inside, War Chest needs racing room third. Big Man Bob 3 wide fourth. In between horses, You're Killing Me fifth. I Had a Dream now moving sharply on the outside sixth. Far back are Amended and Memory Bank. At the top of the stretch, Read the cliff notes leads the way. Kozan's Valentine chasing second. Around the turn, they're in the stretch. Read the cliff notes comes off the turn. 2 on top. Now 3 on top. Kozan's Valentine chasing second. Here's War Chest closing out in the center of the track. And then towards the inside, You're Killing Me. Followed up by I Had a Dream. Read the cliff notes is going to win again. Read the cliff notes drawing away. Read the cliff notes 1 by 7. Kozan's Valentine second. You're Killing Me third. I Had a Dream fourth. In today's 8th race, 8, Read the cliff notes finished first. 11, Kozan's Valentine second. 2, You're Killing Me was third. And number 9, I Had a Dream fourth. 8-11-2-9. It's unofficial. Running time 140.29. The 8th race is official. Running time 1:40.29. It's official. More in a moment. Returning with his 4th win in a row at Hawthorne, here's 8, Read the Cliff Notes. Read the Cliff Notes, owned by Cherrywood Racing, Stable 2 of Michelle Boyce. Also owned by Terry Biondo and Laura Donahoe. Michelle Boyce, the winning trainer. Edgar Perez, the winning rider. Read the Cliff Notes, an Illinois fold 5-year-old gelding by Read the Footnotes out of the Lil E.T. mare, Lil Cora T. Prices in a moment.
Tiger, it pays to own a Calbred. Race number 8 at Santa Anita. The field coming out for post parade. It is the Grade 1 La Brea. And as Scott Hazelton mentioned, one of the top trainers in the country, Steve Asmussen, who does not have a division out here regularly, has made the trip out to opening day here at Santa Anita with some big horses. Brittany Ayrton is with him.
Trainer Steve Asmussen in town for opening day here at Santa Anita. Finite in the Grade 1 La Brea. We'll start with her. 7 furlongs can really be a separator for some of these horses. How do you think it suits her?
Well, she's an extremely talented filly. I think her run in the Ravens run at 7 furlongs, was
And she's like, no, this is what I want to do. Run short on the dirt. Let me do it.
Yeah, she was beaten considerably there in the Santa Anita Oaks. You might remember last summer. But to be fair in that race, I mean, Swiss Skydiver and Speech, they went 11 lengths in front of everybody.
Yeah, they're and those two horses are, they would knock the doors down on a lot of these.
I would think as much. Approaching $850,000. We just saw the Claire Vitch motivated seller. And then again, there's Fair Maiden again. What's your assessment of this one?
I will say I'm not thrilled with how warm she got in the walking ring. When she came out here, they had obviously scrubbed her off, but she had a lot of lather between her legs. However, she does appear to be a little bit calmer now that she's on the racetrack, so that's good. And I just want to point out real quick, Pete, if you're talking about...
Where they lose a shoe. She's been idle since then. I think the other key, coming back here to one turn is going to be good for her. And like you said, she's beaten Murneath and Provocation when she... won that allowance race at Del Mar. So she's got the form if she can get away cleanly. And even her run in the Torrey Pines went behind Harvest Moon. I mean, that's a filly that was very sharp for trainer Simon Callahan. She won like 3 in a row, including the Zenyatta, and she ended up being 4th in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. So if she's back to her best, Secret Keeper is a great price at 10 to 1, 9 to 1, now 8.
With a filly that absolutely loves to win races, 6 for 11 lifetime. She's really the one to beat in here, without a doubt. Motivated Seller is out of a miler, so she should be able to get the extra distance. And watching the way Chad has been training her in the mornings in her workouts, he has not been really focusing on stamina. So that gives me an indication that he thinks that she can get the trip, the 7 furlongs here. And she was beaten by Merneith in her last start. Finally, Golden Principle.
Bob Baffert, who has a record 7 La Brea victories in here. What do you think of Chad Brown? Deciding to essentially come back out and face Bob Baffert again, amongst others out here with Motivated Seller.
It's post time for the Grade 1 La Brea. They're about to move in. Race fans, MyRacehorse.com makes owning a racehorse affordable. With the ability to purchase microshares into some of the top horses in the country, you can compete at the highest level for a fraction of the cost. Visit MyRacehorse.com and find out how thousands of racing fans are becoming owners. Loading in for the La Brea. Provocation is set to take up her position. Himiko. Himiko guided into the gate. Here's Motivated Seller. Secret Keeper, Fair Maiden, and the last one will be Golden Principle. Finite is also awaiting her turn. Golden Principle going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. Very clean beginning. Fair Maiden, Motivated Seller, Golden Principle on the outside, all flashing plenty of early speed. Here is the very quick Biddy Duke now, and Biddy Duke takes over as they get to the main track. Merneith is down on the inside, now racing a joint second, and just behind this group is Secret Keeper, 3 lengths off the pace. They're followed by Fair Maiden, who's now toward the back of the field. Then comes Provocation racing in between horses. Princess Mo is next, and Finite will have to pass them all. They've left the half-mile pole with Biddy Duke in charge by 3/4 of a length. Merneith at the rails, Secret Keeper between them, and Motivated Seller on the outside. Then Golden Principle, Fair Maiden is racing between rivals in the blue, just 4 lengths off the leader. Down on the inside, Himiko is next, racing 3 in front of Provocation. Finite is underway. She'll be wide, but rallying now. Has about 8 lengths to make up. 4 clear of Princess Mo. It's a wide open race at the top of the stretch. Golden Principle, Fair Maiden in the center of the track is finishing very strongly now. These two square off at the 8th pole. Golden Principle, Fair Maiden. Fair Maiden runs right on by, handridden at the rail. Merneith is in third. Finite too late. It's Fair Maiden and Ricky Gonzalez to win the La Brea. Golden Principle was second. Merneith finished third. Then it was a photo among Finite, Provocation, and Secret Keeper.
Stidham with Angel Suarez. 6, Paradise Farms Corpse, Dynamite Drive. Trained by Mike Maker. In the iron, Sean Bridgmahan. The 7 is Top Drawer, owned by Brian L. Grunder. Trained by Kenny Roberts Sr. with Francisco Arrieta. 8, Stallion Air Enterprises LLC's Doc Boy. Mike Stidham trains with Florent Giroux, Scratch 9. 10, Telephone Talker is owned by Ken and Sarah Ramsey. 1 of 3 in here, trained by Mike Maker, written by Adam Mesquitza. 11, Susan Moulton's Stanford, trained by Wayne Catalano. Marcelino Pedroza rides. 12, Richard and Karen Boyer and Rick Ren's Victory Boulevard, trained by Bobby Barnett with Miguel Mena. And 13, Dixiana Farms LLC's Oak Hill. This is called trained by Al Stoll Jr. with Colby Hernandez. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, double pick 3, Woodchopper Stakes to start the late pick 4. Turf good, rail at 7 feet, 3 minutes to post time. Two minutes to post. 2 minutes. Now 1 minute to post time for the Woodchopper Stakes. Starts the 50-cent late pick 4 on good turf, 3-2 on Pixelate. Angel Suarez for Mike Stidham, leading owner Godolphin. It's 3-2 on Pixelate. Now 9-2, Bodie Cream. James Graham with a couple of wins on the card. That 1 of 3 for Mike Maker. 9-2, Bodie Cream. There's 6-1 for Spanish Kingdom. Brian Hernandez Jr. Eyeing a hat trick on the day for Joe Sharp, Spanish Kingdom. There's 7-1, Telephone Talker and Oak Hill. 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time for the Woodchopper Stakes. They're going in. Mitchell Morrow with Pit Boss. Francisco Arrieta with Top Drawer. James Graham with Bodie Cream. Loading up Jack Gilligan with Jack the Umpire. Yellow Navy chevrons. About 1 mile. Schwanbridge Mahan with Dyna Drive. Florent Giroux with Duck Boy going in. Spanish Kingdom, Brian Hernandez Jr. with a couple of wins on the card. Adam Mesquitza with Telephone Talker, like Dyna Drive and Bodie Cream. Those three for Mike Maker. Angel Suarez and Pixelate is in. Marcino Pedroza with Stanford, Blue Gold Sleeves. Miguel Mena with Victory Boulevard. It's a 5-time winner. And one more. Colby Hernandez with Oak Hill. Stolson Turf Course here rated good rail at 7 feet. The Pango Hop Fillies went in 137.36. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Woodchopper Stakes. And there's Bodie Cream straight to the front from a settled Jack the Umpire. Moving up between horses. Duck Boy, also right there is Telephone Talker, and Oak Hill also prominent as they vie for this lead heading into the clubhouse turn. It's Bodie Cream with in between horses. Duck Boy and Oak Hill 3 deep out to the stretch. Jack the Umpire up the near side, running in 4th with 6 furlongs to go. Telephone Talker is in 5th. Spanish Kingdom in 6th. Then comes Pixelate in the Godolphin Blue in 7th at the 5.5. Toward the rail is Pit Boss, who's next as they go up the back of the course. Victory Boulevard is posted wide from Stanford. Blue Gold Sleeves closer to the near side while racing 2 clear from Dyna Drive and well back to Top Drawer. The opening quarter in 24.81 seconds. They head past the half-mile pole and Bodie Cream leads the 3-year-old dozen through 4 furlongs in 49.25 seconds. It's Bodie Cream who's in front of a tracking Duck Boy. Jack the Umpire has been saving ground. 3 furlongs to go with Oak Hill strutting up on the outside. Telephone Talker running in 5th. Pixelate picking up for Angel Suarez on the far outside has the Royal Blue. Spanish Kingdom is right there too. It's Bodie Cream who leads them at the turn-in. Victory Boulevard. Pit Boss toward the inside with Stanford. Dyna Drive and an outpaced Top Drawer. 3/4, 113.92. It's Bodie Cream holding on to a short lead. 1 furlong out. Charging as Duck Boy, Jack the Umpire. Pixelate on the outside is Dyna Drive who's picking up steam. They come past the 16th. It's Pixelate. Bodie Cream. Dyna Drive on the outside. It's Pixelate. Pixelate to win the Woodchopper Stakes. Driven out from Bodie Cream with Dyna Drive right there too. Pixelate has won it. Photo finish in the Woodchopper. 137.47. Phillies went at 137.36. And the Royal Blue of Godolphin. They top the owners' leaderboard here at the fairgrounds this season. Angel Suarez, Mike Stidham, and the Royal Blue of Godolphin. Pixelate. Bodie Cream, Dyna Drive, 137.47. We're standing by for the full running order from the judges after the Woodchopper Stakes. 5-2-6-4, Spanish Kingdom 4th. 5 Pixelate 8-5 favorite first, 2 Bodie Cream. 5-2 second, 6 Dinah Drive. 16-1 third, and 4 Spanish Kingdom getting into the frame. Angel Suarez for Mike Stidham, a Godolphin win. Pixelate in the Woodchopper. Who's picking up steam? They come past the 16th. It's Pixelate. Bodie Cream. Dinah Drive on the outside. It's Pixelate. Pixelate to win the Woodchopper Stakes. Driven out from Bodie Cream with Dinah Drive right there too. Pixelate has won it.
Godolphin striking again here on this Saturday, December 26th. They take the La Brea, now they take the Woodchopper Stakes with Pixelate, who comes off the turn about sitting in about 6th at the top of the stretch and is able to kick on and get this win here nicely for trainer Michael Stidham.
Very nice win here from off the pace, and gets the right setup here. And this is a game called by City Zip. I mean, ultra consistent, very rarely misses a beat here, shows up each and every time, and just drops the head down at exactly the right time. 5-2-6-4 in the Woodchopper, Todd.
We will have
Ed DeRosa back with you. It's been a week, a little less than a week, I guess, since racing ends around 10, and it's 6 right now, but 164 hours since our last live race at Turfway Park, and good to be back for this 8-race card post-Christmas, but plenty of holidays left. Hope you've had a happy holiday season. Looking forward, of course, to 2021, but more importantly, short-term, looking forward to some winners here at Turfway Park. And we're going to kick things off with who I do think is one of the more likely winners on the card, and that is number 10, Can't Say No. We are saying yes to this one, 7-5 currently, and that to me, maybe a little light from a win betting perspective. I'm not sure I would go to the well at that price, but in the pick 5, we do like some prices elsewhere, and I think this is one that you could lean on. I think this is one of the more narrow races for me, and Can't Say No gets the top nod. And really two variables in this one's direction that I really latched onto. Number one, he is the top-ranked prime power horse in the field. Number two, he already has a race over the track December 9th here at Turfway. Engaged, came within a length of the lead, and then faded a bit in the stretch, beaten 2.5 lengths, but a decent effort, I thought, against $8,000 claimers, and now in for 5. The prime power is important because it has a positive ROI, flat bet profit on prime power through the first 3 weeks of the meet. And that Turfway angle is important as well. Smaller sample size than the prime power, but a flat bet profit as well for any horse who's had a race over the brand new Tapeta. So those two things certainly give me additional confidence, but all the other stuff you get out of the PPs is adept as well. Corrales up for Ravelli, speed ratings very competitive against this group, et cetera, all adds up to me, one of the more likely winners, not only of this race, but on the day. That's number 10, Can't Say No, which apparently, you see I have 11 on top, and I apologize for the typo in the room, but Newsbox is my second selection. Sorry about that. I will say, though, for those who have seen the grid at Turfway Park on Twitter, I am using 10 and 11. So I am doubling up here because I do like the 11 as well, Newsbox, but this is by far my narrowest race in the early pick 5 sequence. I'm just using 2 of them. I do have number 10, Can't Say No on top. Number 11, Newsbox. Quick work there. Thank you, gentlemen. Number 11, Newsbox is the other horse I like. Ran a 79 versus that speed rating last out. That was at Churchill going 6.5. Now back to 6, where it does have 3 wins along with 7 seconds and 3/3 from 20 starts at this distance. Also is 2 for 4 on the synthetic. So I think Newsbox fits this group as well, especially considering coming out of starter allowance and optional claimer $10,000 level. Has done some shipping this year. Keeneland, then Mountaineer, then Churchill. Now back to Turfway, where it does have those 2 wins on the poly track. This is the Tapeta, but I do think Newsbox dropping, well, when I was growing up, it used to be a quarter in the slot. I think it's a lot more for a newspaper, but hopefully we'll make a lot more with this one at 5 to 1. I'm struggling with, at these prices, who I actually like. I put the 10 on top, 3 to 1 morning line. The 11 at 6 to 1 is probably the better value, admittedly, and I'm cutting into some equity using both in the pick 5. But as I said, I do have some prices in races 2, 3, and 4 that I'm hoping to get through and willing to be narrow here. But Newsbox off that 79 last out and a few lower 80s to run back to is definitely, for me, the biggest win threat to our top pick, number 10, Can't Say No. It does bring us to our third pick. It's the 9 P Club, and a big price here for Scoot and Boot. Perry Utes up, and don't see as a big win threat. I am not going any deeper than 10 or 11 in the pick 5. So even if the 9 were to win, I'd be out of the pick 5. But I do think P Club is a horse that you can use underneath the 2 logicals, and does need to find some improvement to probably even get in the thick of it underneath, but does have a race at Turfway with Perry up. So I see that certainly as a positive, and does have some big races to run back to in its career. Now, this is an 8-year-old gelding. Maybe those races are behind him. But the race here at Turfway last out, Schultz and Zip was in the thick of it before backing out of it against condition claimers. These are open claimers, but this one's a hard knocker. And I do think 6 furlongs, maybe suits this one better than a lot of those turf sprints and the turf routes recently. So we'll take a shot with the horse who has some synthetic form. 25 to 1 on P Club. The key for me underneath those top 2 selections. But once again, in the pick 5, I'm going to just lean on numbers 10 and 11. We do have rolling pick 3s here at Turfway, so maybe that's where you can pepper in some other prices. Number 8 at 12 to 1, I thought a little bit interesting. Calculated risker 5 to 1 on the morning line, playing much higher here. Does have the 83 at Monmouth, cutting back in distance here. Might be interesting on the cutback. But on top, it's pick 5 time at Turfway, 10 and 11. Good luck.
And the horses are up on the track for the first of 8 here on this Saturday from Florence, Kentucky for Turfway's first race. In the opener, overweight on the 5, the rider 1 over, take out the 13 and 14. Open 5 claimers to travel 6 furlongs in the opener here. Win, place, show, exacta, try, superfecta. Daily double, pick 3, and starts the 50-cent pick 5. Current pool you'll see on your screen there, closing in on $33,000. Post time in 7 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a change being announced for the first time, and it affects you. Those of you playing the pick 5, there is a change being announced in race number 4. In the 4th race, we have a change of jockey for number 3 going to Temple. Make the rider Eddie Zuniga. 4th race, number 3 going to Temple will now be ridden by Eddie Zuniga. Late scratch in the opener, number 1, Midnight Bolt, has been scratched by the stewards on orders of the state veterinarian. Again, in race 1, we have a late scratch. Number 1, Midnight Bolt, has now been scratched by the Board of Stewards on recommendation of the state vet. Once again, number 1, Midnight Bolt, has been scratched by the stewards on orders of the state vet. The horses are approaching the gate. Still time, just about a minute to make any exchanges or changes to your tickets containing the 1 Midnight Bolt. As far as the pick 5 goes, you get the final race favorite. All other wagers refunded. Again, number 1, Midnight Bolt, late scratch from race 1.
You should like the distance, and I would agree with that. And she's so leggy. She just looks like to appreciate the added distance that she gets today. She has those big kind of bounding strides. She did look a little green to me in some of her replays. She's only run 3 times so far, so she is learning with each and every step. And this is a new circumstance for her, having shipped out here, but she's been handling things beautifully today, cool, calm, and collected up here at the top of the hill. So now this is kind of the final stage of the warm-up, and you can hear the outrider there in the red vest give the call. It is time to head down to the gate here for the Grade 1 American Oaks. Todd, I'm going to echo the sentiments of our other analysts. Capital structure on top for me, and I give Red Lark a big chance at a price as well.
Well, and that other analyst is you, Scott Hazelton. So I did ask you, in the sense I was asking you amongst the Chad Brown horses, but ultimately is Capital Structure, Scott, going to be your top pick for the Grade 1 American Oaks?
Yeah, I think she sits in a nice trip. I think that she probably won't be all that far back from sharing and have her and her stablemate in their sights. I mean, it's always an opportunity to try to get prices on horses when they're trying a stakes company for the first time, and you would hope that there'd be a better price associated with this filly, but that's not the case because it's Chad Brown and she's shipping out here. Joel Rosario in the saddle as well.
2 and 3. Will Knows shows the favorite, can't say no by just about a neck. News Box is 3 wide and hard used to keep after those 2 leaders. Voluble, well in hand from the inside 4th. Up in the outside, Most Mischief as they race towards the top of the home stretch. Will Knows will cut the corner, but Can't Say No is gaining ground to the outside. Can't Say No, the 10-time winner, is coming at him and coming on. Will Knows by the furlong grounds has a neck lead, but there goes Can't Say No up and after the lead. Voluble is up into second. They're inside the final 16th. Can't Say No reaching up and after the lead, and Can't Say No, now an 8-time synthetic winner, wins by just better than a length. There was a photo for second between Will Knows and late running Voluble. The running time for the 6 panels was 1:10 and 1. Can't Say No, now a 11-time winner.
Fair and square, and I shouldn't hold that against it, but I'm going with Red Lark and Neige Blanche to the outside. Snow White going to be my price play in here at 15 to 1. I think she's going to put up a good effort. Now she's had a little bit of time since that effort at Belmont.
Well, it has been asked many times, especially now with the new turf chute, will they ever race down the hill again? And his management will tell you they still do. And it's races like this, the unique layout of the 1.25 miles where they start on that hill and then come back around towards us. The Grade 1 American Oaks. It is post time. Sharing returning to the site of the biggest win of her career, the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Turf, but she has not won a Grade 1 since. Trying to change that right now. Let's go up to track announcer Frank Marimati, the Grade 1 American Oaks, 1.25 miles over the firm turf here at Santa Anita, live on TVG.
They're in the gate. And they're off in the American Oaks. Sharing began well, going to Vegas. Duopoly is in between them. Luck Money is close up in the early stages, too. Miss Addie Prey is next. Right next to her is Capital Structure, about 6 lengths off the early speed. Luck Money is now just outside of that rival. Red Lark is toward the back of the field, followed by Geety, and at the back is California Kook. By the stands with Duopoly setting the tempo, leading by 1.5 lengths. Sharing on a nice hold in second, 2 clear of going to Vegas. Then it's Neige Blanche on the outside of Miss Addie Prey. Capital Structure, 8 lengths off the lead. Luck Money is just outside of her. Then comes California Kook, who's 3 wide into the turn. Red Lark is second to last, and Geety at the back. Duopoly, unchallenged, leads it by 2 lengths. Sharing continues to track nicely in second. Going to Vegas is clearly third. Neige Blanche fourth. Then Miss Addie Prey down on the inside. Capital Structure on a tight hold between rivals. Luck Money is just covering her. Another 1.5 lengths back to California Kook. Racing on the outside of Red Lark and Geety. Not much change. Half-mile left to go in the Grade 1 American Oaks, with Duopoly to catch, leading by 1.5 lengths to Sharing in second. Going to Vegas, Miss Addie Prey, Neige Blanche. Luck Money gets some clear sailing on the outside. Capital Structure is down on the fence looking for racing room. California Kook, black colors outside of her, then Red Lark and Geety. Coming to the quarter pole, Duopoly tackled now by Sharing, going to Vegas outside of them. Miss Addie Prey, Neige Blanche is next. They're a furlong from the finish, and Duopoly is still running strongly on the lead. Has it by 1.5 lengths to Sharing in second. Outside going to Vegas, Duopoly powerful on the front end, and Duopoly coast to coast in the American Oaks. Going to Vegas, a giant second. Photo for third between Red Lark and Capital Structure with Sharing between them.
Duopoly and Flavien Prat for trainer Chad Brown and Clairvich Stables take the field gate to wire in the Grade 1 American Oaks. Simon, this was a brilliant ride by Flavien Prat. Just look at those fractions early. Opening quarter mile, 24 4, half 49 3. By the time they got to the 3/4 and 1:14 4, it was over.
Certainly was, and I mean the old cliche, pace makes the race. This horse was unchallenged for the whole 1.25 mile trip down the hill, around the turf course, and crossing the wire, and was the bigger price of the 2 Chad Brown runners here. 6 to 1 for the Keeneland grad. Duopoly ridden by Flavien Prat, Clairvich Stables, and Chad Brown. Impressive performance, Scotty.
It most certainly was, and big grade one for a filly, always important moving forward. Well done to Chad Brown and Seth Klarman's Klarovich Stables. We are live at Fairgrounds for race number 10. This 10th race does start the late daily double. State-bred fillies, A Other Than Company, going 6 furlongs. As you can see on the main track, they're just trying to get the 2-horse For Real Alice into the starting gate right now, and then waiting also on a few others in here. I thought the 9 Dance Away has a big look in here, the Tisway filly, who's run a couple of good races, and I think if she can settle down the backstretch unlike what she did last time out, if she's figured things out with the addition of blinkers with Grant Forrester as her conditioner, I think that Dance Away, the 9, should run a big one. Let's find out what happens. To call the race, John Dooley.
Here's Kieran's Creed. Dance Away, now the outright 2-1 favorite to take out this state-bred fillies mare sprint with 2 back. Marcelino Pedrosa now with Baluk. One more. Dance Away, James Graham for Grant Forster at 6 furlongs. It's our 10th of 12 on the day. All in line. They're off, and Baluk caught a flyer coming out to the gate there. Sharp start for Baluk. Sucker for a grain to the inside. There goes Money Well Spent, who dashes from the rail for Sean Bridgebahan to just get to the front from fast starting Baluk. With Caramel Latte vying for third, with on the outside Star Prado in the green cap and sleeves. For Real Alice looks to gain up the near side. Then comes Mandolin Star. Dance Away is posted wide, some 6 from the front, followed to the inside by Kieran's Creed, and Sucker for a Gray trails the state-bred sprint. The quarter 22.87 as they roll to 3 furlongs from home. Money Well Spent just leads. Star Prado midpoint on the turn with Baluk third. Caramel Latte being driven in 4th. Dance Away is a wide 5th. And we've had a spill there. We've had a spill. That was Caramel Latte. Went down at the 5/16. Caramel Latte went wrong. Unseated Mitchell Murrell. And a scary spill there on the turn. It's Money Well Spent, who leads Star Prado past the 8th pole. Then comes Dance Away, Baluk, and For Real Alice. They're close to home with Sean Bridgebahan. It's Money Well Spent. Money is well spent to win it. Money Well Spent won by 5. Dance Away was second for Real Alice, and Star Prado finished 4th.
It's the 1 in the 10th at Fairgrounds to start the late pick 3, but obviously thoughts, concerns with the fallen horse and rider. That was the 5 Caramel Latte. That was Mitchell Murrell in the saddle. Any details that we can gather from New Orleans, Louisiana, we'll pass them along, and we'll be back here on TVG.
They say with some horses, you can just tell. You can take one look at them and you know they're different. That they're built to be faster than all the others, more successful, more majestic.
the gap just a bit. 16th pole, Run Happy is simply super. He polishes off an outstanding campaign with a dominant victory in the Malibu.
It was a 2015 season like.
Close to starting time, less than a minute. Now they're at the starting gate for today's 10th race here at Hawthorne, and horses are entering the starting gate. Two more left to go in, waiting for Low Cash, also waiting for Majestic Raj. Waiting now for Majestic Raj. Jarrett Loveberry looking for 5 winners today. Now they're all in the gate. They're off. Slow start for Driveline, came away last. On the inside, Majestic Glance out for the lead. April's Gem right there, hustling up on the far outside, Cookin' Roses. Between horses, Quiet Drama is 4th. Then it's a 5-length gap, hustling up 5th on the outside goes Sunday Attack. Then in between horses, Polly Warcry. Moving up next is Driveline. Then towards the inside, Emma's Twinkling Star. 3 more back to Low Cash Racing in 9th. Bezel set out there 10th. Towards the inside 11th is Silver and Lace. And trailing the field is Majestic Raj. They come to the top of the stretch. On the inside, it's Stolen Glance on a short lead. Moving up on the outside, on the far outside comes Quiet Drama 3 wide. Around the turn, they're in the stretch. Stolen Glance, Quiet Drama out in the center of the track. Dropping back, Cookin' Roses towards the inside. Closing ground now comes April's Gem. And then it's Driveline, and on the far outside, Low Cash. A 16th to go. Stolen Glance is drawing away. Quiet Drama Racing second. Towards the inside, April's Gem. They're all chasing Stolen Glance in the nightcap. Stolen Glance, 1 by 5. Quiet Drama second. April's Gem third. Tight for 4th between Low Cash and Driveline.
Around midnight was bred by Jam Ltd. in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Catching up with our winning rider afterwards, Brittany Erden.
Duopoly takes a Grade 1 American Oaks in front running fashion with winning rider Flavian Pratt. Her tactics were to no surprise, but were you surprised that no one was really pressuring you the entire way?
A little bit. I thought maybe on the backside somebody was going to hook up with me, but lucky enough nobody did, and we had a pretty nice trip, and she really kicked home.
She appeared really comfortable out there, ears pricking back and forth, but the distance was a question. When you were coming down the stretch, how much did you know you had left?
Well, I mean, she was full of herself. Like I said, I was traveling perfect. And when I asked her, she really kicked home. So, yeah, after that, the distance, she never ran the distance yet, but I guess Chad Brown, he doesn't come out here just to run.
No, he does not. He comes out to win. So he chalks up another Grade 1 in Southern California. You're about to ride Collusion Illusion in the Grade 1 Malibu. Just your thoughts on him?
He's training well. It's going to be a good race, I think. It's going to be interesting to see how he fit against those two horses.
It's a salty field. Good luck to you and congratulations.
Thank you.
And here are the current odds of the Grade 1 Run Happy Malibu. The two horses that Flavian Pratt is talking about are two favorites. Nashville, with that undefeated 3-for-3 record, truly untested, no one been in his same air. And then Charlatan at 5-2 was undefeated until disqualified through a judicial decision in the Arkansas Derby, but no doubt about his talent, having broken his maiden here at Santa Anita sensationally 6 furlongs in 108.4. It was Charlatan who had Derby fever for his connections in this season, but what California horses are looking to next year in the Kentucky Derby? We'll have a report as part of our coverage from opening day at Santa Anita when we return.
Authentic makes his move, and so does Honor AP on the outside. Honor AP coming with a big, powerful, sweeping move on the outside of Authentic. And Odor there in the final furlong, and Honor AP runs right by Authentic. And Odor at the rail, and Rushy, a 16th to go. Honor AP a length and a half. Authentic, Rushy running on late. It will be Honor AP, a very impressive winner of the Run Happy Santa Anita Derby.
Sorry about that. My kids think they're funny. You definitely do not want to use both horses when playing the pick 4 here. 5-2, 9-5, probably a lot closer at post time. You're doubling the cost of your ticket, and I fell into that trap in the opening leg of the pick 5, but the small takeout, the extra leg, and maybe some prices in legs 3 and 4, I allowed myself to double up. I'm not going to make that mistake here in the pick 4. I would lean on Hemp Heaven in this race. But all that said, Town Agenda certainly makes a lot of sense at this level. 7,500 maiden claimer, raced against that type last time and came from way out of it to be a runner-up behind Nip and Tuck, and also has a bothered start designation, which is why it was so far back. But is typically further back, so I'm not sure how much out of his game he was. But reason to think he could improve. Not only because of dropping to that level and running well overall, but it did come on the Tapeta here. And as we noted in race number 1, positive ROI for horses making their second start here at Turfway on the new Tapeta surface. Also, you do get Deshaun Parker up, very good rider here, and congratulations to him on his George Wolf nomination, George Wolf Award, very prestigious among riders, and good to see Deshaun getting some love for that. Best of luck for him on that award. Town Agenda, maybe the one to beat of those who have run, but too short for me to lean on with our top pick, and I am going to prefer Hemp Heaven here between the two. I do think there are some options underneath. I have number 9 picked third, but I would say numbers 8 and 9 right there, sort of on that next tier after the logical 2. The 9 is the longer price, so happy that I have him ranked 3rd versus 2nd. That's Beat Duke, Rocco Bowen up for Vicky Oliver, and this horse has a pretty decent race 3 back, which was against 50,000 claimers, going that tricky short stretch mile at Keeneland. Now 3 races after that, raced at Turfway last time. Again, a positive ROI stat for those who have run.
A win by 12, a win by 4, and then that nice win last time out. Independence Hall, if you're looking for something outside the top 2, would be the horse for me at 6-1.
Christina, Charlatan obviously has so much talent, but he's also had a lot happen since his Arkansas Derby, aside from the disqualification, having to go to the sidelines with an ankle issue. Is this really an ideal spot for him to step up off a laugh and face a horse like Nashville? Would you have your concerns off the long laugh?
I think it's a tough spot to come back for him, especially when you consider the early speed that Nashville Nashville has. And for Charlatan, he's shown that type of tactical speed in his career. But when you're facing a horse that is one of the fastest we've seen in years.
Okay, we have a bit of a technical issue with Christina's microphone. We'll work that out. I want to go back to the story of Nashville, Scott Hazelton. The Connections had before them, after a win at Keeneland at the fall meet, a chance to go to the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and no one would have faulted them. They opted to go to the Perryville, and the way it was explained later is, well, yeah, we could have gone to the Breeders' Cup Sprint, but we always knew there was still another Grade 1 on the year, and that was the Malibu. Here they sit at 4-5, but looking back at it, they clearly could have won the Breeders' Cup Sprint. They went faster that day, set the track record going 6 furlongs. What do you make of the decision with everything that has happened since that time?
I think it's just gone to plan, because even after his win at Keeneland, the win that was the follow-up to his debut, so his second start in that blowout win where he did it as easy as he did in the Perryville, I had a conversation with Scott Blassie and said, what's the plan here? And it was, obviously it was going to be a quick turnaround to get to that weekend. He says, well, the Malibu's the goal, so that was always the goal. And it takes me back to the conversation too that we had with Elliott Walden right after his workout at Keeneland, getting ready for whatever race he was going to go to. It was going to be, we've got the Malibu. We think we can stretch this horse out. They weren't looking right now. They've got big picture thoughts here with this colt by Speightstown Brittany. So this has really all come together like they've planned with a horse like Nashville.
Well, off the layoff, it came all together for Independence Hall, joined by trainer Michael McCarthy. Michael, when he was with Michael Trombetta, he had a reputation of being a bad boy, and he would kind of lose his mind prior to the race. Since you've had him, what have you noticed?
He thought about it a time or two today. I guess that's pretty much just him. We've schooled him several times here over the last 10 days. He's been like a lamb every time we've brought him over. Obviously today, horses in the paddock, everyone around here, he knows it's game day. Horse is doing very well, acting very well.
It's a small field, but this is a quality field. Where do you feel he fits against the likes of Nashville and Charlatan from what you've seen?
Yeah, a lot of talk, obviously, about Charlatan and Nashville. Both horses very, very good. I thought Nashville's performance Breeders' Cup weekend was electrifying. He won't catch the same kind of racetrack today that he caught back there. This is a little bit slower. I thought the racetrack today seems like it's fair for everybody. I think, himself and Charlatan probably go running out there. I'd like to go ahead and tuck in right behind him.
Hey, good luck to you. He looked unbelievable.
Thank you.
Mike McCarthy raises an excellent point. If you're going to go back and assess those results on Breeders' Cup Saturday at Keeneland, it was a conveyor belt. That track record performance was awesome, but Nashville was playing into the type of racetrack that plays to his running style. And from what we've seen on this main track today, as Mike pointed out, this is a very fair racetrack. It is not a conveyor belt as it was back on November 7th. And we're adding a furlong to that. How about this? We're adding a microphone that works to the set where Christina Blacker is. She will take us through the post parade for the Grade 1 Run Happy Malibu.
Yeah, Todd, my apologies. All the moving locations. We're ready now. Ready for this post parade for the Grade 1 Run Happy Malibu at 7 furlongs. And we start with Collusion Illusion at 5-1. He had a world of trouble in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Ended up 12th that day in the field of 14. The inside post might be a little difficult for him here today. He's not nearly as quick as some of his competitors. Will have to work out a trip from that spot under Flavian Pratt. 1,000 Words will be up next. This is a son of Pioneer of the Nile, the winner of the Shared Belief at Del Mar back in August. Then he spent some time on the sidelines before returning in the Preakness. Didn't fare so well that day either. Was sent to the early lead and kind of gave up at about the half-mile pole. He crossed the wire 8th in the group of 11. Nashville, your 4-5 favorite. So fast, that 102 Beyer speed figure in the Perryville, as you mentioned, over a very speed-favoring track on the Breeders' Cup undercard. It was a track record performance that day. He has the recency, he has the speed, whereas Charlatan, to his outside, has that speed but is coming off the layoff today. We have not seen him since May 2nd when he crossed the wire first in the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby. He does rate, though, and so I would suspect Mike Smith going to go ahead and let him relax just off the hip of Nashville if he can. Express Train is a big 25-1, a beautiful son of Union Rags. His one-turn race here at Santa Anita fits on numbers with the top 2 in here. He was 2 lengths clear that day against the non-winners of 1 competition versus Older. And then Independence Hall to the outside. You do see him kind of cow kick a few times in the paddock. You heard from Michael McCarthy and Brittany. He can be a horse that gets a little hot, but he seems to have calmed down a little bit right now. And I love how this has also been the plan for him, Todd. They have pointed to this race with Independence Hall since mid-September. The prep race went perfectly according to plan. He barely took a deep breath at Del Mar back on November 8th, and he is very fast and undefeated around one turn.
The field warming up here for the Grade 1 Run Happy Malibu. And while we've talked about this as a showdown between Nashville and Charlottetown, it's interesting to point out they're both sons of Speightstown. It was 2004, the Breeders' Cup at Lone Star, that Speightstown took the Breeders' Cup Sprint. That was also a breakthrough year for trainer Todd Pletcher, recognized as one of the best trainers in the country, but hadn't had a lot of success on Breeders' Cup Day. He had a lot of success that day, and his work with Speightstown is now showing up, as Speightstown is the sire of both Nashville and Charlottetown, standing out at Windstar Farm. And Elliott Walden and the team represented with Nashville, as Windstar Farm is the part owner of Nashville. And then obviously they have Charlottetown as a backup plan here, as they stand Speightstown, his sire, as well, Charlottetown. So Speightstown versus Speightstown, Nashville and Charlottetown in here. There's a look at Nashville. Simon, what would be the concern here for Nashville? Is it what Mike McCarthy was saying, a very different racetrack from what we saw at Keeneland on that Breeders' Cup Saturday? And maybe you add to that the extra furlong. Are those legitimate concerns for the favorite?
Oh, for sure. Absolutely. You know, he's been training down at the fairgrounds, by all reports, just lighting the workout tab up down there. I mean, you can see it in the form, but if you on Twitter, social media, John Dooley's been talking about it, the track announcer, visually been very impressive. Yeah, but the first time, you're shipping across the country for a young horse, extra distance, step up in class, and the surface. Yeah, there's a lot of question marks here, and it's not automatic at even money. That goes without saying. But on the flip side of that, Todd, I don't think we'll be shocked if we sat here in 2.5 minutes and he won by 5.
The maiden 2-year-olds have reached the starting gate. It's post time. Justin goes in the Finucane Orange. Up comes Heaven's My Mission. With it, Walter and Perry Utes move into line. Authoritarian and the Bug Boy up and in. 21-1 for Cayo. Fulco for Reeve McGahee and Alban Jimenez going in. 2.5-1. Late money coming in on the 8 Fulco on that big drop in class. Town Agenda to the far outside. Town Agenda. So New Jersey Town goes in. They are at the post. And Hemp Heaven has unseated jockey Gerardo Corrales. Got launched out of the back of the gate, but he is on his feet coming back towards the gate, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and back one out here. Again, they're going to back out number 2, Hemp Heaven. The state vet will assess his condition. If deemed okay, Gerardo will be given a leg back up. Stand by. Has been cleared by the state vet. Corrales with a leg up by Jimmy Reed, one of the members of the gate crew. Once again, all set. They're at the post. And they are racing. Slow start for Authoritarian on the stretch out. Quick one, though, for Dower, also quick in his stride. Fulco. So Fulco on the class drop has made the point, shows the way by just about a length. Heaven's My Mission away in the second spot. Up on the outside, advancing outside of horses is Dower, who moves a closer third. Perriutes has with it Walter in the fourth position. A Town Agenda to the outside fifth. Right to that one's inside the favorite, Hemp Heaven. Down on the inside, Justin on debut for Finucane is next. In between horses, Ready to Translate. 3 lengths for the back to Authoritarian, who was on heels all through that first turn. A lot of trouble traffic here for that one. And 3 lengths for the back. As they head to the backside after quarter 24 and 3, it's Ready to Translate, who's been shuffled out to the back. Chasing Fulco. Fulco shows the way up the backside, 2.5 lengths. Up on the outside, it is with it Walter. Heaven's My Mission to the inside, trying to sneak through a narrow opening there. Town Agenda's on the move from fourth. Beat Duke races to the inside of Dower. 3 wide bid. There goes Hemp Heaven launching his assault. He's raced up into fifth, 4 lengths off pace setting Fulco, who took him through the half, 49 and 3. And Fulco, the son of Warfront, in start 4 on the class drop, has made every yard thus far. Still shows the way by a length. Town Agenda being hard used to come after the favorite, but the jock's still sitting still. Confident handled on Fulco as they run to the top of the stretch.
Line is the favorite for the Grade 1 Run Happy Malibu. Let's go up to Frank Miramati for the call.
And they're off in the Run Happy Malibu, and Nashville comes out running. He'll take the lead at once. Charlatan staying close in second, and the 2 favorites speed away early on. Independence Hall is on the outside of 1,000 Words. Collusion Illusion inside that pair. An Express Train at the back of the field. It's Nashville, who will go to the half-mile pole with a 1.5 length lead on Charlatan second. A gap of 4 lengths to Independence Hall in third. Collusion Illusion, Express Train inches up outside that pair. And at the back of the field is 1,000 Words. The pace very sensible for Nashville, who cruises past the 3/8 pole with a 2-length lead. Charlatan second. 4 back, Express Train takes third. Then it's Independence Hall in fourth, followed by Collusion Illusion. Hard-ridden, 1,000 Words could not keep up. A 1/4 mile to go, and here comes Charlatan. And Charlatan with a powerful move on the outside of Nashville, and he has run right by him. Charlatan is back, and he turns it on with 1/8 of a mile to go. Express Train moves into second. Nashville dropping out of it, and then Collusion Illusion. What a spectacular return for Charlatan, who will romp in the Run Happy Malibu Stakes by 4.5 emphatic lengths. Express Train was second. Collusion Illusion finished third. The running time, 1:21.50 seconds.
We expected a show in the Grade 1 run.
The judges posting the top 4 finishers. Winner 8 Fulco, second 2 Hemp Heaven. Third 11 Authoritarian, fourth goes 12 Town Agenda. 8 to 11 and 12.
That's not insanely fast for Nashville, but then they picked it up. The half-mile 43 and 4, and that's where Mike Smith and Charlatan turned out the lights on the field.
Exactly. I mean, look, Mike Smith was not going to let Nashville get 3-4 clear on an easy lead. He always maintained, was always within striking distance, about a length and a half from the head of Nashville here. And I could see Nashville turning for home, struggle to be in deep water. At this point, he's going fairly comfortably, and you think, well, Charlatton's going to have to lay it down and start running. And right here, as they go around the turn, Charlatan, under the light urging of Mike Smith, is responding. Just hands and heels, he's chirping to him. Once Nashville gets eyeballed by Charlatan here, you can see, he just folded up. He really did. Right there, he just steadied a little bit, but it was game over. He had no resistance, nothing left after those easy victories. And that's what happens. You know, Nashville's never been in a dogfight, Todd, and that's always the big question mark here. When you step up in company, when you get eyeballed, what happens? And he didn't respond very well at all today with that challenge for the first time in his career. I tell you who did respond well, though. Charlatan. Very, very impressive performance.
For those of you leaving us, thanks for watching TVG's opening day coverage from Santa Anita. Well, as has been the case for trainer Bob Baffert this year, there's always the story within the story. And with Charlatan, it was a bitter pill. I know for him, Christina, when this horse was disqualified from the win in the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, and then he had to wait to get this horse back on the track with the ankle surgery. So this is going to be very satisfying for Bob Baffert and what took place here today.
Back to the races and back a winner. Charlatan, the son of Speightstown, ultra impressive today. What a performance from him and from Mike Smith as well. Santana did everything he could to give his horse an opportunity to win the race this afternoon, but Charlatan just much too good today. One more left to load at the fairgrounds. As you can see, race number 11 is coming up. There's the 9 moving into line, so we'll turn it over to John Dooley for the live call.
And they're off. Beijing Cash broke sharp. Club Soda, good speed. And right there toward the inside, Kid Slipper vying for this lead with Club Soda, who's angled in front of Kid Slipper tight at the rail. These two have dashed away by some 6 lengths from Beauty Boy, and the red sleeves being driven in third. Kasselov is next in fourth and settled there. The speed has really stretched them out after a couple of furlongs. Go for Moonshine is next from sharp starting Beijing Cash. Then posted wide is 9th Street. We trail back 2 for Familiar Rhythm with Flash Attack. The quarter 21.94. Hot pace on. Inside 3 furlongs to go. Club Soda raced away from Kid Slipper. Beauty Boy looking to gain. Club Soda spins them in. Kasselov 4th. 9th Street is a wide 5th. As they straighten up now, it's Club Soda, who leads for home here for Aubrey Green. Half mile 45.60. Club Soda to reel in. 1 furlong out. Club Soda leads by 5. Beijing Cash running on with the rail. Kid Slipper, Beauty Boy, Go for Moonshine also finishing up the inside. Late bid by Flash Attack from the back of the pack, but Club Soda with an unassailable lead. It's Club Soda. Club Soda scores by 6. Second, Flash Attack on the wire from Beijing Cash. Go for Moonshine and Familiar Rhythm with Extra Cross.
20-cent Survivor Pick 7 starts now. Race 3 on gate. Here they come. And the Rob, Roland the Joe is out fast, shoots out for Dave Miller and goes for the lead. Rolling with Sam's way alertly there. Roger that blue chip on the inside into the first turn. And that's
One claim to report out of the second race, number 2, Hemp Heaven. He was claimed by Tom Campbell, the new owner, Jimmy Corrigan, the new teacher.
Congratulations,
Thank
Tiana. You
you.
got to go ride. Bob.
Merry Christmas. Thank you, Maddie.
Merry Christmas, Mike. Bob, he was coming off of a long layoff. For him to come back as good as he left, just describe what a victory like this means to you.
Well, I told Mike, I can only get him so ready. I don't want to overdo it with him. It's early in the year and all. And I said, Mike, I'm counting on his class, to get him there. He's probably gonna need this race. And but those really good ones like him, they just make my job a lot easier because you get him ready to a certain point, and then he just took over himself. That was just sure brilliance that we witnessed today. And they were rolling early. It was a really good horse he was chasing, and it's just this horse, what he's been through. I'm just happy for and everybody involved, and show that he is a really special horse, and it's here. So hopefully we'll have a good year with him.
We're aware of the roller coasters of 2020, but a Kentucky Derby, a Breeders' Cup Classic, and you wrap up 2020 with the final Grade 1 affair. Just for the work that your team has put in, just horse racing continuing in general this year, just your thoughts on that.
This is one of the better years I've ever had, really. Actually, we won 17, the one in Oaklawn. Can't count that yet. And it's one of those things where it was a roller coaster, but we're just so grateful that racing opened up. We got to run these good horses, and I have a great team behind me, and great ownership is just unbelievable. They stuck with me all the way through all the negative stuff, but you need that support. And but our job is, to get results, and that's what it's all about. And I'm grateful to have all these great horses and continue on, and I'm still having fun, And it's and for Santa Anita, it's a shame that there wasn't 40,000 people in the stands today. They're all next door in the mall, but it's one of those things where we're here.
We're imagining the roar of a crowd as Charlatan came down the stretch. Congratulations to you, a big victory there. We'll remember that performance for some time.
That was an incredible performance off the layoff.
Cheers.
Name a big race, and Bob Baffert's won it. Bob Baffert wins a lot, Simon, but you know what he doesn't win a lot of? Eclipse Awards as the nation's outstanding trainer. You think that's going to change this year?
I think it might. I mean, look, with the last Grade 1 wrapped up, look, I vote for the Eclipse Awards, and the admonition is don't make any assessments or judgments until the last Grade 1s have run, at least the Malibu. So, yeah, that definitely could change this year. There's no question about that. As you said, he's had one of his better years here. So we'll see how that plays out. Middle of January, end of January, we'll see those results. But another Malibu in the books here for him. Charlatan Express Train kind of came back to form here, finishing second. Collusion Illusion rounded out the trifecta there. $21 exacta, 21-1 if you had 8-5 over 16-1, and $52 exacta, trifecta, excuse me, for 50 cents if you had 4-5-1 in the correct order.
Nice pick, Simon. I like the 5-2 a lot better than the 8-5 we got, but nonetheless, you were all about Charlatan, and the Run Happy Malibu certainly was all about Charlatan. Bob Baffert took the Kentucky Derby this year with Authentic, obviously based here in California. So who are some of the top 3-year-old prospects looking to 2021 and the Kentucky Derby? That will be our discussion when we return with more opening day coverage, and still a race to come here from opening day at Santa Anita. The Lady Shamrock still ahead. We'll be back right after this.
Win, you win. Has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Adam Beschizza, who's back aboard today. Now, that race on December the 4th, finished 7th, was 14-1. Really didn't show too much, but was hung wide on both turns. And I don't see a lot of speed in this race, so I'm thinking maybe Adam will get aggressive with Confederate Yell early, maybe try to put this one on the lead, maybe try to at least get a forward position in this race here today, and in a race where virtually all of them look pretty similar on paper. We'll talk about some of the horses that look a little bit better. The 3 Confederate Yell is who I'm landing on. And late to the paddock, well, not really late, but one of the late arrivers is Confederate Yell. Maybe he was a little bit embarrassed by the fact that he is the Twin Spires market mover here. Off of the action, and sneaky action it is, in the multi-race wagers, and off of the action in the win pool as well. Like I said, 12-1 in the morning line, opened up at 9-2. Now getting some float to 6-1. And I just think Adam, who's had success aboard this horse in the past, likely to get aggressive, likely to send away from there, maybe put him on the lead in a race that is void of early speed, or at least get a forward position. Going to take my chances. 6-1 would not be a price I would be willing to accept. Closer to 12-1 would be a lot better for me. But again, buoyed by the fact, and more inspired by the fact, that this horse is live in the multi-race wagers and in the win pool. That is the 3 Confederate Yell, who has run well here at Fairgrounds in the not-too-distant past. The 1 Jomo's up there at 9-2. A little bit surprised by that. Thought this horse might be the favorite off that easy win 2 back at Louisiana Downs, going the same mile and 70-yard distance. Was overmatched off the bench last out in an A other than. Never really made an impact that day. But again, dropping back down to beaten 5s. A horse that has had success, obviously, at this level. Actually defeated Open Company in that race in late September, and more of an out-the-back closer. I mean, even in that race where he sat 3rd early on, the fractions were very slow. I don't expect this horse to be in the thick of the battle early on, but I do expect this horse to close serious ground late. For Jason Moe, number 1 Jomo, right now at odds of 4-1. Take a look next on the outside to find the number 9 Social Misfit. This is the current 6-5 favorite for Carl Broberg, and an 11-year-old gelding who's won 24 races, has a lot of back class with earnings of $635,000 in the bank, almost a third of that here at the Fairgrounds, where he's got 7 lifetime victories. And yeah, he's lost a step or 2 or 3 from his absolute best form, but still very competitive at this level. Did score a win against Open Company rivals over a good track at Remington day before Halloween. Threw in a little bit of a clunker in the subsequent effort, but got back on track for the most part last out. He was fourth, beating a length and a half in a common race here with Tensa's Toddy winning it in the old class horse in his own right, Magic Vow finishing second. A Social Misfit up there at odds of 3-2, but again, in his later days, a horse that likes to rally from pretty far off the pace. We'll see if he's left with a little bit too much to do. Number 5, Looking for Bull, up there at 6-1. Denise Schmidt, and this is a horse that is pretty consistent at this level. Claimed last out for 5,000. Out of that common race, showed some speed, threatened at the top of the stretch, wound up finishing 5th. Ran like a horse who may have needed the race off the mid-September layoff. The form prior to that on turf and dirt was actually pretty good. Looking for Bull up there at a very playable square price of 6-1. Number 8, Take Charge Chase. This is Carl Broberg's other runner, and here a little bit sneaky off of that win at Evangeline 2 starts back in late closing fashion. Did not run nearly as well in the last start when the horse was actually favored at 7-2 in a wide open race that was dominated by Jomo. But we know this horse is capable of better than that. Fairgrounds, a win in 2 seconds from 3 lifetime starts. Take Charge Chase looks to do just that at a square price up there at odds of 7-1. But I'm going to try the number 3, Confederate Yell, hoping he can show excuse me, some speed here with Adam Biscuits in a race that doesn't have a whole heck of a lot of early hoof. Actually, the market mover, again, he's getting bet again, down to 4-1. Opened to 9-2, floated up to 6, now back down to 4-1. So obviously super live versus the morning line and versus that last race where he was pretty much a non-factor against similar competition. Horses will be heading out onto the racetrack shortly as Gary Palmisano Sr. will call for riders up in the finale, the 12th and final here on Saturday. Don't forget, we will be racing tomorrow, Sunday and Monday. Bonus day of racing on Monday with the holiday schedule. Live racing action at Fairgrounds on Sunday at 1 o'clock and Monday as well. First post will be at 1 p.m. On behalf of the staff and management, we thank you that are here for your attendance, and for the vast majority of you watching via simulcast, we thank you for your patronage and your participation. Post time tomorrow, Sunday, will be at 1 o'clock. Good night, everybody.
Last call from Les Colanello, bringing them onto the track for the 12th and final. This is at 1 mile and 70 yards, a field of 9. Scratch 6 to date. Scratch the 6. 1, Joe Mo. The jockey Jose Riquelme on 1, Joe Mo. 5, Looking for Bull, ridden by Marcelino Pedroza. On 5, Looking for Bull, Marcelino Pedroza. Exacta trifecta, 10-cent superfecta, stepping on with 4 minutes to post time. Running all Sunday and Monday post time here, 1 o'clock Central. We'll be racing on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day as we ring in 2021. 4 minutes to the finale.
12th and final at Fairgrounds will get underway in 3 minutes. They'll close out this card with a $5,000 claimer. These are Louisiana breds, non-winners of 2 races since the 26th of June, so non-winners of 2 in the last 6 months, a mile 70 the distance. Jomo begins the post parade 4-1. Jose Riquelme picks up the mount on the 1. In Charge Halo, the number 2. Aubrey Green for Guy Smith. Was a winner just 3 starts back, but has tailed off in the last few. Then Simon Confederate Yell is 4-1 right now.
Nine Social Misfit now stepping onto the track. They'll parade from Social Misfit. It's 9-5. 2 minutes. The last of the day to off in a minute. Social Misfit 2-1 favorite was last to step onto the track. Colby Hernandez for Carl Broberg here in the finale. 24-time winner, Social Misfit. 2-1 favorite to make it 25. There's 7-2 on 3 Confederate Yell. Adam Beschizza on that 4-time winner. It's 4-1 Jomo. Jose Riquelme for Jason Moe. 5-1 looking for Bull. That's with Marcelino Pedrosa. Scratch the 6. 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Readjusting the tack for In Charge Halo down near the start. Near the gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading starts. Jose Riquelme with Jomo. Marcelino Pedrosa with Looking for Bull. Now Cody Kellenberger with Randy Paul. Jomo's in. Here's In Charge Halo. Aubrey Green riding for the final double after Club Soda's sprint win. Francisco Arrieta with Take Charge Chase loaded. Adam Beschizza with Confederate Yell. Here comes Colby Hernandez with Social Misfit like Take Charge Chase. Both were Carl Broberg. Jack Gilligan, Hansen's Holiday, and one more. Chester Bonnet with Mr. Graceful. Social Misfit 2-1 favorite. Sunday, Monday post time, 1 o'clock Central, FGNO.com. Last of the day, they're in the gate. And the rough. In Charge Halo. Jomo hustled from the rail. Right there looking for Bull and Take Charge Chase. White cap with a pom-pom with an early bid as they enter the clubhouse turn. It's Jomo and In Charge Halo, who's just forged in front. Looking for Bull is near the speed. Take Charge Chase in the four-path as these leaders go to the back of the track with Confederate Yell in fifth. It's a break of four more to the final favorite, Social Misfit, in sixth with 6 furlongs to go. Break of a length and a half then to Mr. Graceful, who's joined on the outside by Hansen's Holiday, who's running second to last. Beaten for speed. Randy Paul trails here in the Saturday finale. The quarter was 24.87 seconds, just inside 5 furlongs to go. With Aubrey Green, it's In Charge Halo, who's out in front of Looking for Bull. Jomo toward the rail is held up. Take Charge Chase right there. Close up third. Jomo in fourth. Confederate Yell remains behind horses in fifth. With on the outside, Mr. Graceful. Social Misfit is toward the rail there for Colby Hernandez, 3 furlongs from home. The trailers remain Hansen's Holiday and Randy Paul. Half in 49.30 now at the 2.5. In Charge Halo, Looking for Bull. Take Charge Chase, wide both turns, but in range. Jomo is right there too. Now 2 wide, leaving the far turn, a couple of furlongs to go. And a reel In Charge Halo. 3/4, 114.58. In Charge Halo, but now they're deep in the final furlong and a half. And Jomo looking to reel it in for Jose Riquelme. Here's Jomo. Jomo In Charge Halo. They race past the 16th. Confederate Yell and Social Misfit. It's Jomo In Charge Halo. The finale to Jomo, who prevailed over In Charge Halo. Farther back, Photo, Social Misfit with Confederate Yell.
The testament to the hard work of the Stronach Group, and I do want to make mention again, their new general manager, Aiden Butler, who has gone down to South Florida to take a lot of his genius down there, as well as still.
All hands on deck is coming at him on the stand side. He's going to be in about the 3 path as they reach the top of the home stretch. 3 across the course. Lizzie's luring hair at the wind, and all hands on deck is poised to strike to the outside. And here comes all hands on deck up and after the lead. From the inside, Out Cold is still advancing along the inner rail. Whip comes out on the hair at the wind. Late on the scene from the backfield, Stewards rules, but with a 16th left to go, all hands on deck. All hands on deck. It's lifetime victory number 4. Wins by about a length and a half. Determinator came off the fence on a rebid to get up for second in 139-1. The placing judges posting number 9, All Hands on Deck, as the race winner. Second, number 7, Determinator. Third, the 12, and here at the win, there's a photograph for fourth. 9-7-12 photo.
Nasty began sweetly. Moonhall Millie in between horses up to take the lead. Down at the rail, Miss Extra is close up in the early stages. Here's an Angel Headstrong and coming after the front runner now. Warren Showtime is only 2.5 lengths off the speed, racing on the outside of Beguiled into the first turn. Now Miss Extra backs off a bit, races in mid-pack, 6 lengths off the leader. At the rail comes Apple Cross with Last First Kiss, racing 2 in front of On Mars, and it's another 2.5 back to an unhurried counterparty Risk. The pace is honest, they're on to the backstretch, and it's Moonhall Millie who is chasing this loose leader, Nasty. Nasty has opened up 6 lengths. Moonhall Millie on the inside of An Angel, a joint second. Warren Showtime is just outside of them. Beguiled is down at the rail. Behind this group comes Miss Extra, who has 7 lengths to make up, as Nasty's lead has gone down to 2 lengths. Behind this group, On Mars is making a wide 4-wide bid. There goes On Mars. White blinkers passing horses one by one. Last First Kiss in the orange sleeves is just behind her. At the rail, Miss Extra now has 8 lengths to make up. Passed by Apple Cross, who's also putting in a bid. They're at the top of the stretch. Nasty, On Mars in the center of the course, bearing down Beguiled. Warren Showtime finishing strongly in between horses. Warren Showtime trying to get to Nasty, who maintains the lead. Nasty a length and a half. Warren Showtime, On Mars. Here's Counterparty Risk with a flying finish on the outside. Here is the line. Nasty and Counterparty Risk in a tear-jerking conclusion to the Lady of Shamrock.
That is a wickedly tight finish today. Some of you may have heard me talking about Clark Cooper, a longtime supporter of TVG and a presence out here at TVG as a horse owner and player, needing the 2 and 7. He needed that for the Rainbow 6 out here. The 7 is $129,000 if the horse holds on. If the 8 gets there, it's nothing. Clark Cooper, I think you just took down 6 figures. The 7, Nasty, and I may add this because I know he's watching out in Lexington, Kentucky. Matt Carruthers, when I asked him about his thoughts on the card, he goes, got to go all the way to the final race of the day. I love Nasty. Simon, those were legit fractions. It's amazing this horse was even hanging around to be in this photo. And as we watch it across the wire, the 7, Nasty, holds on.
Yeah, by a head. I mean, Nasty opened up by 5 or 6 lengths down the backside through, like you said, legitimate strong fractions. And I thought had every reason to maybe fold it up mid-stretch, but did hold off all the late charges. The first was on Mars, who made a big move around the turn and flattened out. But out of the clouds came Counterparty Risk late on the scene to try and upset here. But Nasty for LNJ Foxwoods, Jamie Roth, Richard Baltus. Nice ride by Ricardo Gonzalez. Had a big day for him, winning the La Brea, and now takes the nightcap.
Well, I do know I'm going to get off this set and head upstairs to watch this guy cash in for racks on racks. There's got to be some free drinks somewhere at his house in the area. But before that, we do have other action to catch you up on. Let's show you what happened at Meadowlands, race number 4.
Jimenez on the 13 and scratched the 14. Post time in 25 minutes.
Jomo and In Charge Halo, who's just forged in front. Looking for bullets near the speed. Take Charge Chase in the 4-path as these leaders go to the back of the track with Confederate Yell in 5th. It's a break of 4 more to the final favorite, Social Misfit, in 6th with 6 furlongs to go. Break of a length then to Mr. Graceful, who's joined on the outside by Hanson's Holiday, who's running second to last, beaten for speed. Randy Paul trails here in the Saturday finale. The quarter was 24.87 seconds, just inside 5 furlongs to go. With Aubrey Green, it's In Charge Halo, who's out in front of Looking for Bull. Jomo toward the rail is held up. Take Charge Chase right there. Close up third, Jomo in 4th. Confederate Yell remains behind horses in 5th, with on the outside, Mr. Graceful. Social Misfit is toward the rail there for Colby Hernandez, 3 furlongs from home. The trailers remain Hanson's Holiday and Randy Paul. Half in 49.30 now at the 2.5. In charge Halo, looking for a bull. Take charge Chase, wide both turns, but in range. Jomo is right there too. Now 2 wide, leaving the far turn, a couple of furlongs to go. And a reel in charge Halo. 3/4, 114.58. In charge Halo. But now they're deep in the final furlong and a half. And Jomo looking to reel it in for Jose Roquelme. Here's Jomo. Jomo in charge Halo. They race past the 16th. Confederate Yell and Social Misfit. It's Jomo in charge Halo. The finale to Jomo, who prevailed over In Charge Halo. Farther back, Photo, Social Misfit with Confederate Yell.
Jomo. Emphasis on Joe, Dave Weaver, if you're out there somewhere listening. Getting our attention here in Southern California is Jessica Pfeiffer. We are going to bring you her story in just a moment. You're going to want to hear Maury about really a story. If most people are just tuning in, think she's an overnight sensation. No, but it's been a long time in the making. You're going to enjoy this story. But first, let's end with these prices. Clark Cooper, so many people know him around here. He holds on with Nasty. He just came by the set. I've seen the ticket. I know some people are like, oh, does the guy really have the ticket? I held it in my hand. I looked at it. He hit the pick 6. Then he claims he's also got the pick 5 and pick 4. So, yeah, I've got a number of screwdrivers waiting for me. That means orange juice and vodka, not the actual tool, even though I am one on occasion. Congratulations to the Connections of Nasty, owned by Ellen J. Foxwoods, trained by Richie Baltus, Ricky Gonzalez aboard, Bay Philly by Street Sense out of the Lionheart mare. Valiant Passion was bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings in the Commonwealth of Kentucky. That was the 6th and final stakes race on this 11-race card, this opening day, 5 of them graded stakes races, and we kind of end there with what was kind of the theme, some decent prices along the way with Nasty, and we're only getting started. We're coming back tomorrow on Sunday. They set an all-time record for handle here on this opening day, and speaking of just getting started, Jessica Pfeiffer is in the early stages of her riding career, from 10-pound apprentice to 7-pound apprentice, and nearly leading rider at the most recent thoroughbred meet at Los Alamitos. There is so much to her story. It's an exciting time in her career, and we find out more about Jessica Pfeiffer.
I was introduced to horses when I was really young. My mom was a rider, my dad was a rider, and so I was on a horse probably a few days after I came home from the hospital, honestly. I started jumping at the age of 4 and went on till about college. Originally, Olympics were my goal. I was doing Grand Prix and I wanted to get to the next level, but once I started riding on the racetrack, I just didn't even really think about the jumpers anymore. Racing was what I wanted to do. I first started ponying from my set.
Ed DeRosa back with you for race number 4. Just a pick 3 here after we kicked the card off with a pick 5, 4, and 6. And got a pretty decent price there in leg 3 of the pick 5, first leg of the pick 6. And shame on me, I dismissed all hands on deck, but was the top prime power selection. And that is certainly going to pad those top-ranked prime power horses with the positive ROI through the first 3 weeks and a day of the meet. So shame on me, but good on you. If you are alive in anything, that was a good way to kick it off. We need to restart things. You might be trying to keep it going. Another race. This is the 3rd in a row where I lost my top 2 picks to scratches. The also eligible list has had some really good contenders on it. 14 is out here, and then also number 9. So I scratch into number 8, and I don't mind it actually, because now my top 3 are 826, which is not only my oldest son's birthday, but also his godfather and one of my best friends, J Diddy Sports on Twitter. So hoping the Ed DeRosa acquaintance, much more than acquaintances, but that word sounded best with my name. Magic here of the 826 can get us a nice score. And Helga Schmelga, a fun name, could be the one to kick things off for us. Santiago Gonzalez up for this Helmbrecht trainee and drop in class. We saw that work in race number 2 and has some speed. So hopefully, in my mind, Gonzalez could be the one to just take charge of this race. It is interesting to me. Has mostly been racing at 5 furlongs after the 2 starts to the career. Now gets out to 6.5 furlongs. That shouldn't be an issue, being by Street Boss out of an unbridled song mare. So we'll see how it plays out here. Has a race over the track already. Another positive ROI angle coming into this this meet. And we've seen the prime power work already twice tonight. So why not the Turfway angle as well? And does have a win here at Turfway when it was Polytrack. So Helga Schmelga for me, and I do think 7-2 is a fair price. Is not the top prime power selection, and even with the scratches of my top pick, still or top picks won't be, because it's the Deuce or Bet who has that distinction. Also at 7-2, you know, I get it. These two to me are the likely contenders, and at 7-2, you could do worse than using both. I mean, if you were to bet them both to win, you'd be getting better than even money on 7-2. So. I think there's some value there if you're able to work something out with both of them in the mix, and certainly Orbet deserves to be in the mix. Has raced at Turfway. That was against Better. Now drops in class to 7,500, and Maury has had an absolutely fantastic meet so far and stays loyal to Malcolm Franklin here, which I think is interesting. Maury's used a few jocks and had some success with the few. Has yet to team up with Franklin, who does have a couple wins at the meet, none with Maury. So maybe this is the spot. Norbet, certainly in the mix for me. Had to go with someone on top, though. And I think when all is said and done, the 8 will be a bit of a longer price than the Deuce. So happy to have that one on top. Plus, does make for that 8-2-6 cold trifecta we're definitely going to be playing. And the 6 is the price of the among the trio that I like at 7-17. Rodney Prescott getting aboard this one. First start in the barn, and this barn is 2 for 19 with its first time pupils. Has some synthetic experience at Arlington Park, and those weren't wins, but this is the drop to 7,500 shipping in from Hawthorne, and kind of a mix of running styles on this one. So kind of tough to discern in which direction we want to this one might go under Rodney, but I'm going back to the races where this one's been closer to the pace, going 6 furlongs at Churchill and at Arlington versus some of the routes. I think 7-17 could have a say in this one and stick around at a nice price. On top, though, it's fun to say, and it'll be fun to cash. Number 8, Helga Schmelga. They're on the track for the 4th. Good luck.
The horses are on the track for the fourth race. Filly Mare Non 275 claimers to travel 6.5 furlongs. Put Zuniga on the 3, scratch the 4. Put Conchari on the 5, scratch 9. Put Miranda on the 11, waive the apprenticeship allowance, make the weight 120 pounds. Alban Jimenez, the new jockey, on the 13, Joplin, and scratch the 14. Fourth race, Win Play Show, Exacta Try, Super, Daily Double, and starts another rolling pick 3. Post time is in about 6 minutes. Approaching the gate, less than a minute. Race 4 from Turfway, approaching the gate. And they've reached the gate. It's post time. Fillies and Mares go 6.5 furlongs. 7:17 coming forward. 2-1 on Helga Schmelga. Slight favorite. Helga Schmelga third for the 15 level. Last start here, trip over the track in for the 75 is the favorite as they load. They are at the post. Used out of the gate shortly after the start, going to Temple, was taken up sharply and is already probably 15 or 16 out of it. So out of the chute onto the main track, and it's As I Pass, shows the way by just about 2. Helga Schmelga is down along the inner rail, hard held from second as they head up the backside. Then comes Aunt Irene in the Balo Silks from third. Stewie Town Baby on the turnback is close up to the pace, and fourth to her outside Orbet is fifth while racing in the clear. Then 3 or 4 lengths further back to 7:17 and Narrows Bridge. They race as a pair. Meanwhile, Imbued is full around in behind that pair as they head into the turn, chasing As I Pass. The daughter of Pastra shows the way by 3 parts of a length. Aunt Irene is second. There goes Orbet. White cap to the outside third. Now green light for Helga Schmelga. There's some running room to the inside of Aunt Irene as they race around the turn, and all of a sudden 7:17 launches the assault on the 4 wide side. So the top of the lane they come. 5 across the course. A big wide sweeping bid from 7:17. 7:17, the long shot up to the outside, is still fighting on Helga Schmelga. That's all for As I Pass. Late on the scene in full run is Imbued, just angled to the outside of Orbet, also Narrows Bridge, but inside the final 16th, we're down to 2. Helga Schmelga, 7:17, and a Florence photo finish. Tight photo finish. Helga Schmelga to the inside, 7:17 to the outside, noses up and down at the wire photo for one.
Helga Schmelga on the inside, 7:17 on the outside. Looking to make up that ground between the two of them, and he does, or she does rather. But does she do it in time? Very close on the wire between the 6 and the 8 horse. 15-1 versus 9-5. They're not close to each other, parametrically speaking. Big swing in the odds. That was the favorite, the 8 down on the inside, and then the 6 horse, 7:17, looking to close. Who do you think gets there first, Simon?
I thought my man Hutch Holsapple might get his first win here. She switched over to that right lead right there. Ryder went to the right-handed urging Rodney Prescott, and I thought he had the momentum when I watched it live for the first time. That might provide a different view, though. It's so hard to tell on the replay there. Maybe the advantage goes to the other horse, not the 6. But watching it live, I thought it was the 6.
We shall find out who takes race number 4 at Turfway Park. One thing that I do know, Simon, we're going to be saying goodbye. Happy holidays, and I'm sure that you had a good time down there at your home, and best to your family and your wife, and always great working with you, especially when we get to cover these big days of racing like we did at Santa Anita.
Likewise, Ambassador. Appreciate it. Back at you. Happy holidays to the family and the girls, and we'll see you back here tomorrow, right?
Yeah, getting back after it tomorrow. More racing at Santa Anita. Day 2 of this new meet, which opened with such promise. So for Simon and myself, we're going to say goodbye, but hand it over to Rich Perloff. Hopefully you've had a restful couple of days. Happy holidays, Rich, as you'll be bridging the gap between now and to the quarters this evening. So a lot of racing still to come here on TVG.
Yeah, you got that right, Scott. And happy holidays to you and yours as well, and to all of you folks watching at home. Rich Perloff with you now on race night, and I will get you up to the start of the quarters. Nick Hines and Los Ponis. Jose Contreras will be hanging out down there at Los Alamitos. We got a lot of good racing for you. We're coming up on the late pick 4 at Turfway Park. We just ran race number 4 at Turfway, and I still don't know who won that one. We are up to, yeah, I thought the 8 horse may have gotten the nose down on the wire to the inside there. So 8-6 going to be your unofficial order. We'll get you the prices from race number 4 at Turfway Park.
Class dropping winner number 8, Helga Schmelga. Helga Schmelga, a 3-year dark bear brown daughter by Street Boss out of the unbridled song mare named Sunlight Sonata. The winner owned and trained by Bill Helmbrecht, with the victory by Santiago Gonzalez. Helga Schmelga, now a 2-time winner, was bred in Kentucky by Fred Hertrick III and John D. Fielding. And the unofficial numbers 8, 6, 10, 11. The winner of the 8, Helga Schmelga. Second, 6, 7, 17. Third, 10, Narrows Bridge. And fourth, 11, Rhoda's Jewel. 8, 6, 10, and 11.
I do like the 7 in here always and again, taking a serious class drop, has a ton of back class, was third to Save Me a Dance, who's a very classy horse. That was 2 starts back. Todd McCarthy brought home a $100 winner already tonight. Always and again, not going to be anywhere near that right now. Would be a $7 horse for your lukewarm race favorite, but that's my top pick in here. I'm also going to give another look to the Candyman Can, who I think some people might hop off this horse after the 4th 2 weeks ago, but we don't really know what happened. It was a foggy night. It looked like a horror movie out here at the Big M. Horse wound up crossing the wire in 4th. Prior to that, though, was an absolute picture of consistency. So I do like the 8 at a very nice price right now. 5-1 on the Candyman Can, and you have to give a little look as well to the 6 in here. Put to right. I wouldn't be shocked if Andy McCarthy gets this one up and makes it back-to-back wins. Now, this horse did win from the outside post when last seen on the 5th of December, but that was a night where we saw a ton of gate-to-wire winners. So every time I see a gate-to-wire winner coming back off that race night on the 5th, I'm kind of questionable. I look other directions. So I went 7, 8, and 6 in here. We still have about 5 minutes to get your bets in. Race number 6 does kick off. A 50-cent early pick 4 with that always low 15% takeout.
All right, Andrew, thanks for the insight into race number 6. We will speak to you again. And over on the right of your screen, there are the results of race number 4, Turfway Park. Helga Schmelga won that very close photo over 7:17. So, yeah, I believe 7:17 was Simon's parting gift and just missed at a nice number. We need a quick break. We will return with more of race night, including this 6th race from the Big M, right after this.
Mare produce records are essential for breeding decisions, sales catalog research, buying and selling decisions. The Equine Line Mare Produce Records online service and apps provide you with unlimited access to mare produce information from all over the world, with racing and auction history for thoroughbred mares and foals.
now, and it's Chronogenesis that's taken over as they meet the rise. Kiseki is in pursuit. Lucky Lilac seems to be beaten, but it's Chronogenesis, the filly. What a super filly she is. She's putting them all to the sword here. Chronogenesis from Kiseki. Mozubello in for third maybe, but it's Chronogenesis wins it from Kiseki. Mozubello, then Saturnale disappointing. Meisho Tengen from Lucky Lilac.
That was Chronogenesis winning the Takarazuka Kinen, and that one's going to line up again in the Arima Kinen Stakes, a Group 1 event coming from Nakayama, 3-1 on the morning line in a typically big field for a Japanese Grade 1 event. Chronogenesis and Yuichi Kitamura, mile and 5/8 on the turf. The conditions for the Arima Kinen. All right, back at the Meadowlands, coming up on race number 6. 2-1 here on the 6, Put to Right. Always and Again was the horse that Andrew was talking about primarily. That was his top pick. Yeah, serious class relief for a horse that has been just in a couple of really, really tough spots, which is why in back-to-back races, this 3-year-old colt was 155-1 and 140-1 respectively. No such mutual tonight as we go to the Meadowlands for race number 6.
The field is on gate for the 6th. Start of the 50-cent early pick 4. Here they come. They're off. Put to Right fires out with Always and Again, and the Candyman Can on the outside. And shooting through on the inside, My Pal Joe into the top 3. He's now second as Always and Again continues on, and cutting the corner is Step and Hurry. So Always and Again fourth, and appears to be driving on to the opening quarter. Then it's the Candyman Can. Going up is Clayton's Better up and around him. Then Tail Hook on the inside with Sailboat Hanover. No Quarter, 9th on the outside, and Gnome Hanover trails 26 and 4. A hot quarter for Put to Right. A quick dart here. It's Always and Again who grabs the track here and takes the lead with Todd McCarthy. Always and Again now Put to Right back in the second spot. My Pal Joe on the inside third. That's Clayton's Better uncovered fourth. The Candyman Can following him stride for stride with Step and Hurry. Then it's Sailboat Hanover and Tail Hook on the inside with No Quarter on the outside, and Gnome Hanover trails hot half here, 54 and 2. Always and Again at 2-1. Always and Again Put to Right second. On the inside, My Pal Joe third, 3/8 to go. Clayton's Better is uncovered. Tracking him, the Candyman Can will be forced 3 wide. Step and Hurry stride for stride with him on the outside. Sailboat Hanover needs to do more. No room for Tail Hook as they pass 3/4, and it's Always and Again going well. Always and Again there in 1:22 and 2. Sharp fractions. My Pal Joe angles with a menacing move out of the pocket. Put to Right with dead aim. Always and Again, and Put to Right on the outside. Repeat Minded. All out on the outside is My Pal Joe. Then on the inside, the Candyman Can. But it's Put to Right to win again. Put to Right, the perfect trip paid off. Then Always and Again, My Pal Joe, and the Candyman Can, 150 and 2.
6, 7, 2, 8 is unofficial. 6-5 favorite Put to Right, just glued to Always and Again, who went to the lead in the third quarter of the race, but could not hold off the favorite. And Put to Right makes it back-to-back scores here. Driver Andrew McCarthy with the winning drive here. 6, 7, 2, 8. That is unofficial. 2-1 for the exacta in race number 6 at the Big M. Promised you more standard bred racing, and we're going to be picking up the action at Cal Expo with race number 2. Kicking off a pick 3 sequence here. Got a field of 6 pacers set to go. 3-2 favorite currently is the 2 5-card draw. 5-card draw, well, aptly named 5-card draw because in his recent running lines, he is most fond of finishing 5th. He's run 5th in 4 of his last 5. 11-year-old gelding with 33 victories. on his resume. 6 minutes till race number 2 at Cal Expo. At Turfway Park, kicking off the late pick 4 with race number 5. These are open maiden special weight 2-year-old fillies. They'll go 3/4 of a mile and another full field at Turfway Park. That's all they can accommodate is 12. So scratch your also eligibles, Jamstar and Good Penny. 2-1 favorite here is second-time starter Twirling Patty, who debuted against $50,000 maiden claimers on the main track at Churchill Downs. Pretty good third in a 6-horse field coming out of the Thomas Drury barn and climbing into the maiden special weight ranks here. 2-1 on that one. Got a number of second-time starters in this field who went well enough on debut. The number 2 horse, Flag of Honor, was third against open maiden specials at Churchill Downs in her only prior trip to the post. Trainer Neil Howard adds the blinkers to that Daughter of Honor code. A couple of interesting pedigrees in there. The one that caught my eye was the 4, Misty Vale, and I'm not necessarily making a push on Misty Vale because trainer Buff Bradley does not win very often with first-time starters. But here's one just to kind of file away. Misty Vale is a 2-year-old filly by Tonalist out of a Birdstone mare. So I would say she's probably bred to go 1.5 miles because you're by a Belmont Stakes winner out of a mare by a Belmont Stakes winner. Keep an eye on her, whatever she does this evening. There are your prices from race number 6 at the Meadowlands. Buff Bradley has 2 first-time starters, and the other one is the 10-horse Impressive One, who thus far is not impressing the bettors here. That's a 2-year-old daughter of Flintshire. So maybe turf and distance are in her future. 15 minutes until we kick off the late pick 4 at Turfway Park, and we'll meet that field on the other side of a quick break here on race night.
Diamond Creek Farm presents Southwind Frank, a force of nature who tore through the 2-year-old ranks and left a lasting impression on everything in his path.
It's all Southwind Frank, 2.5 lengths in front. Southwind Frank wins the Breeders' Crown.
Southwind Frank is powering past on the outside. Southwind Frank wrapped up in the first Dancer division.
With the wind at your back, there's no limit to how far you can go. Southwind Frank, standing at Diamond Creek Farm.
Nearly half a century ago, Ernest Samuel began building a legacy when he founded Sam's Son Farm. 37 Canadian Classic wins and 84 Sovereign Awards later, Sam's Son's legacy adds another chapter. Discover an opportunity nearly 50 years in the making to buy into Sam's Son's prized breed-to-race bloodlines. Coming to the Keeneland January sale. Learn more at samson.keeneland.com.
Hey, neighbor, we got to talk.
Well, Jay? No, he only comes to Bugle on race days.
Race days?
With the TVG app, every day is race day. You can place bets right in your phone, even stream live races.
Top-notch runners facing off.
I can have a day at the track whenever I want, right at home.
Coming through, guys.
Go get him, Mike.
Mike Smith?
Yeah, Mike Smith.
There's a new home of horse racing. Yours. Get a 50% bonus on your first deposit up to $250.
Mare produce records are essential for breeding decisions, sales catalog research, buying and selling decisions. The Equine Line Mare Produce Records online service and apps provide you with unlimited access to mare produce information from all over the world, with racing and auction history for thoroughbred mares and foals. When it comes to mare produce records, there's one source with every mare, every foal, everywhere. EquineLine.com.
Welcome back to Race Night on TVG. I'm Rich Perloff in Los Angeles. How about a risk-free first bet up to $1,000? They tell me there are things other than horse races that you can bet on. Make sure you're involved with the FanDuel Sportsbook. Use the promo code TVG1000. Risk-free first bet for new signups. And one of the games you may consider playing is the NFC West matchup between the Rams and the Seahawks. Our More Ways to Win crew broke that down.
DK is getting 1.5 points this week there in Seattle. Dave Weaver, close line there in my favorite city in the country. Who you got here in this matchup?
Well, everybody's talking about the Jets win against the Rams, but don't forget the Giants beat the Seahawks in Seattle. So to me, those are a wash. They both lost to terrible teams at home. The only thing that matters for the Rams is winning this game. Win or lose last week, this was the game that's going to determine the division. They need to win this game, and they're back in the driver's seat. So I don't care that they lost to the Jets last week. They pretty much have dominated Seattle of late. Russell Wilson, last 2 games, not a touchdown for him against the Rams. I think the Rams defense is a little bit too overwhelming here for Seattle. I actually think the Rams can win this in what would be a low-scoring affair.
Oh, I couldn't disagree more here. I think Seattle can take care of business. I think one of the problems that Russell Wilson has had in this series is turnovers, and turnovers are not sticky, meaning that they're not something that you can expect to happen from one game to the next, one matchup to the next. And so I'm expecting Russell Wilson to have a cleaner game, have a few touchdown passes, maybe to DK Metcalf, maybe to Tyler Lockett, maybe to somebody random. Regardless, I think Seattle can get it done.
You can watch More Ways to Win every Thursday beginning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time on TVG. We're going back out to Turfway Park. Race number 5 on an 8-race program will kick off there late. 50-cent pick 4. We've got open maiden special weight 2-year-old fillies and a big field. That's the horse right there that's going to break all the way to the outside. The 12, Hybrid Eclipse, who showed up last time out, and that's our new favorite at 2-1. Okay, well, Hybrid Eclipse showed up last time at Churchill Downs in one of those $150,000 maiden claiming races. That's as high as I've ever seen for a maiden claimer. And you might think that horses are claim proof at that level. They're not. I've seen at least one horse claimed out of those races. Hybrid Eclipse was making the second start of her career. 2-year-old filly by Painter, tracked the pace, middle moved, got to the front, and just did miss by a head in a very good effort. Outside draw, generally speaking, doesn't concern me. In one-turn races, Joe Talamo has the call tonight for trainer John Ennis. Here's a look at the 3, Twirling Patty. That's the horse that was favored early on, the daughter of Twirling Candy, coming out of the Thomas Drury barn. Good third on debut. Those were $50,000 maiden claimers. It'll be John McKee riding tonight. Number of first-time starters here, including the horse that's going to break from the rail, Igloo. Igloo, 2-year-old by the Medaglia d'Oro stallion, Mishawish, out of a Smart Strike mare. Solid pedigree there. Jonathan Thomas, the trainer. Albin Jimenez will ride. Igloo was 12-1 morning line and is currently at half that, 6-1. And that's a look at the 2. Flag of Honor, a homebred for Mr. Farish, Neil Howard, the trainer. Blinkers go on in career start number 2. Flag of Honor debuted against Open Maiden Specials at Churchill Downs, was third in a 4-horse field and beaten 9.5 lengths. Okay. Yeah, the top 2 finishers in there, Decade and Color of Dawn, basically match raced to the wire. It was 9.25 lengths back to Flag of Honor, who outfinished one horse in that very short field. But the buyer figure that she put up in that race certainly puts her in the conversation with these, with any second race improvement. And I will also mention that the horse that finished second in that September 20th event, Color of Dawn, came back to break her maiden in career start number 2. So a lot of ways to go here, as you might expect. Number of first-time starters, some lofty prices. Okay, there's Igloo, still holding at 6-1. Solid work tab, like the fact that they got her out to a 5-furlong drill on December 11th. There's Flag of Honor. Debut was on September 20th, so she went back to the sidelines for a couple months after that. Twirling Patty now at 7-2. John McKee. The first of the two Buff Bradley first-time starters, there's Misty Vale, the daughter of Tonalist out of the Birdstone mare, 25-1. Now, this horse interested me a little bit. Madre's War, 35-1, maybe underneath. That 4-furlong drill on November 21st at the Trackside Training Center, that's kind of jumping off the page at me. 47-2 breezing, that made Madre's War the fastest of 55 horses that worked a half mile that day. Daughter of Declaration of War out of a Fusaichi Pegasus mare. Up to the 7, AA Tsarina, going to try with the blinkers on in career start number 3. Spy a Star has the experience edge on this bunch. He's going to the post for the 6th time, coming off a second-place finish at Churchill against 30,000 maiden claimers. Bold Figure, Speed and Fade on debut. Blinkers come off tonight. There's Impressive One, the other Buff Bradley trainee. Honest Intentions was 5th of 8 in her only prior start. And then Hybrid Eclipse to the outside, still holding as the 2-1 favorite. Let's go to Cal Expo for the live call of race number 2.
Issues, and hopefully it has those straightened out here and getting some significant class relief tonight. A couple of 5-1 shots, the 1 and the 2. Here they come. And they're rough on the inside. Better's Promise out fast alongside. High Hose, Little Rev also leaves the extreme outside. Cowboys, Dirty Boots on the move early. 3 of them across the track into the first turn. Next in line, away in 4th, Better in the Bank, followed there by Trashy Tongue Talker. And the early trailer, that's 5-card draw. Settling into early positions on that first turn from the outside. Cowboys Dirty Boots now takes over for Blaine Chapel, and they open up this mile in 28 seconds flat. Off the turn, up the backstretch, and it's Cowboys Dirty Boots on the point, a length to the good. Racing in second, that's High Hose, Little Rev. Underway from third, Better's Promise on the move. Also going up on the outside, Trashy Tongue Talker. Then we come back to Better in the Bank, shuffled back. And the trailer also going up, 5-card draw. 3 in, 3 out. Over to the half they go. And Better's Promise is the new leader, but not for long. Trashy Tongue Talker on the outside. Goes on by for Luke Plano, halfway home. 57 seconds flat. And as they head into the final turn, Trashy Tongue Talker skips off by 2.5. Better's Promise now closing that gap once again and keeping the leader in his sights. Third on the outside, 5-card draw. Cowboys Dirty Boots locked in 4th. Better in the Bank trying to get into it from the outside. And the trailer, High Hose, Little Rev. 3 quarters, 1:24.4. Third quarter paced in 27.4. In the lane, Trashy Tongue Talker leads him down the lane. Racing second on the inside, Better's Promise on the outside trying to make up ground, but to no avail. 5-card draw, Trashy Tongue Talker, Better's Promise. It is Trashy Tongue Talker in front. Better's Promise second, 5-card draw third, followed by Better in the Bank. 1:53.3.
5-3-2 is unofficial in race number 2 at Cal Expo. Trashy Tongue Talker gets the money. We'll have those prices for you shortly. Back at the Big M for race number 7 to take you through the post parade. Once again, here's Andrew Dembski.
Yeah, number 1 in race 7, that's Fizzing in here. Fizzing does Lord Dexter Dunn. The 2 is Ballarat Boomerang. Comes to us from Yonkers. Raced well enough last time to at least compete in here at a long shot price. Spoiling Order taking all the money. That's the 3-horse in here. Coming out of the Fog race, getting a little class relief. Number 5 there on your screen is Bloodline. This one is my top choice in here. Should win if he's ready. Number 6, Paternity Suit gets some class relief. Todd McCarthy having a nice night. He gets the call in here and behind. Andy Miller going to drive Lucan Hanover, the 7-horse in here. Comes out of a claim when losing a photo at Yonkers. Number 8 is Unloaded. Comes off a victory, but that was his first victory of 2020. I'll look elsewhere in here. Octane Blue Chip is the 9 with Yannick Gingras driving. Ships in from Yonkers. Tough post and up in class. Should be a tough call. And rounding out the field, there's Blaze M.M. Hanover, a winner as the race favorite at Yonkers the last time out, going to have to overcome the post 30 1-1 odds. That's your field for the upcoming 7th race here at the Big M. I'm going to go 5, 6, and 8, my top 3 selections. Only 2 minutes to get your bets in for race 7. We'll send it back to Rich Perloff. Rich.
All right, Andrew, thanks very much. 5-2 on Andrew's top pick in there, and we'll get back to the Big M for that 7th race. But we got business at Turfway Park, and that would be kicking off the late pick 4. Bettors have settled in on the 12-horse here, Hybrid Eclipse. Okay, look, she went well enough against Open Maiden Specials on debut. That was at Keeneland. Then she was up for sale for $150,000 in a maiden claiming race at Churchill, and she improved there, only beaten ahead. Now, of course, up against maiden specials here at Turfway Park, she's not up for sale. She only cost $37,000. I say only, but you know that's a relatively low number for a well-bred yearling in this day and age. So you can understand why the connections had no qualms about dangling her for that immense maiden claiming tag, but not today. Not today. Today she goes back to the barn, win or lose. Joe Talamo in the irons, aboard your 2-1 favorite. You can be watching all these races on your TVG app. Find out more at tvg.com/watch. 2-1 on your favorite, 4-1 on the 6 American Bourbon, who got clear very quickly in her most recent. We haven't touched on her. Both prior starts in turf sprints against maiden specials, one at Arlington, one at Woodbine. Going to try dirt for the first time, but that's another horse that's working very well at the Trackside Training Center. Back-to-back bullet works for American Bourbon, 2-year-old filly by American Pharoah. So you wouldn't think that the move to any surface other than grass would be problematic. 4-1 there, 9-2 on the 3-horse Twirling Patty, who was 10-1 on the morning line, and then 5-1 on the first-time starter Igloo, who's going to have to deal with the rail there, coming out of the Jonathan Thomas barn with Alvin Jimenez in the irons. Trying with the 11 here, Honest Intentions, second-time starter by Honor Code. 5th of 8 on debut. Not a terrible effort, certainly not disgraced. In there, Michael Ewing, the trainer, and Jermaine Bridgemahan rides. There goes the 5, Madre's War. David Ryder, the trader there. It's a homebred, the trainer, a homebred for Judy Needham. Couple left. There's American Bourbon going up. Gabriel Lagunas rides there for Anna Mia. We are just about set. Jim McNerney's got the call of race number 5 at Turfway. Good luck if you're playing the late pick 4.
We are racing in the Wrigley. Fast start for Igloo. Igloo on debut, blast out to take the lead. But there will be company. American Bourbon, Bold Figure, and a Hybrid Eclipse up to the outside. So up the backside they go from the middle. It's Bold Figure to the inside, Igloo to the outside of Honest Intentions. Now, Hybrid Eclipse has backed off the speed. She's 4th to the outside in the yellow cap, advancing to the inside, American Bourbon. Impressive 1 is racing in 6th, about 5.5 off the lead. Break a 2 back to AA Zarina. Then a link for the back, Spy Star. Twirling Patty's on the move. Twirling Patty advancing to the inside of horses as Madre War is going backwards. Flag of Honor is next to 4 or 5 back to Misty Vale, who's under the whip. The quarter was 22-1 in Igloo. Igloo under confident handling shows the way by a length. Bold Figure being hard ridden to keep pace. 3 wide is a Hybrid Eclipse, is wondering about the course as they straighten away to the top of the home stretch, and Igloo will whip them in. Igloo off the turn, driving by the furlong grounds, is ever widening in front by 3, now by 4. Hybrid Eclipse and Honest Intention are next, but with it a 16th left to go, Igloo on debut has put this field on ice. Igloo, gate to wire, punched home, won by at least a half a dozen. Twirl and Patty from the backfield ran on to be second. Tight for third, Misty Vale or Honest Intentions in 110 and 2. Igloo for Jonathan Thomas takes the rig.
8-5 on the 3, Boiling Ore. 5-2, the 5, Bloodline. On gate, race 7, here they come. They're off. Mock Easy shoots out with Bloodline. Mock Easy, Bloodline, and a Fizzing from the inside into the top 3 and sweeping up quickly. Blaze MM Hanover, widest of all, into the first turn. And a Bloodline gets involved now, third and going up there. So Boiling Ore back to fourth on the inside. Blaze MM Hanover goes up from fifth. Then it's Ballerad Boomerang, followed by Paternity Suit and Luke and Hanover at the reel with a unloaded and Octane Blue Chip. Too wide past the opening quarter as Bloodline takes the lead for Jason Bartlett. Here is Blaze MM Hanover at 60-1. 28 seconds across the backstretch. Mock Easy is third and all over the helmet there with the Fizzing fourth on the inside. Boiling Ore next in line fifth. Staying near the half, it's a Ballerad Boomerang sixth, followed by Paternity Suit. Then comes Luke and Hanover, gap of 2 to unloaded. Losing touch here, Octane Blue Chip, dropping back, way back. At the half, it's Blaze MM Hanover, the long shot at 56 seconds for the half. Bloodline second, onto the far turn they go. Boiling Ore now gets in gear for Dave Miller, third on the outside, gaining quickly. Mock Easy back to fourth, following live cover, Paternity Suit second over. A shuffle for Fizzing on the inside. He's buried. A late move from Luke and Hanover, stride for stride with him. Fresh off the cones, Ballerad Boomerang with excess cover, past 3 quarters. Blaze MM Hanover, Boiling Ore on the outside, takes it to him, 124-1 in the stretch. Blaze MM Hanover looking for the upset, but Boiling Ore on the outside and off his cover. Paternity Suit times a late move from way back. Ballerad Boomerang deep stretch. Boiling Ore, Paternity Suit on the outside gets to him. Paternity Suit. Todd McCarthy does it again. It's 7-1. Then Boiling Ore, Ballerad Boomerang, and Luke and Hanover. Paternity Suit. 151-4.
6-3-2-7 is how they went in race number 7 at the Big M. That was Paternity Suit at odds of 7-1, getting by 8-5 favorite Boiling Ore in deep stretch to get the money. 6-3-2-7. Back at Cal Expo, Trashy Tongue Talker scored as the 3-5 favorite in race number 2. Luke Plano drove the winner. 5-3-2-1. The Dime Super paid exactly $5. Coming up at the top of the hour, it'll be the best bet in racing. That's the early pick 4 at Los Alamitos. The Sarge Nick Hines will be on the desk there, along with Los Ponies. Jose Contreras, I had a look at that early pick 4. I always do. Thoroughbred fans, you've got the Thoroughbreds in races 1, 2, and 3. The 4.5 furlong races. Then race number 4 is one of those 1,000-yarders that they've been carting a lot of. It's a first-level allowance event. Race number 4. There's a look at the field for race number 1. Just 24 minutes to post, 24 minutes to get your bets down on that early pick 4 at Los Alamitos. We're taking a break. We will return with more of Race Night right after this.
They say with some horses, you can just tell. You can take one look at them and you know they're different. That they're built to be faster than all the others, more successful, more majestic, more historic. Even if the truth is you don't really know until the spotlight puts them to a whole other kind of test. He wouldn't race until he was 3 years old, but when he got onto the track, Justify produced a remarkable 112 days of perfection.
They're off in the Kentucky Derby.
He broke a curse more than a century old.
He's just awesome. Justify has won the Kentucky Derby.
He overcame slop, fog, and every challenger who pushed him to the line.
Justify, he's unstoppable.
And ultimately, he became just the second undefeated horse ever to win racing's Triple Crown.
He's just perfect, and now he's just an immortal. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
He's always been a horse that looked the part, a physical specimen you just can't take your eyes off of. But on the track, once the starting gates opened, Justify's brilliance ultimately matched his boundless potential. Now, alongside another all-time great at Ashford, he's a stallion who presents another kind of infinite potential. Now the question is, who else wants to be a part of the generation that comes next?
Igloo off the turn, driving by the furlong grounds, is ever widening in front by 3, now by 4. Hybrid Eclipse and Honest Intention are next, but within a 16th left to go, Igloo on debut has put this field on ice. Igloo, gate to wire, punched home, won by at least a half a dozen. Twirl and Patty from the backfield ran on to be second, tight for third, Misty Vale or Honest Intentions.
Jimmy Mack, Igloo put that field on ice. That was a good-looking debut from a filly whose pedigree suggests that her connections are going to have all kinds of options here. 2-year-old daughter of Mishawish out of a Smart Strike mare. Boy, maybe you ought to get better as the distances increase. Grass, certainly a possibility, but that was a big debut win. Any way you slice it. Pick 5, culminating with Igloo's victory, pays $1,355 and change. Let's go on to race number 6, 8-race program. So your last opportunity to start a pick 3 begins here with a field of $5,000 claiming horses. Non-winners of 3 lifetime, got 3 scratches. That leaves us with a field of 11. And your favorite's going to break from the extreme outside here. That's 12 horse Jimmy Joe. Jimmy Joe, who is dropping many levels in class for trainer Cipriano Contreras. Manny Esquivel will ride Jimmy Joe. 22 minutes till race number 6. At the Meadowlands, 7-1 on Paternity Suit, $17.60 for the win. Todd McCarthy drove. Boiling Ore hit the front as the 8-5 favorite could not hold off Paternity Suit. 6-3-2-7.
And now another pretty good parlay only on FanDuel Sportsbook. At the Captain 33 writes, "Don't take my betting advice, but FanDuel Same Game Parlay is where it's at. Want our betting advice? The Captain's betting advice is very much where it's at. Only FanDuel Sportsbook lets you parlay multiple wagers on the same game to turn a small bet into a big payday. All customers get Same Game Parlay insurance worth up to $25 every day."
Are you getting the most out of your Medicare plan? Are you sure? Many people with Medicare are eligible for plans that include extra benefits in addition to those found in original Medicare. Benefits like dental, vision, and prescription drug coverage. Call now to see if you're eligible to enroll. The consultation is free with no obligation to enroll. In addition to hospital and medical coverage, at no extra cost, you could also get coverage for prescription drugs, dental, hearing, vision, and more. In many areas, plans with benefits are available with $0 copays for many services, $0 monthly premiums, or $0 deductibles. That's hospital, medical, prescription drug, dental coverage, and more included in one plan with premiums that may be as low as $0 a month. Call now to see if you're eligible to enroll. The consultation is free and there's no obligation to enroll.
Call 800-985-3940. That's 800-985-3940.
Helping families with mesothelioma is all we do.
My firm has been offering a free book on mesothelioma for over 10 years. Since that time, hundreds of people with mesothelioma have trusted us to represent them. We have local offices throughout the U.S., and there is no risk to you. Mesothelioma really is all we do. Call us at 1-800-555-1043. That's 1-800-555-1043. Or go to mesobook.com.
The Equine Line Mare Produce Records online service and apps with every mare, every foal, everywhere. equineline.com.
Welcome back to Race Night on TVG. Now just 15 minutes till we kick off the 8-race program at Los Alamitos. Race number 1 begins the best bet in racing. The early pick 4 got a scratch out of this maiden claiming event. Take out the 1, Cat in the Pulpit. $3,500 maiden claimers going 4.5 furlongs. The number 2 horse, Golden Goddess, only beaten a neck in a very good effort in her only prior under the lights at Los Al. She's one of 2 that the Sarge has got on the ticket. Backup plan is the 3 horse, Shenandoah Star. Obviously, the Sarge thinking race number 2, a wide open event. He's 3 deep in the 3rd, and he's trying to get alive to the number 2 horse, Extractor. 7-5 favorite on the morning line for race number 4. Extractor, when last seen, was an 8-length maiden breaking winner. That was back on the 12th of December in 2019. So he's been away from the races for quite a while. Sarge thinks he's going to come back running. These tickets are on the website for you at tvg.com if you need to refresh your memory. Back at Turfway Park, horses in the walking ring prior to race number 6. $5,000 claimers, non-winners of 3. Talked a little bit about the 12, Jimmy Joe. Yeah, multi-level class drop here. Connections took Jimmy Joe out of a race at Churchill on November 27th for $20,000. They ran him back in a $20,000 beaten claiming event at Churchill Downs on November 20th. The claim was in late November of 2019 for $20,000. Jimmy Joe returned to the races November 20th this year, finished 3rd of 5, and here comes the big class drop. 9-5, if that narrative is appealing to you. Second choice at 5-2 is the 2 horse Uncle Gregory, who takes a more modest class drop here, coming out of the Carlo Baccarezza barn. Uncle Gregory stretched out to 1 mile and a 16th, 2-turn race at Churchill last time out, led early, had to settle for 5th in a field of 8. Turns back in distance here and going to be ridden by 10-pound apprentice Andrea Rodriguez. Andrea Rodriguez, who, as of the printing of my past performances, still in search of her first victory. We are at Cal Expo. Let's hear from Gary Seibel as we track race number 3.
Still needing to catch up. 2-1 on the 7, Hi-Ho Julio. Nick Rowland looking for his second win tonight. And the 9, Sherwood. Jake Cutting also at 2-1. Inside the 2, Danzig to Dharma. Doug Chappell, a couple of seconds recently at 7-2. Here they come. Way off the gate, the 8, Get My Good Side. And they're off. That's Cal's Hope out fast for the lead on the outside. Hi-Ho Julio. How You Remind Me on the inside, the gray getting away 3rd, between horses on the move in 4th, and driving up now. There goes It's Only Make Believe. It's Only Make Believe on the outside, and Kevin Anderson take command. Back to 2nd, Cal's Hope. How You Remind Me 3rd, settling in 4th. Hi-Ho Julio, 2.5, 3 lanes back. D Vigilante. Next in line behind that one, it is Sherwood. Then a length and a half, 2 back to Danzig to Dharma. Following that one on to the backstretch, it is Don't Rock the Boat, Baby, and well back after being off the gate. Get My Good Side, opening quarter, 28-3. Strung out as they move on the backstretch. And up top, It's Only Make Believe, and Kevin Anderson showing the way by 2. Cal's Hope. It'll loose pocket second. 2 lanes back. How You Remind Me third. Hi-Ho Julio gearing up once again in fourth. The half, 57-1. Second quarter identical to the first, 28-3. And now with a strong brush on the outside, here comes Hi-Ho Julio for Nick Rowland. And Hi-Ho Julio going on by It's Only Make Believe. Cal's Hope tightens it up a little bit in third. Fourth on the outside, D. Vigilante. How You Remind Me on the inside. 3 wide now and charging. Sherwood for Jake Cutting. 3 quarters, 125-3. Third quarter, 28-2. They move down into the stretch on the outside. Hi-Ho Julio, but the strong horse is on the grandstand side, and that is Sherwood. Sherwood coming on out of his outside now. Danzig to Dharma is all fired up. Sherwood, Danzig to Dharma on the outside, also there late pace. It's Steve Vigilante. Danzig to Dharma gets the final call. Sherwood second, D. Vigilante third. It's Only Make Believe fourth. 154-4.
3-9-1-5. Boy, that race had many different facets to it, and the late rallies get the money there. Prices for you. It was race number 3 from Cal Expo. How You Remind Me. Scores there. All right, back at Turfway Park, awaiting a post parade for race number 6. Good look there at the 3-horse. Dragon Drew, who was 8-1 on the morning line, currently at 9-2. Yeah, I like that third place finish just fine. This is one of those situations where, because Dragon Drew's last race was accomplished at such a big price, Dragon Drew finished 3rd of 9 at odds of 44-1. I mean, that running line, if Dragon Drew had been 10-1 in that last race, he'd be a shorter price than 9-2 right now. I have to believe the buyer figure of 70 that he put up in that race certainly would make him competitive here. And just to add to the allure, those were open $5,000 claimers. These were $5,000 non-winners of 3. Now, pros and cons. Dragon Drew has managed a couple of in-the-money finishes in his recent starts, but he's 2 for 28 lifetime, and you would have to go back to 2018 to find his most recent win. Comes out of the Susan Anderson barn. Still 11 minutes till post time for race number 6 at Turfway Park. We are going to check in with the Sarge, who is now good to go at Los Alamitos under the lights in Cypress, California. Nick, post-parade time for the opener.
Thank you, Rich, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The day after Christmas, as I like to call it, the gift that keeps on giving here at Los Alamitos, the best bet in racing. We're just 8 minutes away from the opener tonight, the new meet. That's right, we flipped the calendar. The new meet begins tonight with a featured event, the Holiday Handicap, on the first night of the new meet tonight. I want to welcome in Jose Contreras at Los Ponies. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Nick. Good to hear your voice. And we begin a brand new clean slate here. A new nighttime season begins tonight. Looking forward to it. I hope everybody had a good holiday season and a successful opening day there to our friends across town there at Santa Anita.
Yeah, no doubt. It was different. I just happened to be there on campus today. Different, but it was nice to watch live horse racing, of course. Always a privilege to be working on the airwaves here on behalf of TBG at Los Alamitos for our quarters programming. So, as you mentioned, again, this is opening night, and just hope that everyone out there in TBG land had a wonderful Christmas holiday spent with family. And as you close out the year 2020, may it end on a high note. And as we take a look at the post parade here, Jose, I read the news in reference to the $10,000 guarantee brought to you by Doc Allred. So tell us a little bit about the announcement that was made earlier this week. Sunday nights, $10,000 guaranteed pool in that pick six.
Yeah, whenever there's not a carryover heading into a Sunday night program, Nick, the track will put up $10,000 into that seed pool for the pick six. So whenever there's not a carryover, that Sunday night pick six will get $10,000 in company money, and that will begin with the Sunday, January 3rd, which that will be the night of the running of the Grade 1 $100,000 Charger bar for the older fillies and mares. So looking forward to that new promo for the pick six. I do like me the $2 pick six, so that's a welcome addition there as far as the bonus money.
Oh, absolutely. And of course, here at Los Alamitos, it's the traditional $2 pick six. The wager features a 70-30 split each night. That means there are no jackpot provisions. And on a nightly basis, whenever there are tickets that have correctly selected 6 out of 6 winners, those winning tickets each equally share 70% of the total pool. And a quote here from a one Orlando Gutierrez, the director of marketing. Los Alamitos has some of the best and most loyal fans in racing. We wanted to do something to thank them for their continued support of our nightly program. We wanted to build some added excitement for our horse players on nights when we already have some of our best stakes races of the week. So in addition to the Charger Bar Handicap on January 3rd, the month of January will also feature the Barbara B Handicap on January 10th, and then, of course, the trials, the Grade 1 Brad McKenzie Los Alamitos Winter Championship on Sunday, January 24th. Jose, I know that you have a Pick 4 ticket. Ticket is available on the web, as do I, as we look in at Turfway Park as they step out onto the track for race number 6. Is this 2-5 favorite Golden Goddess, is this horse a lock as an 0 for 15 maiden?
I feel like this is the race, this is the field that she's been looking for to get that maiden diploma. This is not the official lock of the night, but I do think this is the race that she was kind of searching for to get that first win and career start, number 16. So she is 2-5 on the board, and the scratch of the one, Nick, that first time shot, I think narrowed down the field a little bit more, so that's why some of the money is also going towards it too.
Yeah, I think that was a fairly significant scratch, knowing what the odds and the direction would take us. But I'm not totally sold on the 2 Golden Goddess. I think Shenandoah Star stands improvement. The second start back for trainer Jeff Matz, and this one sat out since back in January at Santa Anita. So the return here on December 11th in the fairly quick turnaround in 2 weeks. I think you're going to see an improvement from the 3 who's currently at 3-1. Out at Turfway, as they move along in their program tonight there in Florence. Want to give a salute to my good friend Rusty Brown out there in TBG land, and appreciate you tuning in. I know that your choices are plenty, but TVG is number 1 in your household, and I would hope that the feeling would be mutual. Also, Carlo Vaccaressa, who's been a long-time, not only a owner, horseman, trainer, and his son Nick, a aspiring trainer in his own right. Certainly look forward to his career getting going. Welcome to TBG land and the broadcast here at Los Al. Jose, back to the order of business. I wanted to talk about this early pick 4. How much did you invest?
Economical, actually both tickets on TBG.com for both the early one and the late one. By the way, is that a sparkling water that I hear? Did you bring me one?
Everything's sparkling. If I were to bring you one, I'd have to throw it up into the Vessels Club. You definitely don't want to trust my arm, but I must say, I like your wardrobe tonight. The attire, the tie, is top notch, my friend.
My Santa named Nick brought me a nice tie, so I'm wearing it tonight. So thank you for the gift there. But I'm gonna single right off the favorite. It's either the favorite or trying to beat him. You either use the favorite, single the favorite, or toss them, and you go the other route. I'm in the case where I think this is a field that.
Okay, hold on to that thought. Hold on to that thought, Jose. We need to bring in Andrew Dembski out at the Big M quickly. We'll come back with your pick 4. Andrew?
Yeah, thanks, Sarge. We're coming up on race number 8 here. Kicks off the 20-cent pick 6 with that always low 15% takeout. Competitive field in here. Stellenbosch, the 5-horse. Right now, great price at 5-1. Yes, a perfect trip winner last time out. Yes, she's up in class, but my goodness, was she razor sharp last week. I do think Stellenbosch deserving of a look as Tyler Buter, the sniper. He's looking for another winner on tonight's program. Call me Queen Bee, the sixth, my third choice in here, just so that one's outside. This one getting some class relief. Second start here at the Big M. Should take a step forward. And I did throw the one in as a long shot, Milady Denver. All this mare does is turn in pretty decent efforts. Leon Bailey, the irregular driver's in behind once again. I think this horse could be an absolute bomb. I wouldn't look past this one to just hug the pylons in here. Maybe hold on for a share right now. 27-1, 5, 1, and 6. My top picks as we're coming up on post time for race number 8 here at the Big M.
All right, thank you, Andrew. Be sure to get those wagers in. You still have got a few seconds. Let's leave it at that. I don't want to say minutes because then I would probably not be telling you the truth. But get those wagers in at tvg.com. Jose, as we bring it back here to Los Alamitos, 3-5 on Golden Goddess. I can't say I really trust based on the fact that, yeah, she is coming off of a near miss at this level, but she is 0 for 15, but it is her second straight start. So talk to me about your pick 4.
All right, so single to 2. Race number 2, I'm going to go too deep there, Nick. 2 and 6. I do like the 6 Sarah Smirk at 5-1 for Robert Lucas. I like the slight drop in claim price. I like her, the speed that she can show. I think Edward Rojas is going to be aggressive from that outside draw, trying to be forwardly placed. So 3 and 6 in race 2. Race 3, the start of the $2 pick 6. The 2 Vidalia to me is much better than what it appears last time out. Tough a field last time out. It was a field of 9. I like the draw in post 2. You get Serapa Figueroa here to ride. So 1 and 2 for me in race 3. And then race 4, I'm going to go inside 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that's going to be a $16 play. But I think the favorite here is the horse to beat.
All right. Well, so your ticket is how much?
16. Single by 2 by 2 by 4.
Interesting. Okay. I went 30, and I'll touch on that in a moment. You can catch the Meadowlands Race 8. They are getting set to go. You can watch that race live on the TVG app. Quickly, giving you those numbers that I had on my pick 4. Jose, did you write my ticket down?
Did not.
All right. So I'm just kidding. So real quick, in the opener, I used 2 horses. I really do think that the 3 Shenandoah Star, I see this one moving forward. Took money last out. I thought the time was reasonable. I realized she was 7 lengths back. They went 52 and 3. But I personally think Metz put a race into her, swings back in 2 weeks. I went 5 deep, all but in it for life in that second leg, which hopefully I won't be regretting. And I think it's a wide open race. Race 3, going with Ever Vigilant, the favorite on the drop for Andrew Lerner, who will be tying the knot this weekend, getting married tomorrow, I believe. So this will be a nice way to get a victory here at Los Alamitos. Third start back off of a respite. I also like Street Flyer in that spot. I'll tell you, Sugar at Sundown, I think she's turned the corner. And Sam Nichols, you don't get that 10-pound riding apprentice at the time. Now you get the journeyman, Francisco Orduña Rojas. And then I'm going to close out with Extractor on the return for now trainer Jonathan Wong for Ron Brewer. This horse tried to get in multiple times during the daytime. Races simply did not go, and with the situation up at Golden Gate, this horse is limited to running here at night. So a single there, $30 ticket available on the web. Jose, race number 6 at the Turfway. Last chance opportunity to pick 3. I know you had an opportunity to look at this race. A non-3, 3-quarter event. Where did you go?
I like the 3 here, Dragon Drew. This horse comes out of a third-place finish. Only half a length off of for second. That was a 44-1 last time, I think. That was against open 5 claimers. So tonight, non-winners of 3 condition here. So got a feel for the track after not racing on this surface since February of this year. So in between starts, I've been running over the dirt and turf. So got a feel for the track and against conditionals tonight. Good third last time out. I'll take the 3, Dragon Drew.
All right, the 3 Dragon Drew for Susan Anderson, Angel Serpa. This 5-year-old gelded son of Get Stormy has been knocking on the door over this synthetic track. Much improved effort at 44-1 last out, but no secret at 7-2. Good luck there, Jose. And I also wanted to mention the fact that all-time record opening day handle of $23 million out at Santa Anita today. Fantastic. Let's give it up to Jimmy McNerney for the 6th live at Turfway on TVG.
And Jimmy Joe, the son of Broken Val, to the outside for Sippy. goes in. They are at the post. And they are racing. Not the best start for Kickapoo. A fast one, though, for Dragon Drew. Also quick into stride, Twinkling Knight, and through from the inside, Roth. Up the backside they go. It's Dragon Drew to the inside, Roth in second. Colton scored away into third position. Out wide, Jimmy Joe, the favorite, stalks while racing in the clear from fourth. Towards his inside is Amani's Kitten as Uncle Gregory starts to backpedal, advancing between horses. Come on, Venezuela. Then comes Twinkling Knight, who races in tandem with Kickapoo after that slow start's on the move. Advancing to the inside is All Grit, and Electric Avenue is at the back of the pack. The quarter drill 22-2, and it's Dragon Drew is 2 lengths in front. Roth has thrown out the parachute, starts to backpedal. Jimmy Joe just went by him. From the outside, Amani's Kitten's on the move. Come on, Venezuela is being put to the test. A 3-wide bid from Kickapoo to the top of the home stretch, and Dragon Drew will whip him in. Dragon Drew off the turn with a 3-length advantage. The favorite Jimmy Joe is put to a full-out drive from second as they're deep inside the final furlong now, and it's Dragon Drew driving on a 5 now 6-length lead. Amani's Kitten and Allgrit's going to battle for the balance. Dragon Drew is all alone. Tight photo for second. To the outside was Allgrit. To the inside was Amani's Kitten. Those two were noses up and down for you.
Nice call there, Jose, with Dragon Drew at 3-1 and perfect handling under Angel Serpa. Well done there to John Whitworth, your winning owner. As they get set to load up here, my friend Rusty, he likes a big price here. Come on, Venezuela. Well, it's not really come on, Venezuela at a price if it's not here at Los Alamitos. Jose, quick thoughts on the 4, Thick Smoke. That's a Rusty selection.
Quick Smoke there. Thick Smoke, excuse me. Non-factor last time out. Some of those efforts from 2 and 3 starts ago would be a good fit here.
Let's give it up to Michael Rona for the lid lifter on an 8-race card.
Is away quickly from Shenandoah Star and to Something Chatter. Several lengths to Miraloma Madam. Several more lengths to Thick Smoke. Shenandoah Star is matching strides with the favourite Golden Goddess. Shenandoah Star, in fact, is a half length in the front with about 5/16 of a mile to go. Golden Goddess coming through level now, has to be made use of. And they're in a race by themselves. 7 clear from Something Chatter. A further 7 lengths to Thick Smoke and Miraloma Madam. Golden Goddess working hard on the inside of Shenandoah Star with 3/16 to go around the turn. The favourite taking the lead narrowly at the top of the stretch. It's Golden Goddess now a half to 3/4 on Shenandoah Star. About 5 lengths off then to Something Chatter. Golden Goddess was tested but has passed the test and is coming away, and Golden Goddess, too good for Shenandoah Star, wins by a length and a quarter. Then Something Chatter closing on the leading pair late, about 2 lengths away in third, and a conspicuous margin to the other pair, Thick Smoke, ahead of Miraloma Madam.
Golden Goddess going to graduate here at a short number. Through the turn there, Shenandoah Star, Jose, having some difficulties manipulating that turn, but Golden Goddess, straight and strong, 7-pound riding apprentice, Cesar Ortega for Cesar de Alba. Cesar Ortega learning the trade, actually mucking stalls for Cesar de Alba early on in his career.
Look at that. It makes it look well. And actually, that was a very good start for Shenandoah Star, who, was right there on the lead every step of the way and then began to kind of drift out a little bit and be difficult to ride. But Cesar Ortega did a great job on maintaining that inside path, saved ground, and got the win.
Yeah, well done there to that 3-year-old daughter of Golden Sense, who stands at the Spendthrift, and Richard Brown, Tom Halas. Nice work all around. We owe you the 8 from the Big M. Let's send it out.
Juxta Cowgirl. Ready for start, race 8. Here they come. They're off. Caitlin and Stellenbosch away together with Call Me Queen Bee on the outside. That's Milady Denver on the rail with early speed as they fan across the track 5 deep into the first turn. Susanna cuts the corner, and swooping down is Pammy Joe going up and around her. Then comes Chase U on the inside. Juxta Cowgirl at the rear of the field with Birch Island, Betty, and Royalty West. They pass the opening quarter in 27 3/5. Here comes Dave Miller and Call Me Queen Bee, a sweep to the lead. Stellenbosch repeat-minded in that second spot now. Caitlin is going to track along in third position. Milady Denver is fourth. On the inside, fifth is Pammy Joe. Heading near the half, Susanna is edging to the outside, followed by Chase Yu. Then it's Juxta Cowgirl at the rear with Royalty West Ho. Dropping back to last was Birch Island Betty. At the half, Call Me Queen Bee there at even money, 55 and 428-1. Stellenbosch pockets up onto the far turn. Out of fourth, here comes Milady Denver. First over attack now. Caitlin back to fourth on the inside. Up with cover is Pammy Joe. Pammy Joe gaps that cover. To her inside now, Chase Yu. Chase Yu is stride for stride there on the outside with Susanna as they pass three quarters. And Milady Denver coming up after Call Me Queen Bee, who braces for that bid. And on a break and going off the course there was Caitlin, 124 and 2 in the stretch. Under all sorts of pressure now is Call Me Queen Bee. Milady Denver on the outside pours it on. Locked in is Stellenbosch with no room. Trying to squeeze through. Then it's Pammy Joe. But Call Me Queen Bee outsprinting them. Call Me Queen Bee in the Buckeye. Call Me Queen Bee. Then very close, either Stellenbosch or Milady Denver. And then it was Susanna, 152 and 3.
Staying on nicely there would be Call Me Queen Bee. Yeah, even money, not the effort that you would have hoped for, where you sit back, relax, and enjoy that even money on the dollar. But regardless, a nice win, workmanlike, if you will. This one under the drive of David Miller, Jeff Cullifer. Well done to the Buckeye here. That's the 20th career victory from 65 starts, 7th here in 2020. And congratulations go out to the Pollock Racing, Jeff Cullifer, also your winning co-owners. Here at Los Alamitos, it was 2-3-6-4. You got a nice price underneath there at 30-1, but Golden Goddess breaks through in career start number 16 up at Cal Expo. Redonculoso, and that's Lemoyne Svensson for the Rider Barn, 8-5 currently, and six horses will be lining up here momentarily. But I think if that 2-1 stays in check with China King, that's the direction I'm going to go. Jose, Dragon Drew, no doubt this horse perked up a little bit when we saw that synthetic effort last out.
Yeah, and I like the condition. This one was against Open Flamers last time out tonight. Conditional in 3L. Got a feel for the track after not being, over the track in a while. Sharp win there. Got bet down to 3-1.
Nice effort from All Grit, who rounded out the exacta there. Shout out to a Hambone out there in the Lexington area. Thanks for tuning in. And of course, happy holidays to you, my friend. Keep them coming at tvg.com. On to the 7th at Turfway, a $30,000 claiming event. They'll be going 6 1/2 furlongs. And the conditions state that any one of these non-winners of 3 and a Life could be claimed for the tag of $30,000. Jose at 6-5 is Hoof Prince vulnerable.
I'm going to try to beat him. I'm going to try to beat him with the 3 here. Franken J.
Job done.
Well, and speaking of Cesar de Alba, this quarter horse entrant in race number 5, which will now be a heavy choice because the other favorite is scratching that race. So I'm hoping that Cesar might get a thoroughbred and quarter horse double their training job later tonight.
Remind us what race that is.
Race 5, the 5 Steamy, trained by Cesar de Alba, owned by Dr. Ed Allred.
All right, moving on to race number 2 on opening night. And as I was mentioning, the fact that such a big day out there at the Santa Anita, despite not having on-track attendance, quote-unquote, licensed owners who had participants in today's races were allowed to be there at the track today. But pretty remarkable, Jose, when you think about it. We'll try and get that early pick 4 total, but $23 million, an all-time record on opening day at Santa Anita.
That's sensational start to the season.
All right, race number 2 coming up here in about 18 minutes. Another short price, looking at Sapphire Silk. I've got a suspicion those odds are going to change. We'll take a short break. We'll be back. Quarters will continue after this.
Plug in, turn it up, and rock and roll.
Trying for the stunner, a rock and roll dance is up in time!
A rock and roll dance, power, toughness, and chart-topping speed.
A rock and roll dance is going to win it! 148-1 in the Meadowlands Stage.
A rock and roll dance, now standing at Diamond Creek Farm.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services. Attention ovarian cancer victims. Johnson & Johnson has stopped production of their talc-based baby powder in North America. Johnson & Johnson knew for decades about many medical studies linking long-term use of talc-based baby powder to ovarian cancer, but never added warning labels to product packaging or ads. If you were diagnosed with ovarian cancer after regularly using baby powder, you may have a case. The number of lawsuits involving Johnson & Johnson has increased with significant talcum powder verdicts, including a landmark verdict of $4.7 billion to 22 women in 2018. If you or a loved one were diagnosed with ovarian cancer and regularly used baby powder, you may be entitled to compensation.
Call Sokolov Law now. 1-800-262-9583 for your free legal consultation. Call 1-800-262-9583. That's 1-800-262-9583. I'm a non-attorney spokesperson.
Every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights, don't sleep on our popular $2 Pick 6 at Los Alamitos Racecourse. The Los Alamitos Pick 6 offers a traditional 70-30 split. That means a better chance for a solid nightly payout for our horse players. Check our strong Pick 6 payout this year. Over $10,000 on November 22nd. Over $32,000 on November 15th. Over $10,000 on October 18th. The traditional Los Alamitos Pick 6. It's a wager that is always in style.
And we're back on the quarters. Nick Hines with Jose Contreras on this opening night here at Los Alamitos. Again, it's been quite the year, and I'm not so sure that really puts it all into perspective. But if we roll on here with our featured event at Los Alamitos, the Holiday Handicap. Jose, while we look at Cal Expo, quickly wanted you to touch on tonight's feature here at Los Al.
Yeah, tonight's featured event and tonight's A-Race program. It's going to be the Holiday Handicap, 350 yards for the quarter horses. A few scratches, 3 scratches there. The 1, the 2, and the 6 in that Holiday Handicap. That race is for 2-year-olds, Nick. And the morning night favorite is going to be Candy Blood. Candy Blood coming in from Ruidoso and Remington Park. So looking forward to that race, 350 yards.
All right, that'll be our featured race on this 8-race card here at Los Al. As Cal Expo getting set to go, we'll also send it out to Andrew Dembski for the 9th here at the Big M. Andrew?
Yeah, thanks, Sarge. The 9th race coming up. Non-winners of 17,500 their last 5 starts. A trotting event. My price play comes in here. My long shot play of the night. I like the 6 in here. Right now, nice price you're getting. 10-1 on Q Hall for the barn of Andrew Harris. Now, Q Hall tried this level in his last race. Actually made a big 3-wide sweeping move up the backstretch and went off stride. But prior to that was a game second to Rich and Miserable multiple stakes winner. Now, Q Hall probably going to have to turn the tables on a few who show back up in here who have defeated Q Hall in the past, as he dealt to Sun in here. This one only beat a length or so to Delta Sun a few starts back, and Delta Sun is the 4 in here right now. Also a nice price at 7-1. But I think Q Hall with the right kind of trip might be able to get the job done. Andy McCarthy, the irregular driver, he's in behind once again. Now Delta Sun, like I just mentioned, certainly can get the job done. Really wouldn't surprise anybody. Delta Sun there on your screen. The other Andrew Harris trainee in here. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Harris Exacta, and the Harris Exacta would pay mighty fine right now. 7-1 the price on Delta Sun, who did pull that incredible upset. 2 starts back, beating the classy JL Cruz. The Warhorse was 16-1. Delta Sun today. He got the job done. Delta Sun will be coming from pretty far off. And I also like the 8 Warrior one to go straight to the front. I'll go 6, 4, and 8. My price play, Q Hall. Race number 9 coming up shortly. But for now, we'll send it back out to Los Al. Here's Sarge.
Thank you, Andrew. Let's set it up to Cal Expo on slight delay. Gary Seibel with the call of the 4th in the state's capital.
China King, 456th career start for Best Dream Seeker in his finale. Here they come. And they're off. China King is out fast. On the inside, Redonculoso leaves as well. And on the outside, it's the 14-year-old Best Dream Seeker as Nick Rowland angles that one over towards the pylons. But does he want to settle in third? Nope. He's going for the top. So with the lead, China King. Here comes Best Dream Seeker up on the outside. Back to third, Redonculoso. Length and a half back. Chase Me Forever comes next, followed by Keystone Charles and Tinkin Tiger. Opening quarter, 28-3. On the backstretch, Best Dream Seeker has the lead, but only for a moment, as Redonculoso goes right on by for Mooney Swenson. Best Dream Seeker now covered up in the pocket. Racing in third, China King. Length and a half back and fourth. That is Chase Me Forever. Following that one, Keystone Charles. And still at the back, Tink and Tiger can see them all. Over to the half they go. Redonculoso and Swenson has tapped on the brakes here, slowing down that tempo. Best Dream Seeker continues behind in second. China King third. The half, 58-2. And now they head into the final turn. And Redonculoso opens up by 2 over Best Dream Seeker. China King staying close behind third. Gap of 2 to Chase Me Forever. Then on the inside, Keystone Charles, and still at the back, Tinkin Tiger, as Redonculoso leads him by 3/4 in 1:27-1. Third quarter, 28-4. Top of the stretch, they turn for home. Redonculoso bearing out a bit, leaving room on the inside for Best Dream Seeker. On the outside, China King trying to come on as well. Redonculoso, China King on the outside. Best Dream Seeker slipping through on the inside, and he has done it in his final race. He's going out a winner. Best Dream Seeker takes the 4th. Close for a second, either Redonculoso or China King, and then Chase Me Forever. 155-2.
6-1-3-4 and a pile drive there for Best Dream Seeker. Was able to slide in. What a nice drive from Nick Rowland and for Richard Bertrand. And that's now back-to-back victories for that 14-year-old gelded son of Cam Best. Like fine wine, only getting better. That's the 9th win. Jose, put this into perspective. 2019, this 14-year-old, as a 13-year-old, went 1 for 41 last year. He's 9 for 41 in 2020.
There it is. Whatever happened in 2020, it turned him into a new horse.
Absolutely. And that was an incredible drive. If I would have said to you that, Jose, that's a 14-year-old gelding, you'd have thought I was crazy, but it's the truth. I am crazy.
Both statements of that sentence are true.
Hoorah. All right. Sapphire Silk takes an atomic drop here for Jorge Parabon. And, I used all but the former Battleborn horse in In It for Life. Take us through the one, In It for Life, who was a well-beaten 5th, beaten by a handful of these last out.
These are for the fillies and mares. Conditional claimers going for a tag of $2,500. In It for Life going by. There's Faded Love. Faded Love there was a good maiden breaking score. First time over this oval. Have been claimed since then. Finished second to Street Flyer last time out. Here's the 3 Sapphire Silk here for Jorge Periban. This one comes out of a 6th place finish at over the daytime. But she was showing speed in that event, Nick, and I think she'll be able to handle the shorter distance.
Yeah, for my brother, that 4-1 stays intact here. Beware of this one. Cesar Ortega looking to sweep. The early double was a good third, better than look third, I thought. And the 5, Barb's Valentine, makes a nice appearance here for Jesus Nunez. Juan Sanchez in the irons.
And the 7 is going to be Sarah Smirk, my checkmark selection here for Robert Lucas. Edward Rojas here jumps aboard for the first time. A horse that can be 40 placed from this outside draw. I think she's going to be trying there to get the lead.
All right, we'll be back for this second race, just 7 minutes away. Jose, I know you got the early pick 4 total here at Los Alamitos. What was it?
Over $181,000.
All right, so some of that daytime action trickling over into the nighttime, and still a pick 6 coming up. But in the meantime, let's give it up to the Big M, the voice of the Meadowlands, Ken Workington. Trotters in line.
8, Warrior 1, 3-1 on 7, Hill of a Horse, 7-2 on 2, Joey. On gate, race 9, here they come. They're off and trotting, and it's Q Hall out fast. Warrior 1 with speed on the far outside. That's Joey and Barry Black on the rail. Into the first turn goes Q Hall, and Warrior 1 wants the lead. And on the move up quickly is Hill of a Horse, now third and gaining as Joey settles in fourth position. Barry Black is fifth, and Henderson Sealster is sixth. Then comes Delta's Sun, followed by Armageddon, Sealster, and All-American, and the Veteran. 2 wide past the quarter, Hill of a Horse takes the lead with Simon Alardi in 28 seconds. Hill of a Horse sets the pace across the backstretch. Warrior 1 pockets up for Jingra. Loose pocket sitter there. Q Hall is third, and Joey is fourth. Tracking along fifth is Barry Black. Edging out is Henderson Sealster. He's tracked by Delta Sun. Then comes Armageddon Sealster with All-American, and the Veteran has to pass them all as Warrior 1 took over with Jingra past the half in 55 and 4, 27-4. Warrior 1 now on the point. Hill of Horse back in second. There goes Q Hall first over as they hit the far turn. And now Joey has a live cover second over fourth with 3/8 to go. Barry Black on the inside fifth. Henderson Sealster sets it up from third over sixth. Armageddon Sealster with excess cover on the outside. That's Delta Sun fourth over. Delta Sun is tracked by Armageddon Sealster, and Delta Sun is looking to swoop the field. He's circling around them as they pass 3/4 in 124 and 3/5. It's still Warrior 1, the one to figure out. Warrior 1, Hill of a Horse looking to shake loose with trot. That was Q Hall flattening out off his cover. Joey needs to do more. Warrior 1's doing enough here. He scoots off by 2.5, 3. Warrior 1 accelerating to the wire. Hill of a Horse trying to hold on a second, but it's Warrior 1. Warrior 1 then tight. Either Q Hall or Hill of a Horse or Joey. 152 and 3.
Well, no doubt about your winner here. Warrior 1 and Yannick Gingras, Ron Burke teaming up. They took a tough one back on December 11th when finishing second. Did all of the heavy lifting that night. Then would end up settling for second, but not the case. Tonight was a winning night. As we take ourselves back up to the state's capital, take a hard look at this one. Best Dream Seekers. You heard from the call, former colleague Gary Seibel. And this is the swan song for Best Dream Seeker. As you know, in a thoroughbred game, there's a limit capacity in which horses can race. Well, obviously, it's one thing to win as a 14-year-old, but that's the end of the road for Best Dream Seeker. He goes out having won his final 2 races of his career, his 45th win from 456 career starts, 9 for 41 on the year. Major salute, big time, going out to Amy Fichtner, Richard Bertrand, your winning owner, co-owner, trainer, and Nick Rowland, like I said, pile driving along the inside. Jose, what's the last time you saw a 14-year-old gelding wrapping up a 456 race career?
So is this going to be an angle now, Nick? Bet a 14-year-old in their last race of the year, and you get 2-1. Shout out to that old cool horse there, getting a win on his final start of his career.
Well, I mean, essentially, we know how the standardbreds work. That was his 4th start here in the month of December. Has not missed a beat. Was able to put 2 wins, 2/3 together and go out like that. And, you know, it's interesting because at the end of 2019, they could have easily said, hey, you know, it's been a good career for this one, but little do they know he'd come back with 9 wins and get that win total to 45. Incredible. Well done for that son of Cam Best, the legendary stallion in his own right. Out at Turfway, as they are 7 minutes to post here for race number 7, and non-winners of 3, $30,000 tag. Jose, as they get set to lift off here at Los Al for race number 2, just 3 minutes away. Sapphire Silk, your current 3-2 favorite. Out at Turfway, you mentioned the 3, Frank and Jimmy. This horse was well beaten at Ellis Park last out, but the 2 prior efforts that we saw at Turfway were pretty good.
And this horse has not been entered for this low of a claiming tag before, as far as I can see down the past performances, Nick. In the last, 10 or so starts that I can show in my PP. So this horse has been, the scheduled workouts looks well, has been training at Keeneland, bred by Charlie Lopresley, owned by Amy Lopresley. So I think this horse could be ready to go off the layoff here, 4-1 right at that morning line.
Yeah, I can verify that for you. So Frank and Jimmy, this horse has never been in for a $30,000 tag. This horse did race in an optional 25 back in July of 2019, but was not in for the claiming tag that particular night. And then you look at the other optional 25, and that was here at Turfway, actually in December, was not in for the tag. So good call there, and certainly this could be a live spot for that one. And, listed tonight as the trainer, you mentioned Charlie Lopresti, but the listed trainer here is, and I know this is akin to Shug McGahee, but Reeve McGahee.
Yeah, that's his son. Shout out to Reeve.
Okay.
I did get to meet him during my time that I lived in Lexington. He was an assistant for a while. He's out on his own, and it's all family affair there for the Lopresti family. So, Reeve, good luck to you here with Frank and Jimmy there, the 3-horse in Turfway, race number 7.
All right, as we come back to the order of business at Los Alamitos, I thought this was a spread race. Remind us of who you had in your pick 4.
Just 3 and 6. Actually, my check mark goes to the 6, Sarah Smirk. Sarah Smirk off of that $3,200 claimer event last time out. She broke fast in that event. In the first few strides, she kind of had her nose in front, but then was run after that. You remember that race was that Naomi Fraley absolutely romped that night. So I like her gate speed. If she's able to cross over, I'm thinking she could get brave on the lead.
All right. Shout out to the man in the evergreen, Brent Malmstrom and family. Thanks for tuning in on this opening night at Los Alamitos with the holiday handicap on the docket. I kind of feel like For My Brother at 3-1. I see this horse as having value, and I like the position here. And above all of it, the fact that I get that 7-pound riding apprentice, Cesar Ortega, who's looking to sweep the early double. Let's give it up to Michael Rona for the second opening night, a Saturday night, live on TVG.
Near the inside, In It For Life and Faded Love commence okay. For My Brother is heading to the front, matched by Sarah Smirk on the extreme outside. Sapphire Silk getting to third. Onto the main track, and Sarah Smirk just in front of For My Brother. 2 lengths to Faded Love inside Sapphire Silk. 3 lengths In It For Life. And Barb's Valentine, uncharacteristically, is right back at the tail of the field with a quarter mile to go. Spots the leader 11 lengths as Sarah Smirk crosses For My Brother and boots away with a 2-length lead. 3/16 from the judges. And coming to the top of the stretch, Sarah Smirk's in front with For My Brother coming away from the rail, trying to gain again. Sapphire Silk's on the outside in the red cap. In It For Life picking up strongly along the fence, which has been left open by the lugging and weakening Sarah Smirk. Now on the outside, it's Sapphire Silk heading to the lead, and Sapphire Silk comes away to beat For My Brother by 2 lengths. In It For Life finished third. Fourth will be either Faded Love or Sarah Smirk.
As the old saying goes, best hop to drop, Jose. Sapphire Silk. It took her a few strides to find her best stride, but once Edgar Paera saw some clearance, it was all over with the shouting.
Yeah, and she was never too far back off the pace. She kind of showed some of that early speed going around of ground last time out, but there's obviously a much shorter distance. Got the trip for Sarah Smirk. I thought she was the quickest. She was going to cross over, but she got tired, and the favorite ended up capitalizing there 3-4 wide around the turn. Good win here. Nice job to Jorge Perivan.
Yeah, I will say, despite For My Brother getting beat there, It was a pretty astute ride from Cesar Ortega. But take nothing away from Jorge Perrimon. Double thumbs up for Sabina and Stevens Lottis. We are back at Turfway Park, and this is your last chance at a late double, 6-5 on Hoofprints for trainer Mike Maker. This horse did win a $30,000 non-winner two starts ago at Churchill. Makes sense. They took a shot at that bilateral beaten condition. Well beaten it by 10. Smoking Joe Talamo here for the ride aboard this son of a Cairo Prince. So, Jose, you ended up on the 3, Frank and Jimmy. What were your thoughts on the 8? Aye, sir. This horse does have synthetic experience, including 2 wins, which took place, well, 0 for 1 on synthetic. But this horse did win over the turf. And the drop in class, I think, warrants quite a bit of attention here for Wesley Ward and the Ramseys.
Also, first time in for a claiming tag, right? On Aye,
Right.
sir? Yeah.
Out of stakes company. Are you a little surprised that this horse isn't a notch or 2 below 4-1?
That's what I was gonna mention. This horse was right at the 5-1 morning line, only a tick below at 4-1. Usually, when you have owners, trainers, jockey connection like this, when they win, this jockey trainer is winning at a 40% clip. Yet this horse is a bit chilly based on the morning line on the odds board right now.
I definitely would expect that horse to engage early on. And when you do look at the pace scenario, it looks fairly lively. I would say the best suit for Frank and Jimmy to the inside is for that one to just sit. I tell you, when they stepped out onto the racetrack, the horse that I thought looked good, I'm a little surprised that this horse isn't getting much attention. I think the dynamic works out in this one's favor is the 10 Nash Vegas for one of the all-time winningest riders in Perry Oots, who just continues to kind of march on like the Energizer Bunny. So I'm going to go to the 10. I'm definitely going to use your 3 in the mix of the exactas. But surprisingly, I think the race goes through more the Wesley Ward in this case with Aye, sir, the 8, than it does your favorite. Let's give it up to Jimmy Mack for the 7th live Turfway on TVG.
They are racing. Quick start for Shippingport. There goes Aye, sir. And from the inside, Hoofprints. So they leave that 6.5 furlong shoot, and they straighten up the main course. They're aiming at Aye, sir. Hoofprints is away in the 2nd position. To the outside, Shippingport now 3rd. Nash Vegas is in the clear while racing 4th, 2 lengths in front of Frankie and Jimmy, who settles along in 5th. 3 lengths further back to Hats Off to You, advancing up to the inside as Comes in 3s, and Majestic Valley out at the back of the pack. A dozen lengths tip to tail, quarter 22 and 2/5 seconds. Aye, sir, and the Ramsey Silk shows the way 3 parts of a length. The heavy favorite Hoofprints is trapped at the rail, being covered up to the outside by both Shippingport and Nash Vegas, and in fact is about 4th now, about 3 lengths off the lead. Still 4 back to Hats Off to You, who's on the move, raced up into 5th, and right on his back from last is Majestic Valley. They round the turn after half, 45 and 1. Aye, sir will whip them in. Aye, sir has company now. Shippingport attacks to the outside. Here comes a 4 wide bid from Majestic Valley from between horses. Hats Off to You, wide open as they have a furlong to go. And it's Majestic Valley up to the throat latch of Hats Off to You. And now Majestic Valley is edging clear. And Majestic Valley is going to go on to win by 2.5 in the end. Hats Off to You was 2nd, Frankie and Jimmy 3rd, and Shippingport was 4th. Running time for the 6.5 furlong.
7, 6, 3, 9, and you'll get 6-1 on Majestic Valley. Jermaine Bridgemahan for Jeff Greenhill. And as they made a turn for home, Jose, through the years, my best rate of success in betting Turfway synthetic, playing horses that had wins over that surface.
And this horse was 1-5, one win over 5 starts over this Turfway Park. And a wide trip tonight, rallies about 4 or 5 wide, ends up winning by over 2 lengths there at 6-1.
Yeah, I think we had the right idea and just the wrong execution there. We obviously were trying to beat the favorite, which apparently was there, but going in the wrong direction there, at least on my part. A horse loomed in Nash Vegas and hung. Back here at Los Alamitos, Sapphire Silk. This horse was once claimed for maiden 40,000 by the current ownership. Did eventually win for maiden 20, but dropped in for the $2,500 tag tonight. And again, it was all over but the shouting for this 3-year-old daughter of Verrazano, Jose.
Yeah, Sapphire Silk there gets the win for my brother, riding a game effort in the feet. And it for life. The big price there spices up the trifecta, $50.50 for $1.
Again, congratulations going out to Sabina and Steven Zolotis. This one bred by Ed Few in the Bluegrass out of the Malibu Moon Mare. Proudly we hail. Second lifetime win. Wouldn't surprise me to see that one changing barns tonight. Race number 3. This is another hook event. Around the hook they go, 4.5 furlongs. $3,200 non-winners of 2. Maiden races and race for $2,500 less not considered. Jose, you mentioned Vidalia. This one taking some early money down from that 7-2 morning line.
That was a pretty solid 62 claimer. She exits there. She Up and Away was a sharp winner over Copper Cowgirl. I remember that race vividly. It was a tight photo finish. Vidalia there, beaten less, just over a length and a quarter. I thought when you kind of look at the field and what she matched up, I thought it was a good effort in the feet, and she's taking money here at 3-2.
Yeah, I find the one quite interesting. Ever Vigilant for Andrew Lerner on the drop, 4-year-old daughter of Eddington. We'll come back. We're 18 minutes away from the third. Start of a pick 6, no carryover. New players get a 50% bonus on your first deposit up to $250. Your details at tvg.com/bestbet. We'll be back with the third at Los Alamitos, the Meadowlands, Cal Expo, and much more. Don't go away.
In his initial crop, I was fortunate enough to get 3 or 4 Uncle Mo's. I come down here the following fall to find, hopefully find and purchase a very good Uncle Mo. And I found Motown. Looked like a very fast horse with a short back that could get the distance, the same qualities that I saw in Uncle Mo himself. So we took him back to Belmont Park and stretched him out to a mile. And he just loved that. He stretched out and won very easily.
Motown is pulling away. Motown by 5, by 6. Motown under the wire, a 7-length winner.
In the Remsen Stakes, the end of November, he sat behind the leaders and finished up full of run and won going away.
It's a Motown, the son of Uncle Mo, to win the Remsen with Johnny Velasquez.
Obviously, Uncle Mo was a spectacular 2-year-old, and there's a lot of speed on his dam side too. His second dam is a graded stakes winning fast Carson City mare, and then he goes back to a full sister to raise a native who was a brilliant unbeaten champion 2-year-old, and of course starred Mr. Prospector. Not only was an outstanding 2-year-old on the dirt, but at 3, then went to the Hollywood Derby and won the Hollywood Derby, a grade 1 on the turf.
Motown in the centre of the track, and here's Channel Maker flying late in the pink down at the rail. They come for Home Sharp Samurai. Motown.
Welcoming back the opportunity to try that synthetic racetrack. Looking at the prices, Jose, not a tough horse to have, but certainly not a horse that was on our radar.
No, it wasn't on my radar, that's for sure. The opinion was there that we didn't like the favorite, and we thought that there was not enough money coming down the 8 that kind of made it suspect as well. I like the 3 who ended up finishing third best, but Majestic Valley there, despite a wide rally, Nick, finished well there to get the win impressively.
All right, race number 8. This will be the finale, a maiden $15,000 claiming event. We've got a field of 10, the scratch of the 9, Baker's Man, early money. Count your pennies. Actually, this was your 3-1 morning line favorite. Troy Newton for George Wolf finalist. Deshaun Parker. I think this is going to be his year to get that George Wolf award. So deserving of that accolade. Risk-free bet. Well, this is your opportunity. Of course, the NFL season, as it tick-tocks down, big upset today. I'd say it's enough of an upset with the Cardinals going down against the San Francisco 49ers. Promo code TBG1000. And ice cold, maybe really in his sleep, as are the Pittsburgh Steelers. They take on the Indianapolis Colts tomorrow. Our FanDuel crew, it's inside perspective.
Dave, it's a very close line here. The Steelers are getting 1.5 in this matchup. Which way are you playing this one?
I'm taking the Colts. I think this line is probably going to move a little bit more than it is now, so maybe get it while it's hot. But when you look at the last 3 times that the Colts have lost, they have lost the Browns, the Ravens, and the Titans. 3 teams that can really run the ball effectively. The Steelers can't run the ball. They're nearly last in the league in rushing. I don't know what they're doing good right now. Nothing, really, when you think about it. But the Colts are 4-0 against the spread, their last 4 road games. And Philip Rivers, I was looking it up. I'm thinking, maybe he goes to Pittsburgh and he's no good in late in the year in cold weather. He's thrived at Heinz Field. I know it was with the Chargers, not with the Colts, but he's 5 touchdowns, no picks in his last 2 games there, so there's no problem with that. And the Steelers are just not playing well right now. So I think everything points to the Colts having an easy time of it.
Completely agree with you, Dave. And this is definitely a lesson when it comes to pouncing early on numbers. Look ahead line certainly had the Colts as underdogs, if I'm not mistaken. And I felt like Indianapolis was the better team anyway. And so now the value is starting to dissipate. This is something where you want to pounce on it right away before things get completely out of hand, which is certainly possible given the struggles that the Steelers are facing right now. And I think that's only going to continue, especially with a short week.
Interesting. Both pundits, they're not believing that the Steelers can turn it around. Tough to play a team that's in that position. The Steelers are, but they're getting points at home. More Ways to Win show will take place on Thursday, where you can tune in for all of that insight and coverage. FanDuel.com/watch, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific. I'm going to go against the grain, but I'm a horse guy, not a football guy, so leave it to the experts. Let's send it out to the Big M. Shades at night. Andrew Dembski.
Race number 10 coming up next. Kicks off the 50-cent late pick 4 with that 15% low takeout in here. We'll take a look at the field in this 10th race, the one De Los Deo. And Franco Totem, the 1 and 2, both coming out of the same race. J.K. Willpower helping class. That's the 3. The 4 on your screen, J.M. Mandamid coming off a second from Harris, Philadelphia. He's a Real Diamond is the 5. Victor in 148 and 4, 3 starts back. Enters off back-to-back third place, finishes up in class. Number 6 is Some Bad Dude. Comes to us from Harris, Philadelphia, looking for the hat trick tonight. Number 7, Bracken Storm, My here. Good second to Ruthless Dude last time out, who just absolutely paced away from that field. Semi-Tough is the 8. Another Yonker shipper in here. $500,000 earner. Has some class right now, trying to regain some form of a second place finish. Number 9, Harambe Deo, seems to leave off the gate and blast away from that always tough outside post. And Springsteen, number 10, rounding out the field. Another very classy horse from the barn of Brett Pelling. Seemingly off form right now. Gets a little class relief, but the outside post does this one no favors. That is your field for race number 10. Our co-feature on the program. This one does kick off the late 50-cent pick 4, $50,000 guaranteed pool. 15% takeout, a very competitive field to kick off a tough sequence. We've seen plenty of long shots tonight. Will we see another here in race 10?
Thank you, Andrew. And be sure to get those wagers in at the middle end. It says post time. Not quite post time, but it's getting close enough. All right, back here at Los Alamitos. I'd like to also give a shout out to Aaron Arianis up in Northern California, AA. Thanks for tuning in. I hope you had a joyous Christmas spent with your family, and I look forward to seeing you once again at the track sometime in the very near future, hopefully. As they make their way out onto the racetrack for race number 3, Jose, a couple of hook races here, races 3 and 4. This race at 4.5 furlongs, and 9 to 5 on Vidalia. Ever Vigilant dropping in for trainer Andrew Lerner. If this horse runs back to the effort 2 back when showing speed in the fade, non-2 $16,000 level, this horse will be tough tonight, I think.
Yeah, Ever Vigilant there for Andrew Lerner. Owner Melissa Ford. Dropping class comes in for the daytime. The 2 here, Vidalia gets my checkmark selection. I thought it, all things considered, it was a good 5th. Beaten just about a length and a quarter in that event in that sharp 62.50 claimer. Radio Chatter. Big price last time out, wasn't able to make an impact. We'll have to improve here, setting at a big price. Then the 4 Street Flyer was a romping winner there by 6 lengths last time out, Nick, at 2-1.
Yeah, Cesar Ortega. By the way, rider change on the 3. It is Minor Arana in place of Javier Matias. A street flyer, blowout win, and this horse is certainly trending upward for Sergio Morfin. This is the horse I like. Francisco Orduña Rojas takes over. Cesar staying with the blowout winner and street flyer. Although I don't like picking up the 10 pounds, I think the light started to come on for trainer Sam Nichols.
And the 6 is going to be Anita 7. Anita 7 here comes out of a second place finish. Tough beat there by a head last time out, and a good effort against this kind of similar level of 3,200 claimers.
Yeah, it gets off the inside. Amazing when you look at the last 4 starts for Anita's Heaven. Rail, 206, now gets to the outside, and that could ultimately be the difference maker there. You see Anita's Heaven, who is 0 for 9 on the year, but the conditions ideal. Non-winners of 2, maiden, and 2,500 or less not considered. But a horse that certainly likes those minor awards. As we take a look at the 2 Vidalia, I wanted to mention that those front bandages have been there for at least the last 7 races. What type of trip is this horse going to have to get here to win, Jose?
I think she's going to have to be, not too far back. She's probably going to be sitting behind the speed, probably of the 4 and the 5, even the 6 as well there.
I think the 1 has a tremendous advantage to the inside. Going to see some daylight. We're going to give it up to the Big M, race number 10. The Voice, Ken Workington. Pacers in line. We'll come back with Los Alamitos. Start of a pick 6 here in race 3. Good luck.
50 cent late pick 4 starts here. Race 10. Here they come. They're off. He's a real diamond. Fires hard from between horses. J.M. Mandaman out with him. From the far outside comes Springsteen with early speed. Franco told him in the top 4. De Los Cielos Deo is 5th. Around the first turn, J.K. Willpower is 6th. Now Springsteen goes up on the outside from 7th, followed by a Bracken Storm who looks to get going. And then it's Some Bad Dude on the inside and Semi-Tough at the quarter. It's He's a Real Diamond, J.M. Mandaman, and to the outside Harambe Deo up to challenge 27 flat first quarter. Franco Totem looks to tighten in from 4th. Gap of 3 lengths to De Los Cielos Deo in 5th. Springsteen 6th on the inside. Then comes Bracken Storm, who's taking a peek to the outside. J.K. Willpower and Some Bad Dude and Semi-Tough is trailing. Single file at the half. Harambe Deo on the engine here at 5-1. 54 and 1. He's a Real Diamond second. On to the far turn they go. First over, Franco Totem now 3rd and gaining live toe for De Los Cielos Deo second over. And on the inside, J.M. Mandaman is pinned in 5th now. Springsteen in with a shot 6, but needs to fan out now as the flow stalls. Then Bracken Storm to the outside with a lot of work to do. But it's Harambe Deo and Simon Allard going well as they fan out 1, 21 and 3, 27 and 2. Flaunting his speed, Harambe Deo by 2. He's a Real Diamond rips out of the pocket spot. J.M. Mandaman on the inside. And Springsteen towers up late on the far outside. They're getting to Harambe Deo, but he hangs in there. Harambe Deo, He's a Real Diamond. Splitting late. Bracken Storm is coming on. Bracken Storm. Oh, very tight. Bracken Storm or Harambe Deo. And J.M. Mandaman was right there. A photo for win. 149 and 3.
Wow, things got crazy there in the end, and I thought the 9, just based on the angle there at 5-1, Simon Allard to Jeff Culliver, going to try and ring up another one. But take a look at the 5. He's a Real Diamond, jumping into the fray there, in and amongst rivals, and then kind of splitting rivals. Oh wow, that I'm going to call it Harambe Deo.
I have no dog in the fight, Nick. I'm rooting for Harambe Deo. He did all the dirty work up front there.
I think he got there, and that's Andrew Dembski pointing that one out. But we'll certainly, at home base, we'll keep an eye on what those official, or at least the unofficial numbers are, and then hopefully it'll post up official. But you could have definitely thrown a blanket on them there once they paced into the wire. That was tough. Tough beat. If you had anybody that got beat in that face of a photo. Bracken Storm, Andrew McCarthy, and Noel Daly. But even, when you look at this is going to be very difficult. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah.
Harambe.
9-7-4-5. How about J.M. Mandaman? 49-1 under third. We'll take a short break. We'll come back. Pick 6, race 3, and much more here at Los Alamitos.
Every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights, don't sleep on our popular $2 Pick 6 at Los Alamitos Racecourse. The Los Alamitos Pick 6 offers a traditional 70-30 split. That means a better chance for a solid nightly payout for our horse players. Check our strong Pick 6 payout this year. Over $10,000 on November 22nd. Over $32,000 on November 15th. Over $10,000 on October 18th. The traditional Los Alamitos Pick 6. It's a wager that is always in style.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services. Attention ovarian cancer victims. Johnson & Johnson has stopped production of their talc-based baby powder in North America. For decades, many medical studies have linked the long-term use of talc-based baby powder to ovarian cancer. If you or a loved one has been diagnosed with ovarian cancer and regularly use baby powder, you may be entitled to compensation.
Call Sokolov Law now, 1-800-262-9583 for your free legal consultation. That's 1-800-262-9583. I'm a non-attorney spokesperson.
In the quest for perfection, there are no minor details and no effort unimportant. You could call it a passion, but we just call it the perfect trip. Brought to you every day by Sentient Jet.
This is the tale of Father Patrick, the standard bearer of a proud lineage, with a legacy of victory and glory all his own. His legend continues to grow.
Father Patrick in control. He does it again. He wins by 2.5 lengths.
Father Patrick with a Breeders' Crown.
Be a part of the legend of Father Patrick, now at Diamond Creek Farm.
And we're back in time for race number 3, start of the Pick 6. And we love the size of that early Pick 4 pool tonight, in excess of 180,000. Jose, we've got no carry. This is opening night. Pick 6 pool, $25,000 plus currently.
I love it. I love it. $2 Pick 6 about to get underway. That's a tremendous pool here and a fresh pool. People are itching for that Pick 6, and that news of that 10,000 feeding money that which will begin on January 3rd on that Sunday. Can't wait. This Pick 6 pool there already north of 26,000, Nick.
All right, you've had an opportunity to look at the field. Top choice?
Vidalia, 2-horse here, who's getting bet down from that 7-2 morning line into a 9-5 choice right now.
I like the Andy Lerner on the drop here, ever vigilant. I think the Goose may have an opportunity to get loose. I know you mentioned the speed of the 4 and the 5. I thought the 5 looked real good in the warm-up and ascending upward for Sam Nichols. This is a very competitive $3,200 non-winner 2 claiming event. Let's give it up to Michael Rona. Start of a Pick 6, approaching 30,000. Good luck.
Anita's Heaven to complete the line. About to break. Racing. Radio chatter commences smartly. Anita's Heaven showing good pace out wide. Street Flyer's gone back last through the opening furlong. Ever Vigilant bustling through along the inside has a share of the lead. It's Ever Vigilant and Anita's Heaven disputing it by 2.5 lengths from Radio Chatter, who's being passed on the inside by Vidalia. Street Flyer's trying to get underneath Vidalia, and Sugar at Sundown is camped out wide at the rear. Into the turn. It's Ever Vigilant just in front from Anita's Heaven. 4 lengths clear of Vidalia. Street Flyer is 4th. At the top of the stretch, a furlong from home. It's Ever Vigilant, the leader. Moving a length clear of Anita's Heaven. 3 lengths Vidalia. And then Street Flyer. A 16th from home. It's Ever Vigilant, the leader. Pulling clear from Anita's Heaven. Vidalia 3rd. It's Ever Vigilant for the money. Comes home almost 3 clear. Anita's Heaven held Vidalia out of 2nd money. Street Flyer finished 4th.
Student Mooney Swenson also at 3-1. Pretty wide open betting board. The 6, Mashindai, Tim Clevenger at 9-2. Here they come. Jesse Student way off the gate. And they're off and trotting. Center of the racetrack, Major Almar steps out quickly on the outside. Mashindai also leaves. Coming away 3rd between horses, that is MD Magic. And as they race into the first turn, Major Almar on top by a length. Driving up on the outside, Mashindai is 2nd. 3rd along the pylons, MD Magic. Glen Ferry Dreamer has gotten away in 4th, a gap of 2. Coming back to Flame On 5th. 2 more back to bring the gold. And well off the gate before the start, Jesse Student is at the back. Opening quarter, a good 28-3. On to the backstretch now, and Major Almar and Corderia Stewart in charge by a length. Mashindai was thinking about the lead, but Tim Clevenger now tucks him right into the pocket 2nd. MD Magic is 3rd. Next in line, Glen Ferry Dreamer 4th. Underway is Flame On 5th. Bring the Gold is going to pick up that cover. And trailing, but now having caught the pack, is Jesse Student. The half, 58-1. They head for the final turn, and Major Almar dictating the tempo here. Mashindai in a loose pocket 2nd. Driving up on the outside, 1st over 3rd is Flame On. MD Magic along the pylons in 4th. Bring the Gold is 2nd over 5th. Moving 3rd over, Jesse Student. And at the back now, Glen Ferry Dreamer. But as they reach the 3/4 mile marker, Major Almar has moved off by 4. On the outside, Flame On with the best shot, now taking over 2nd. 3/4 went in 1:27-3. They are in the lane, and Major Almar in charge. But Flame On is closing in with every stride. It is Major Almar. Flame On trying to get to him. In 3rd, Bring the Goal. This one is over. Major Almar winning it by 2. Flame On 2nd, Bring the Gold 3rd. Jesse Student 4th, 157 flat.
For a moment there, I thought Major Almar was floundering, but not so fast. Corderia Stewart for Richard Bertrand. That's 2 wins on the night for Richard Bertrand. And well done here at 3-1 over Flame On, who did go off as your 6-5 favorite. Also want to mention, see Euclid P acting up a little bit here. And a shout out to the late, great Euclid Prentice, jockey for the Virgin Islands. Unfortunately, left us far too soon. I believe it's been a couple of years now, and I used to really enjoy announcing his name and won his fair share of races, and also right here at the Turfway Park. So Euclid P, named in honor of the late, great Euclid Prentice. Yeah, the Major Almar, 3-1 in the end. Jose, looking at this post parade for the 8th at Turfway, this is a get-out race. Do you have a get-out horse?
Fat Account. Not because of the name, Nick, but this horse was impressive. And I hope my account is fatter after this race. But Fat Account kind of got into a little bit of a trouble early on, kind of was shuffled back, was last, and then made a big middle move there, despite being 5, 6, 7 wide there. Ended up finishing 2nd best, and has routed well before. So I'm looking for the 6 here, the 7 going by, the 8, Cesty Storm, non-factor last time out. And the 10 is going to be Count Your Pennies, Nick, 7-2.
There's a Swami Sarge angle if I ever saw one. Count Your Pennies, Fat Account. Tie those up, and you might get yourself a nice exacta. We're going to take a short break. By the way, here at Los Alamitos, 1624 will wrap those prices. Much more. We return on the quarters. Don't go away.
Hey, what's this all about?
Well, these guys?
Yeah.
They're only here on race day.
Such a brilliant ride from off the pace. You must have been confident going into the turn.
It did.
See, with the TVG app, I can have a day at the track whenever I want, right at home. Look, you can track results, stream live races. You can even place bets, all from your phone.
All from your phone.
There's a new home of horse racing. Yours. Get a 50% bonus on your first deposit up to $250.
I got into racing because I was born into it. My father trained horses for many decades. My grandfather trained race horses, so it's something that I was into right away. I had no other choice but to be in horse racing from day one. No matter where I go, no matter what racetrack I show up at, and it doesn't matter if it's here in the States or, say, over in Dubai, there's somebody that I know that is part of that extended family, and that to me is what makes being in this sport so great. My favorite bet has to be 5 across the board. 5 to win, place, and show. Cover all your bases. You can take a swing with a bigger priced horse. If they hit the board, you can make most of your money back. If they win, you're cashing big. My favorite moment has to be American Pharoah winning the Triple Crown, because I'd been there in the past when there'd been failed Triple Crown attempts, and just finally seeing something that we thought maybe we would never see in our lifetime was such a release of just emotions and being a chance to be there, and such a celebration for the sport of horse racing.
New year, new opportunity. Discover quality broodmares, broodmare prospects, short yearlings, and more, including rare offerings from the dispersals of the historic Samson Farm, Paul P. Papa Jr., and Spry Family Farm at the Keeneland January Horses of All Ages sale, January 11th through 14th.
And we're back on the quarters. Nick Hines with Jose Contreras. And as we take a look at horses marching toward the starting enclosure for the nightcap, Jose, you were talking about fat account, the 6, and I mentioned count your pennies, the 10. And as I'd stated earlier, Deshaun Parker, finalist for the George Wolfe Memorial Award. And I think this is his year. He's been a multiple finalist for that award. And I'd also like to give a shout out to Perry Oots. We were talking about one of the all-time winningest riders. Jose currently sits number 6 all-time, coming into the day with 7,144 victories.
Ageless, the ageless Perry Oots. Shout out to Mr. Perry Oots. He's been at this trade for a long, long time. The number of mounts and number of wins speaks for itself. He's aboard the 11 here. Painted, who's currently at 72.
Yeah, no one likes to hear their age on the air, but I think he deserves a salute and an honor. He's 66 years of age, and he's riding the 11 here, Painted, who is a contender for Barbara Riley. Back in for a tag claim for the maiden 12-5 level back in August. A couple of starts since have been competitive. This horse sits on the board at 7-2. So you're going to stick with the 6 fat account?
That is correct. Got a feel for the surface last time out. Stretches back out, has run well around 2 turns, so should be able to handle the distance.
All right, I'll go with Deshaun Parker and the 10, count your pennies. As I had mentioned, when horses arrived onto the track, the 2 Euclid P, named in honor of Euclid Prentice. This is a rider that many of us knew, who passed away back in May of 2019. And very good on horseback. I cashed a few gambles along the way. Unfortunately, left us far too soon when he died in an automobile accident, and at the tender age of 28, and a career that found him winning 256 races. And hello to my good friend out there, Mr. Plaskett, to the Virgin Islands. Let's give it up for the final time tonight, live on TBG, the 8th at Turfway, Florence, y'all.
At account for Robert Reeves and Mark Thomas. And Albin goes in. Albin looking for 3 on the night. Painted. For Barb Riley to the outside. They are at the post. And they are racing. Euclid P was hesitant to begin and came away in last. Leave It to Kitten is offensive-minded. Also, Zesty Storm, Count Your Pennies, and even Cavu Command is displaying speed. So on around the first turn, Cavu Command shows the way up on the outside. Moving to closer second, Zesty Storm hard-held from second to the inside. Fat Account is third. Painted is fourth. Count Your Pennies came away racing fifth, just about 2 or 3 lengths in front of Leave It to Kitten as they turn up the backside. Dancing Irish Jig advances to the outside of horses. Conquistador Show moves in tandem with Leavin' Kitten, still 3 or 4 lengths back to Dancing Irish Jig, and after that slow start, Euclid P is last. He'll have to prove him wrong from about 25 lengths off the pace setting Cavu Command. First quarter was 24 and 4/5 seconds. Zesty Storm to the outside. To the inside is Cavu Command. A 3-wide bid from Painted, who moves a closer third. Fat Account is being towed along from fourth. Right to his outside, Count Your Pennies, Yellow Silks, with the jock high up in the saddle, moves a closer fifth. Dancing Irish Jig is going to take a wide angle. Meanwhile, Conquistador Show is in behind horses, about 4 lengths to race. Half mile, 49 and 1. And it's Cavu Command still there, but there goes Count Your Pennies, cut loose to the outside. Here comes Count Your Pennies, and Fat Account is moving right with him. Fat Account with the blue cap to the inside. Yellow cap of Count Your Pennies. These two square off as they run to the top of the stretch. And it's Count Your Pennies, the son of Super Saver, will turn first. The 11-time maiden has a length lead as Fat Account is being set down for the drive. And here comes Fat Account, who pokes the nostril in front. And wondering about the course, Count Your Pennies late on the scene from the backfield. Here comes Repair the World. Conquistador Show is closing in, but with a 16th left to go, Fat Account trying to hold Count Your Pennies, and Fat Account will get paid. Fat Account gives him an S3 on the card. Count Your Pennies had to settle for second, and then a multiple horse photo for the Miners in 146 flat.
(6-10-4-3). Swami Sarge in first degree. Jose with Fat Account, and the Sarge with Count Your Pennies. 1-2. Well done, my friend.
Fat Account there, and the 10 was pressing on the outside, appeared to have a little bit more extra run in the end. Fat Account pulls away there and gets the win.
All right, here are your prices from the third at Los Alamitos, and I'd like to give a salute and a congratulations going out to trainer Andrew Lerner, who will be tying the knot tomorrow with the future Mrs. Lerner, Katie. Congratulations, Andrew, and owner breeder Melissa Ford with his 4-year-old daughter Eddington. This horse came out of their running and got loose with the goose, Jose.
Yeah, and this horse was in all sorts of trouble early on last time out, Nick. Once this horse grabbed the lead from that inside path here tonight, she was going to be tough to catch there. Congrats to Melissa Ford, Andrew Lerner, and Ramon Guse.
Ura. Also a side salute going out to Alidam Vito Casucci, my good friend from my home state of Nevada. All right, the fourth at Los Alamitos coming up here in about 14 minutes. But we're going to send it out to Andrew Dembski for the 11th at the Big M.
Thanks, Sarge. Coming up is race number 11, just a couple of minutes away here at the Meadowlands. Non-winners of $7,500 in their last 5 starts. Pacers going here. I do like the one. Nice price, or nice enough price. Second choice at 3-1. I'll take $8 on Love the Blues. Andy McCarthy drives this one. Now, Love the Blues, last couple of starts, made the break behind the gate, but prior to that was rock solid, nearly winning at this level. Sure was 4-5 in that race at this level, but a pretty decent effort that day in the outer flow. I think Love the Blues drawing the rail certainly can get the job done if this horse manages to stay on stride. Can't really speak much for the qualifier last week, as we couldn't see it. A lot of fog here at the Big M. Looked like a horror movie here. Love the Blues did at least stop the clock in a pretty decent time in that qualifier. So if he's ready, could be a winner, but the public is all over B. Stoney. Now, B. Stoney getting some class relief, but has to navigate the tough post. Best recent effort came at Harris, Philadelphia. Not much luck here at the Big M, so I'm going to try to beat the favorite in race 11 and use the one on top. I also like Good Rockin'. Good Rockin' certainly shows late pace more often than not, and usually comes storming through the stretch. This is going to be a little test for Good Rockin' in here tonight. 1, 8, and 2. My top selections in this 11th race. Kicks off another pick 3, but the field is starting to line up on the car, so we'll send it up to the booth. Here is Ken Workington with the call of race 11.
5-1 on 3, Barbados. On gate, race 11, ready for start. Here they come. They're off. Time All, Peacemaker, and that's Vasari out fast on the inside. Barbados shows up on the inside. Love the Blues with speed on the rail, and widest of all is B. Stoney. He's about 5 deep around the first turn. Love the Blues cuts the corner. Time All, Peacemaker coming on. And quickly, that's B. Stoney up into third, so Love the Blues drops back sharply fourth. Barbados fifth past the opening quarter. Good Rockin' sixth on the inside. Then comes Abraxas, Blues, and Change Stride. In Rock We Trust and Independent one. Time All, Peacemaker and Pat LaChance in 27 and 4. They lead the way across the backstretch. Vasari pockets up second. B. Stoney up and Adam out of third. Charges up. Will look for the lead. Love the Blues tightens in from fourth. On the inside, fifth is Barbados, followed by on the outside, Good Rockin'. He's edging out. Then Abraxas Blues to the inside of that one. Change Stride at the back in Rock We Trust and Independent one has lost touch. B. Stoney now on the point in 56. B. Stoney and Dave Miller onto the far turn. Time All, Peacemaker second with 3/8 to go. Coming first over, Love the Blues in attack mode, third and gaining. Vasari back to fourth on the inside. That's Barbados fifth on the outside, gapping his cover just a bit. Change Stride surges through on the inside, Stride for Stride with Good Rockin'. They're at 3/4 and it's B. Stoney with the stranglehold on it. Time All, Peacemaker on the inside. Love the Blues first over. 123 and 4, and it's B. Stoney takes off by 3 now 4. B. Stoney, Time All, Peacemaker. Late move from Good Rockin' on the outside with Barbados between horses, but B. Stoney just toying with them. He's wrapped up and cruising. B. Stoney destroyed them. B. Stoney, Team Colliver with the grand slam. And then came Time All, Peacemaker, Good Rockin', and Barbados 150 and 4.
David Miller, multiple wins, and this time again for Jeff Collifer. B. Stoney, your 9-5 favorite, would get there for the 10th career time. Just the first time in 2020 in only 6 starts. So B. Stoney, this is a 4-year-old gelded son of Sunfire Blue Chip. Pretty demanding victory there for B. Stoney. As they call for riders up here at Los Alamitos, this will be the final hook race of the night at 1,000 yards. I want to remind the folks as we announce the $10,000 Pick 6 guarantee. That will begin in January, so be sure to set your timers. We're just around the corner for the new year to begin. As they enter onto the racetrack here for this 1,000-yard event, this is non-winners of 2, a purse of $17,000. Big shout out to Remy and Rhett out there who are tuned in TBG land, of course, part of the connections that involve the 2 Extractor for the Brewer Racing. 2 of my favorite people on the planet, the Yokester, Ron Brewer, and his wife, Nanette, as this horse makes the return. Jose, with due cause, this horse gutted out a victory at the maiden $20,000 level during the daytime. No reason to believe this horse couldn't score at night.
And given that the second place finisher, Guff from above, came back to get the diploma immediately after that second place finish to with due cause, Extractor, I know you're single to this horse. What do you think about the appearance here in the parade?
Well, you see the front wraps are added. This horse has been out for over a year. This looks like a smart spot, though. He broke his maiden daytime by daylight to 8 lengths December 12th of last year. It's a tall order when a horse returns from that sort of a layoff, but it looks like a live spot. Jonathan Wong's been sending him in ready. 3 Crying Chuck went through the 4 Starzan for Robert Bays.
Yeah, this is one of the horses I have here to close out my pick for the 5 Dynamic and Duo. This was an 0 for 64 maiden. Got the maiden diploma last time out in career start number 65, Nick. Light bulb angle here for a 65 start horse?
Well, this could end up being the, what do you call it, the floodlight, not the light bulb. When a horse goes, throughout a career with that many losses, but nevertheless, when you consider the bankroll this year of $40,000 plus, hey, why not? The horse certainly looks well for Charlie Stutz and my friend Brian Carney. We'll be back.
Real players, real stories.
First, I saw the commercial, then my friend recommended Betfair, and I signed up that day.
On Betfair Casino, you can play your favorite casino games anywhere in New Jersey and more.
It's just so much fun.
When I play online, I prefer Betfair.
No long drives to the casino. No hassle.
If you're still driving to the casinos, save the gas and tolls. Put that money in your pocket.
Joining is easy. Go to betfaircasino.com or download the app and sign up today.
I saw the commercial on TV, downloaded the app, and within minutes, I was playing.
And now, when you join, you can play your first day risk-free up to $200.
You sign up, you play your first day risk-free. How great is that?
I've played those other online casinos, but for me, Betfair is the best.
I wish I signed up earlier. It's just so much fun.
Join the fun today at Betfair Casino.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. Many people on Medicare struggle to pay the high out-of-pocket cost associated with their Medicare benefits. You may be eligible for a Medicare supplement plan that can help you pay your Medicare deductibles, copays, and coinsurance.
Hi, I'm Dr. Richard Paultangi. I encourage patients to research Medicare supplement plans that pay their copays, deductibles, and coinsurance for things like outpatient care, care in a skilled nursing facility, and time spent in the hospital, even after Medicare benefits are exhausted.
Medicare supplement plans can help cover many of your personal expenses, like inpatient hospital deductibles, your share of the cost of outpatient medical care, and unlimited out-of-pocket cost. To find out if you're eligible for these benefits, call the Medicare Insurance Plan Helpline today. This service is free, the advice is unbiased, and there's no obligation to enroll.
Call 1-800-704-5377. That's 1-800-704-5377.
As we return, just 5 minutes away from the 4th here at Los Al. Featured event tonight is the Holiday Handicap, this being opening night, as we take a look at the parade. As we were going to break, Jose Leroy Pegasus to the outside for Felix Gonzalez. Well beaten at this level last out. Steady at the start, but no real excuse thereafter.
Yeah, that was my I didn't get a good read on this horse. Didn't know what to expect with him. I was okay with letting him beat me tonight, but got the maiden diploma 2 starts ago. But it's always, it's not a good sign whenever a horse gets that first win and then goes on the shelf.
All right, as we also remind you that Cal Expo race number 6, they are on the track, and the conditions there state non-winners of 5 extended to PM or 30,000. There's a pick 5 that begins there with a takeout of 16%. Pacers will be lining up there at the state's capital. Jose, I wanted to come back here at Los Al and ask your thoughts on the Brewer-owned extractor for Jonathan Wong. Jonathan Wong essentially has high win rate percentages across the board. He gets Serapio Figueroa, who's ridden well for him. Is this too much of a tall order, and does 7-5 have you going in a different direction here?
I went 40 with the 1, 2, 3, and 4 here in the pick 4 neck. The main question was, after you romp by 8 lengths, you hit the shelf for over a year. Why was that, and why do you show up for a new trainer now? That's the main question here for the 2 extractor.
Well, I would agree, and I would say that, based on the number that he posted up as a 2-year-old, that was huge, 67 buyer. We're going to set it up to Gary Seibel for the call of the 6th at Cal Expo. We'll come back to the 4th here at Los Al. Good luck.
Off and pacing on the outside. Don't want to be late. Gets the first call. Mary's Pretty Girl also leaves on the inside, moving up Bob's Time and Glenn for him across the track. Then a gap of 2.5, 3 lengths coming back to Patty Murphy and the early trailer in the field, Lick Creek Speedway. On the first turn, racing to the quarter. Mary's Pretty Girl on the outside. On the inside, Bob's Time. Those two battle early. In third now, it's Glenn. They open up the mile with a quarter and 28 seconds flat. They're in single file as they straighten out onto the backstretch. And Mary's Pretty Girl has made front, leads at a length for Phil Knox. Racing now with cover in the pocket, second, Bob's Time. Next in line, third, that is Glenn. In fourth, Don't Want to Be Late, followed by Patty Murphy And still at the back, Lick Creek Speedway, no change in the order as they head to the half. And Phil Knox has definitely backed it off here with the leader, Mary's Pretty Girl. And now the outer flow will begin to develop. Still second in the pocket, though, Bob's Time. Here it comes, Don't Want to Be Late, first over third, also moving up on the outside. Lick Creek Speedway, they checked in at the half in 59 and for 31-4 in that second quarter. Into the final turn, Mary's Pretty Girl on the inside. Don't Want to Be Late, draws on even terms on the outside, pokes ahead in front. Racing third and closing in, Lick Creek Speedway. Bob's Time needs some racing room in fourth. Then it's Patty Murphy and Glenn, three quarters. 1:30-1. It's been a pedestrian tempo, and now they turn down into the lane, and on the outside, Lick Creek Speedway takes over from Don't Want to Be Late. Mary's Pretty Girl has had enough on the inside. Bob's Time is closing in. That is Lick Creek Speedway. Bob's Time on the inside. Lick Creek Speedway in front. Mary's Pretty Girl holds on for second. Third, Bob's Time, followed by Don't Want to Be Late. 157-3.
That was your sixth there at Cal Expo Lick Creek Speedway. And Nick Rowland getting another win, this time for trainer Luke Plano. And well done to Jennifer Scarberry, Citrus Heights, California. Try and get you those prices once they come available. Keep an eye on the crawl, if you will, for those prices. And Jose, I know that they've just announced some rider changes going forward tonight, so we'll get the folks up to speed on that. Lick Creek Speedway, by the way, 10-1 up at Cal Expo. Nice way to start that pick 5. Back here at Los Al, Jose, even money on Extractor. Are you surprised?
No surprise because of the sharp trainer, top rider that is doing well, and also you come off of that strong win. It looks good on paper, but I'm going towards the 3. I like the 3 here. Crying Chuck got into some trouble last time out. Second time off the layoff. First time here under the lights. Let's see if the 3 can show more speed here at 5-1. That's where I'm going.
All right, dynamic duo who finally earned that cap and gown. A 5-year-old Gildas had time to get even. A side note, I trained this horse's brother, Gentleman Count. It was stakes place, the maiden back in the day for owner-breeder Brian Carney. Best of luck to the connections here. The 2 Extractor, your 4-5 favorite, the 4th at Los Alamitos, live on TVG.
With Due Cause completing the line, they're about to break. Racing. Extractor hesitated a fraction. Out wide, Leroy Pegasus with Dynamic Duo going fast. Ryan Chuck is looking for the lead with Due Cause along the inside into the fray. Starzan is 5th and Extractor back 6th and last. Leroy Pegasus has the front running role, with Due Cause getting up on the inside within about a half length, followed closely by Cry and Chuck with a quarter mile to run. Starzan 4th around Extractor, and Dynamic Duo last. 3/16 from home. Leroy Pegasus tackled by With Due Cause to his inside. And here comes Extractor right through along the fence for a share of the lead at the top of the stretch. With an 1/8 of a mile to go, it's Extractor challenging Leroy Pegasus. With Due Cause in the middle, boxing on strongly. It's Extractor and With Due Cause coming to the line. Photo. Very close. Extractor or With Due Cause. Third's another Photo. Cry and Chuck in company with Leroy Pegasus.
Oh, Nelly, we got a tight one here on the wire. And Extractor, who looked to have been kind of fighting through the lights along the backstretch. This horse had never competed at night. He may have seen the lights up at Golden Gate when training early morning. But, Jose, take us through this backtrack replay, will you?
Yeah, and it was a good start for the 3 Crying Chuck. The 6 gets out away well from the outside. The 2, a little bit of hesitation at the start, Nick. You mentioned this horse off the layoff, first time on the lights here.
He's fighting the lights.
Yes, and then now you get into the spot where it appears like the 1 is going to go in for the lead. The 3 gets into a little bit of a trouble trip here, gets checked back, but now the rail opens up for the 2. You can see Serapi now asking this horse to kind of keep that inside path, save ground around the turn. And once they hit the turn, the rail opened up, and that might have been the dream scenario here. Whether the 2 got the bob or not, I mean, this horse ran gamely after that sluggish beginning.
And I'm looking at it in-house. I thought initially the one with Ducas, the gray, under Edgar Payeras, who did a nice job. That horse tried to lug a little bit the first 3/16 of a mile. First glance, I thought the one had the nose down, but watching it in-house here, I think you could slip a credit card, and we're going to go to that shutter cam. I really felt like the two got the better end of it, but initially, when you're watching a race, Jose, are you like me, that your initial thought is usually your right thought? But let's take a look here.
I thought the one got the bob. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Shutter cam
yeah.
says the one got a great bob.
Yeah, where is that flaming wheelie bus when you need it? That's a tough beat for Extractor, and you got to hand it to Serapio Figueroa, noting that there's the man, Keith Craigmile, also a trainer. He, of course, his father, Scott Craigmile, a former trainer, used to manage Fairplex Park and train himself, and now, of course, running the show here in the racing office at Los Alamitos. But tough to pick up on the gallop out there with Ducas. But this is obviously a very close photo.
Yeah, close photo. There's going to be
an
inquiry. Inquiry, yeah. Unofficially, 1263. 1263 unofficially, but there is an inquiry here as well.
All right. It looks like it may have been something up the backstretch, but frankly, Jose, you mentioned the three, Crying Chuck. Was Crying Chuck the horse that was on the far outside in the yellow?
Yes. He was trying to establish position in between horses down the backstretch, Nick. It appeared like the six. Leroy Patch the red cap. The red cap here is the three.
Six created that log
six,
jam.
yeah, and the six comes out there, bothers Crying Chuck, and then Crying Chuck ends up checking back and angling out there around the turn, and I think it happens again into the turn right there. Yeah.
So here's what I see. No change for your 1-2 finishers. That's what I see. And I think what they'll end up doing is probably disqualifying the six. The three, having to steady down the backstretch, it was multiple times. It wasn't just once.
Yeah, it was multiple times. And this horse, after angling out 3-4 wide, Nick, still showed run there late. So Crying Chuck will be a horse to watch next time. But they're going to take a good look at this one because the six definitely came out and appeared to bother the three.
Well, and it certainly bothered the one as well. And I mentioned that I thought maybe with Ducas was trying to lug out a bit. You can actually see on the head-on down the backstretch that the one was indeed lugging out somewhat. And I understand why the stewards flashed all four lights based on the fact that the one does kind of angle out into the path of the three Crying Chuck. But my personal belief is that the two, or the six, is the horse that created that logjam. And clear of all of that was Extractor. Extractor was just trying to figure things out after having been out for over a year plus.
Yes, and it was a dream scenario actually for the two, having that rail open up around the turn. But it does appear like the one did get bothered a bit as well there down the backstretch. So they're going to take a look at this inquiry unofficially 1263. What do you think, Nick?
I don't think there'll be a change in the top two positions. I have a suspicion that they'll take the six down, disqualify to fourth, but that's just me. We'll reveal that and this and much more. We return on the quarters.
They say with some horses, you can just tell. You can take one look at them and you know they're different, that they're built to be faster than all the others, more successful, more majestic, more historic, even if the truth is you don't really know until the spotlight puts them to a whole other kind of test. He wouldn't race until he was 3 years old, but when he got onto the track, Justify produced a remarkable 112 days of perfection.
They're off in the Kentucky Derby.
He broke a curse more than a century old.
He's just awesome! Justify has won the Kentucky Derby!
He overcame slop, fog, and every challenger who pushed him to the line.
Justify! He's unstoppable!
And ultimately, he became just the second undefeated horse ever to win racing's Triple Crown.
He's just perfect, and now he's just an immortal! Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner!
He's always been a horse that looked the part, a physical specimen you just can't take your eyes off of. But on the track, once the starting gates opened, Justify's brilliance ultimately matched his boundless potential. Now, alongside another all-time great at Ashford, he's a stallion who presents another kind of infinite potential. Now the question is, who else wants to be a part of the generation that comes next?
And we're back on the quarters, and they have revealed that there will be no change. You know, Jose, you and I were both talking off camera here, and, you know, the three really took the brunt of it down the backstretch. Crying Chuck, who ended up fourth.
And he was still gaining ground in the end after all that, kind of gaining ground on the sixth when finishing third. But in the end, no change to the order or placing here. What do cause gets back-to-back wins. That was daytime last time out, nighttime tonight here. Edgar Payeras was aboard for Patricia Harrington, owner and trainer. That early pick four, $48.90. We got profit there on a $16 ticket. Comes back $48.
Key race there. The 1-2 finishers both come back to win out of that December 4th race. Always nice to see Patricia Harrington winning. Your owner, trainer, Edgar Payeras, and chalk up another on the evening. Let's send it out to the Big M, Andrew Dembski.
Thanks, Sarge. Race number 12 about to get underway here at the Meadowlands. Right now you're getting 8-5 on Saying Grace. I actually think that's a pretty good price on Saying Grace. Sure, the horse is heavily favored, but this is the softest spot this one's seen in a long time. Trained by Jeff Cullifer. The Cullifer barn has 4 wins already tonight. Wouldn't be surprised if Saying Grace makes it 5. Not to mention this one also getting first-time Lasix, and it looks like the price floating up 9-5. My goodness, that seems like pretty decent value. Behind this one, I'm going to use the 4 Rockin' Tony for my exact. I think Rockin' Tony just launches off the car, likely goes straight to the front, but Saying Grace on this drop to the non-winners of 2,500. The bottom level here should get the job done. I'll play a heavy exact to 6-4 here in the 12th. The field is about to line up on the car, so we'll send it up to the booth. Here's Ken Workington with the call of race 12.
4 Rockin' Tony. On gate, race 12. Here they come. They're off. Rockin' Tony's out fast there on a break. Saying Grace. Saying Grace broke. Rock the Night on the inside, and Uptown Funk from the far outside comes Ocean Colony 4th into the first turn. And that's Chaser Hanover put in play 5th on the inside. Apex Sealster 6th. Then comes Chief Altawick with Thunder from the Throne on the inside, and Sassy Hanover and Saying Grace back pacing but trailing after the early break. It's Rockin' Tony up front here, 7-1, 28-1. Rockin' Tony across the backstretch leads the way. Rock the Night second. Uptown Funk on the inside, third. Ocean Colony 4th. Going up 5th is Chaser Hanover. He'll be tracked by Chief Altawick on the outside. And then it's Apex Sealster on the rail. A Sassy Hanover underway, now third over past the half, and Saying Grace underway from last. Then Thunder from the Throne. They hook up at the half. Rockin' Tony, and on the outside, Chaser Hanover right by. Here comes Uptown Funk on the outside, first over, 56-4 for the half. Rock the Night 4th on the inside. Chief Altawick is still gaining 5th on the outside. Ocean Colony on the inside, 6th. To his outside, 7th is Sassy Hanover. And then comes Saying Grace on the outside, followed by Apex Sealster, and Thunder from the Throne has to pass them all at 3/4. It's Chaser Hanover in front, and Uptown Funk on the outside, and 3 wide. Chief Altawick needs to rally. 124-2 into the stretch. Chaser Hanover scoots off by 2 1/3, but Chief Altawick on the outside is charging late at him. Some late pace from Saying Grace, recovering from the break, and Thunder from the Throne. But it's Chaser Hanover and Simon Allard in the bike tonight. And then Chief Altawick close there with Rock the Night. That's going to be a tight photo. Then Saying Grace or Thunder from the Throne, 152-1.
Simon Allard drives Chaser Hanover to victory here for Stacy Chodo. And this horse was a first over trip last out. I think you may have still kept that price intact. Let me take a quick look here at what the off odds were. 3-1 morning line. Looks like a 5er over a 6 barely there in the 12th at the Big M. Let me take a quick look here at the off odds, and survey says, wow, 7-5. Took some serious late money. Even money on your runner up there, saying Grace, who ended up as your favorite. We're going to get those prices for you from the 4th here at Los Alamitos, and much more. We return on the quarters.
Every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday nights, don't sleep on our popular $2 Pick 6 at Los Alamitos Racecourse. The Los Alamitos Pick 6 offers a traditional 70-30 split. That means a better chance for a solid nightly payout for our horse players. Check our strong Pick 6 payout this year. Over $10,000 on November 22nd. Over $32,000 on November 15th. Over $10,000 on October 18th. The traditional Los Alamitos Pick 6. It's a wager that is always in style.
And now another pretty good tweet presented by Same Game Parlay only on FanDuel Sportsbook. At the Captain 33 writes, "Don't take my betting advice, but FanDuel Same Game Parlay is where it's at. Want our betting advice? The Captain's betting advice is very much where it's at. Only FanDuel Sportsbook lets you parlay multiple wagers on the same game to turn a small bet into a big payday. All customers get Same Game Parlay insurance worth up to $25 every day."
Nearly half a century ago, Ernest Samuel began building a legacy when he founded Sam's Son Farm. 37 Canadian Classic wins and 84 Sovereign Awards later, Sam's Son's legacy adds another chapter. Discover an opportunity nearly 50 years in the making to buy into Sam's Son's prized breed-to-race bloodlines. Coming to the Keeneland January sale. Learn more at samson.keeneland.com.
And we are back and taking a look into the paddock here for race number 5. Back in race 4, as that pick 4 closed out, Jose with Ducause giving you a little more bang for your buck. What did it come back at? Roughly $49?
Yes, just shy of $49, exactly there. And that pick 4, $48.90. So that $16 ticket comes back and pays just shy of $49.
All right, I just posted my pick 4 ticket on the web, but I want you to walk us through the late pick 4 here. The best bet in racing. We've got a horse sitting on the board at 1-5, as you mentioned, in Steamy for Cesar de Alba, who puts the blinkers on tonight off of a pair of runner-up efforts. I'm Nick Hines, the Sarge, reporting for duty here on the quarters on opening night at TVG. And Jose, pretty simple. I ended up singling the 5. I also singled the 5 Bold Eagle in race number 7. My ticket is a 5 to a 4-6-7-8 to a 5 to a 3-4-5-7-8, essentially all to close out a $20 investment. What about you?
Nice fedora, nice lapel pin, my friend. Looking sharp tonight. Late pick 4 for me is going to be an economical $12 ticket. The 5 here, Steamy, 8 to 5 on the morning line, but with the scratch of the 4, Devon Fire is 6 to 5. The 5 is not going to be a short price, so I'm going to single the 5 there. I'm going to go 1-4 in race 6. That is a dynastic energy at 8 to 1. That is my long shot play of the night, and the 4 up for you in that event. So 1-4 for me in race number 6. With the 5-6 in race 7, that is going to be Bold Eagle and O'Donovan Rosa, who's coming in from Will Rogers Downs there for Juan Alaman. And then in the nightcap tonight, in the featured event, the Holiday Handicap, I'm going to go 3, 5, and 7. So Candy Blood, No Hesitation, and Strange Fellow. So that's a $12 play. 5 by 2 by 2 by 3. And you can find both of our tickets at tvg.com. By the way, Nick, there is jockey changes to be announced there for both the Jairo Rangel and Carlos Huerta, who were just announced to be off there by Macarona about 5-10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see what the status is going to be, Jose, based on the fact that how many riders are available essentially in the room. Thankfully for them, we're dealing with some shorter fields. By the way, there's no show wagering coming up here with this 5-horse field and Steamy, who is currently on the board at 1-5. Steamy was your lock of the night, correct?
Yeah, but that price is gone because I thought the 4 was gonna be favored. Obviously, the morning line was 6-5, and I thought the gate speed of Steamy was gonna be the edge, cutting back to 300 yards. But whatever price we're gonna get is now long gone here on Steamy.
All right, that one for Doc Allred, a 2-year-old daughter of Kitty Up out of the walkthrough fire mare, warm form. And as we look in at Cal Expo for race number 7, as they get themselves into warm-up mode there, exacta 20-cent trifecta, 10-cent superfecta wagering available. This is a pick 3 opportunity. Now winners of 1 extended PM race lifetime, and Parabuta, the last 5 starts allowed 1 win. And I would think that the money would be staying strong here on Busy's Beetle. Luke Plano for Nick Rowland. Interesting, Luke Plano driving Nick Rowland training. You go back to race number 6, and it was Nick Rowland driving, Luke Plano training. So that's kind of an interesting interchange. Jose, as you look in at this late pick 4, obviously with your lock of the night taking plenty of attention here, for the Holiday Handicap, I thought that race was a wide open race on paper. Is there a horse there that stands out in your mind?
I'm interested to see how No Hesitation runs. A horse that was very impressive back on September 13th, was actually one of the favorites to win the PCQHRA, ended up finishing 5th in that event. But that's the check mark to me, the 5, No Hesitation. But I think Strange Fellow also has a big shot there at 9-2. By the way, there will be a jockey change for the 7, Strange Fellow jockey to be announced there on the 7 in race number 8.
Okay, we'll get that for you as they work their way out on the track here. Trackside for the 5th start of the late pick 4. Tickets available on the web. 300-yard maiden event. There's the one Chris Odell training for Gary Wright. Dr. Gary Wright, if you will, here. This is a homebred here in the state of California.
And make the rider Erasmo Gasca. Erasmo Gasca replacing Jairo Rangel on the 1 Miss Chiaria. There's 2 horses out. The 3 is going to be Chanced Now. This filly is a full sibling to Edberg Million, Chance to Excel. So there's some good breeding lines, but she was off slow on debut, didn't show much in that event. She definitely has every right to improve and make the rider on the 3, Luis Valenzuela. Luis Valenzuela replacing Ramon Sanchez.
All right, they're getting set to go up at Cal Expo. We're going to send it up to Gary Seibel. Call of the 7, Pacers in line.
For Busy's Beetle, Luke Plano looking for his 2nd winning drive tonight. This one from the Nick Rowland barn, 1-5. Nick's on the other one from his stable, the 2, Sporty Fox here, who's 6-1. Everybody else is pretty much long. The 7, though, Night Delight Doug Chappell looking for his 2nd win at 5-1. Here they come. And they're off on the inside. Akane gets the first call. Far outside, Sneak Peek. Hanover drives out from the pylons. Cause to believe right there in the early mix as well. Sporty Fox gets away in 4th. Busy's Beetle looks to angle over and take a seat in 5th. Away from the gate in 6th, I'm watching. Parked out early in 7th, Lammy Chops, and the early trailer of the field, Night Delight. On the first turn, up top with the late Sneak Peek, Hanover for Cordarius Stewart, and they open up the mile in 29-1. Off the turn, up the backstretch, Sneak Peek, Hanover shows the way by a length. In the pocket second, that is Akane racing third, Cause to Believe. Next in line, in fourth, Sporty Fox. Underway on the outside, Sporty Fox's stablemate. That is Busy's Beetle going up for Plano. Picking up that cover on the move, Lammy Chops. And then we come back to I'm Watching, still trailing Night Delight as they reach the half-mile marker in a minute and 2/5. They wheel for the final turn. Busy's Beetle on the outside, under submerging now, takes over and clears Sneak Peek Hanover. Left uncovered on the outside, third is Lammy Chops, who is still trying to close in. Along the pylons, Akane is fourth. I'm Watching second over fifth. Racing sixth along the pylons, Cause to Believe. They head to the 3/4 mile marker, and Busy's Beetle is off by 2. Sneak Peek Hanover second. Lammy Chops is third, but making up no ground. 3/4 in 1:28 and 3. Third quarter, 28 and 1. In the lane, it is Busy's Beetle. On the far outside, coming on with some late pace, it's Night Delight, but Busy's Beetle has this one wrapped up on top by 7 now. It's Busy's Beetle cruising home. Finishing second, Night Delight, followed by Lammy Chops. Cause to Believe coming on late, 1:56 and 2.
Well, as advertised there, the 4, Busy's Beetle and the Plano Nick Rowland tandem, interchangeable tandem, if you will, scoring here. And Busy's Beetle for the Set the Pace Racing, scoring for the 5th career time from 29 starts. All right, outside of the pick 4, Jose, with your key of the night there and Steamy, who adds the blinkers, what's the best way and the best approach to make money here?
I'm interested in that there could be improvement for the 3. So that would be the exacta for me, 5-3. Let me jump on the TVG app, see what this exacta is probable right now. So right now the 5-3, actually 5-3 and 5-6 are essentially the same at $3 for $1. So I would prefer the 3 here. It's a 3-0 filly by Favorite Cartel out of Elan's Last, who had worked 1240 prior to that start on December 11th. She broke slow, lost her path, and ended up finishing evenly there in that troubled debut effort. So I'm banking for improvement. That's a horse that would interest me here if the exacta jumps up just a tick more, maybe $4, $5.
All right, looking at the 3, Chance It Now. Tell me one good thing about the 3.
The drill was pretty solid for the level, 1240, and she's a full sister to that Edward Milling Futurity impressive winner and Chance to Excel we saw earlier in the year. So breeding's well, and the workout wasn't too shabby prior to that debut start.
All right, the 1, Miss Chiata. Why couldn't this horse improve and find her way into the trifecta?
You're right. She broke in, bump at the start, appeared intimidated there early on, and ended up finishing evenly after losing her path. So you can make a case that there's plenty of room for improvement for the 1 who had actually worked 1240 as well back on November 14th. That was about 2 weeks before that debut effort. She does draw the rail, so it has to deal with the rail here tonight. But there should be also room for improvement. By the way, the rider on the 1 is Erasmo Gasca.
All right, going back to a race number 7, Jose, that is the allowance event, non-winners of 2, Bold Eagle, dispatch 6-5 on the morning line. Did you single?
No, I went too deep. I used the 6 there. Donovan Rosa, who comes out of that futurity at Will Rogers last time out. Was in contention there, ended up finishing second best there. The winner, I Work For You, had previously won the All-American Juvenile Ruidoso and then an Oklahoma bred futurity at Remington prior to that. So the winner was much the best, but he was game there, holding on for second by a head in a race that, he draws the outside draw here tonight. And given that he did show a little bit of a early speed, that outside draw could be beneficial here tonight, first time under the lights at Los Al.
What's the cost of your ticket?
It is going to be a $12 ticket.
So that could potentially be a bet repeat scenario.
Yes, so 5 with 1-4 with 5-6 with 3-5-7.
Lots of 5s in there.
Yeah.
So for me, 5 with the 4, 6, 7, 8 with the 5, with the 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. I think it does just boil down to the 5s being alive there. But I think we both agree, and as does the wagering public, that Steamy with a clean beginning here. What about the 6, Fast and Magic Prize for Jaime Lopez off the claim?
Fast and Magic Prize. That was the race where she actually went favorite in that event. Eagle Grove was getting the win by a nose, and Fast and Magic Prize ended up finishing about a length and a quarter clear of the third place finisher. And she ended up breaking a bit slow there from the outside post, veered out, and then sharply drifted back in. You might have liked this horse that night. I remember that race because she veered out very sharply, and then she kind of made a big middle move but wasn't able to go by. It was a game effort in the feet, but she's stepping up in class tonight here, first time off the claim.
What's it going to take for the 5 to win?
The 5 or the 6?
5.
Repeat that effort. If she repeats that effort from last time out, she broke fast, she got a good lead. She finished second best to Out of Dodge, who was dropping from a Golden State Million Futurity trial. So if Steamy repeats that effort, she wins.
Pick 4 pool in excess of 106,000. We had in excess of 180,000 in the early pick 4, and in that pool, and also a pick 6 total tonight. Jose just shy of $30,000. So
that's nice.
The money is certainly flowing, and on the heels of what was a tremendous day, opening day at the Great Race Place in Arcadia, California. They'll be back tomorrow with what looks to be quite a contentious card, and salute those that have tuned in and been with us throughout the day, including Eva Anderson, who is tuning in tonight. Eva, wishing you as well a happy holiday and a healthy, happy new year. And taking their time here, but it's helping kind of load the barrel, if you will, Jose,
Yeah,
just shy of 127,000. So Chris O'Dell, he bookends the field here. The 7, Pyromancer for the Parsons Family Limited Partnership. Sort of kind of lost all chance at the start back in June. Wasn't a terrible effort. It was 6-1. Does Pyromancer deserve a look in the exotics?
And this one was, 6-1 in that field of 5. Comes back with a workout of 240. It wasn't a gay workout back on December 10th, so I didn't have video to watch. But bred nicely out of that terrific energy mare. There's plenty of good family in there, like terrific thermonuclear energy and terrific first down. So she comes out of a very, very good family. But the family is not known for being the best out of the gate. They kind of improve with racing. They kind of get better as the distances get longer. So she is bred to be a good one, Nick. I kind of wanted to see one more race off the layoff here before I fully backed.
All right, and there was the peace sign from Juan Pablo Leon, Pyromancer, and he has managed to win a handful of races for Chris O'Dell. Want to remind you that daytime action tomorrow out at the Great Race Place, 11:30 a.m. It's an 11-10 race card, and of course we'll be back tomorrow evening. You and I will, Jose, and first post here tomorrow night at 5 p.m.
Yes.
So we could once again see a situation where some of that daytime activity rolls in to the night. It is a nice night here in Cyprus, and as we wind down the year in 2020, of course, plenty of reflection. Looking back, this is the final Saturday of 2020. Imagine that, and we can only hope that 2021 will bring greater hope and for a better tomorrow. And Jose, I can quite frankly tell you, when they called me in October to come back on the quarters, it was essentially a 7-month hiatus, having not been on TVG due to the COVID-19 pandemic. It seemed like an eternity, but truly a privilege to be here with you.
It's been a pleasure to be working alongside you, and it was like riding a bike, Nick. It was like you never left. Your cadence was spot on.
Hoorah. Let's just hope I can continue to ride a bike. All right. Steamy, the money hasn't really changed a whole lot. 2-5, Cedar de Alba Won the lid lifter tonight. Going to try and do it on the straight here for owner breeder Doc Allred. The blinker's on. Let's give it up to Mike Arona for the late pick 4 with a pool in excess of 137,000.
Thank you very much, Nick. Miss Kiara has moved in after a little bit of a delay with the rail runner. Miss Kiara followed forward by Chance It Now. Who is also a touch reluctant. Chance It Now has moved in. Fast and Magic Prize, coming off a claim by Jaime Lopez, is moving in. Now Miss Kiara getting agitated in gate 1. Replacement jockey Guska briefly off Miss Kiara. Meantime, Pyromancer has moved in. Steamy will complete the line. All set. Movement now from Pyromancer. Racing. Oh, Steamy has missed the start badly, and Miss Kiara ducked in sharply from the rail draw. Chance It Now has the lead, but is shifting her ground. Fast and Magic Prize had to hold the course a little. It's Chance It Now with the lead. Steamy closing strongly near the inside. Chance It Now wins in a rather messy affair from Steamy, and Pyromancer down the outside.
At 3-1, the 4, Lion Safari. At 5-1, the 6, Enoch Chuck Chuck. At a pair at 6-1, 2 and 3, Drazmataz and Carrick. On gate race 13, here they come. They're off and trotting, and Life Well Lived is out fast, going out of there with Lion Safari and Carrick on the inside, and Drazmataz for them across the track as Icing On to Cupcake cuts the corner. And now diving in 5th is Life Well Lived. That one just in front of Enoch Chuck Chuck as they pass the opening quarter. Caught 4 wide at the back is Chiplosive. In between them is Manny L near the rear of the field. Then Lindy's Big Bang and Levitation. 28-1 opens it up here, and it's Carrick with a claim entered. Carrick leads the way with Dave Miller across the backstretch. So Drazmataz gets a pocket ride. Lion Safari tracks in 3rd. Icing On to Cupcake is 4th. Life Well Lived is 5th. Enoch Chuck Chuck with a claim entered goes up 6th. Then it's Lindy's Big Bang on the inside with Manny L. Stride for stride at the back is Levitation and Chiplosive. At the half, it's Carrick in front at 8-1, 56 and 3, 28-2. 2-hole ride for Drazmataz. Lion Safari up and at him out of 3rd. He's flushed out by Enoch Chuck Chuck, now 4th, riding live cover. Icing On the Cupcake on the inside, 5th. Life Well Lived on the inside now takes to the outside, 6th. Then it's Lindy's Big Bang on the inside with Manny L and Levitation. And Chiplosive is last at 3/4. It's still Carrick with Lion Safari roaring on the outside, 125 and 3. In the stretch, Carrick trying to take them all the way. Trying to squeeze through here is Drazmataz, has room now. Lion Safari on the outside open road. Here comes Enoch Chuck Chuck on the outside. Late trot from Levitation from way out of it. Drazmataz. Here comes Enoch Chuck Chuck on the outside. Drazmataz, Enoch Chuck Chuck. Then Drazmataz, Levitation, and Lion Safari. Enoch Chuck Chuck, 154 and 4.
The 13th at the Big M goes to the 6, Enoch Chuck Chuck. And that time for Tony Napolitano and Raymond Vizzi. This horse showing some uptick for the new connections there. 25th lifetime win for that 7-year-old Gillis Son of Muscles. Yankee just got up in the nick of time. 6-2-4 is what it appears. Here at Los Al, Jose, we're going to go back and take a look at the start. And your odds-on favorite, Steamy, at 1-5, not get away cleanly.
And she had shown, yeah, the head moves right as they began to open the gate, so that was unfortunate because she had shown plenty good gate speed in the first two starts. But tonight was the first time blinkers. I know you mentioned that, no, we're talking off camera. First time blinkers for Steamy, and after that slow beginning, she was playing catch up and finishes second best.
Well, it would go to the other Doc Allred here. Chance it now. You mentioned the pedigree on this one in that second career start. Let's go back and take a look at the head-on. The 5 in particular, your 1 to 5 favorite, Steamy.
She begins to move right as they're going to open the gates. Unfortunate start there for Steamy, who ends up finishing second best to Chance It Now. Chance It Now, much more improved tonight. Broke slow on debut. Much more professional tonight. Breaks well. A full sister to that Airberg Million there. Chance to excel tonight. She gets a diploma here under Luis Valenzuela with the pickup mount. Congrats to owner breeder Doc Allred, Scott Willoughby, and Luis Valenzuela gets the win. 9-2, it was the final price here on Chance It Now.
Yeah, way too tough to overcome that start, but I even thought for a moment there that Steamy was going to overcome that poor beginning. But that pick 3, boy, that shakes up a little bit there. Interesting because that's the first 3 legs of the pick 6, Jose. $112.90, not too shabby.
Yeah, that's a nice pick 3 here because you mentioned that second leg Extractor, who was a big favorite, also got beat in that second leg in race number 4. So that pick 3 there, and a little bit indication of the pick 6 getting interesting here. 3 races in the books. Chance It Now, 9-2, $11 in the winning. Steamy second best, and Pyromancer completed the trifecta, which came back over $34 for $1.
All right, moving on to race number 6 on the evening. We still have our featured race, the Holiday Handicap race number 6 for the 2-year-old maidens here. And this is a rather deep lineup, and you got 2 horses that are co-favored at 7-5.
Up for you, the 4-horse here. Comes out of a good second place finish last time out. She was a beaten favorite in that event, but that was the first start off a long layoff. And then you have the 7 favorite Midnight, who was third on debut. That was on November 29th there, when having trouble at the start.
19 minutes away from the 6th, last chance opportunity to get involved in a pick 3 here at the Big M. Inick Chuck Chuck. Nice way to start the late double. And Tony Knapp for Raymond Vizzi. And as mentioned, this one for the GDL Corp. And Drazmataz rounding out the exacta. That's a nice exacta. 7-1 over 6-1. $4 return 70 even. 7-2 to the 8. That $1. Wow, Jose, that's a special trifecta.
Almost $1,400 there. $1 minimum trifectas, Nick.
Race number 14. This will close out the evening. Pacers claiming price of $10,000. Actually, it will not. This is the start of the late double, so the pick 3 would have maybe been the way to go, but there have been some decent prices here at the M. We'll be back.
Mare produce records are essential for breeding decisions, sales catalog research, buying and selling decisions. The Equine Line Mare Produce Records online service and apps provide you with unlimited access to mare produce information from all over the world, with racing and auction history for thoroughbred mares and foals. When it comes to mare produce records, there's one source with every mare, every foal, everywhere. EquineLine.com.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services. Attention ovarian cancer victims. Johnson & Johnson has stopped production of their talc-based baby powder in North America. Johnson & Johnson knew for decades about many medical studies linking long-term use of talc-based baby powder to ovarian cancer, but never added warning labels to product packaging or ads. If you were diagnosed with ovarian cancer after regularly using baby powder, you may have a case. The number of lawsuits involving Johnson & Johnson has increased with significant talcum powder verdicts, including a landmark verdict of $4.7 billion to 22 women in 2018. If you or a loved one were diagnosed with ovarian cancer and regularly used baby powder, you may be entitled to compensation.
Call Sokolov Law now. 1-800-262-9583 for your free legal consultation. Call 1-800-262-9583. That's 1-800-262-9583. I'm a non-attorney spokesperson.
Hey, what's this all about?
Well, these guys?
Yeah. thoroughly here in race day.
Such a brilliant ride from off the pace. You must have been confident going into the turn.
It did.
See, with the TVG app, I can have a day at the track whenever I want, right at home. Look, you can track results, stream live races. You can even place bets, all from your phone.
All from your phone.
There's a new home of horse racing. Yours. Get a 50% bonus on your first deposit up to $250.
As we return here on the quarters, as they are in warm-up mode for the 8th at Cal Expo, and we do still have 3 races remaining here at Los Alamitos. Nice size pick 6 pool here at and pick 4, early pick 4, as we try and get a count for the late pick 4. Did you happen to get that pool total, Jose?
I'm working on getting that pick 4 total. I know the pick 6 was over 29,000. That's what I was checking up right now. But I'll get you the pool here for the pick 4.
All right, up there at Cal Expo, non-winners of 4. Extended pari-mutuel or $20,000 lifetime as we take a look at the, I believe that's the 5, and that's Mystical Storm for Richard Bertrand. I believe this trainer is trying to get his 3rd on the evening, and we talked about that 14-year-old who went out on top, having won his final 2 races of his career earlier tonight. And exacta 20-cent trifecta, 10-cent superfecta wagering available for this 8th. And I thought the 8 was an interesting contender here in Custard's Dungeon, who, despite being a distant 3rd 2-back and a distant 2nd last out, Lemoyne's Venson takes over for Gordon Graham. And both provide decent win rates here. So I kind of like the 8. Bet and a half down from that 8-1 morning line. Pathologist. Nick Rowland going to try and take home another for George Ryder. Was first over last time when finishing 4th. With the 3 races remaining here at Los Al, Jose, we're 14 minutes away from race 6. Did you have a quick thought on the late pick 3?
Yes, I'm going to get involved here in the late pick 3 because I did like the long shot price of the 1 Dynastic Energy. So I'm going to be watching the board here, see what I can come up with. But I'm going to get involved in the pick 3 here. And definitely the 1 would be in there. By the way, that late pick 4 pool, Nick, $140,376. So over $140,000 there in that late pick 4. So 181 for the early, 140 for the late, and 29 for the pick 6.
I mean, roughly between the 3, the early late pick 4 and the pick 6, you're talking $350,000.
Correct.
Good stuff.
Tremendous.
As they get set to kick off up there at Cal Expo, and we do have a deep lineup tonight, a total of 14 races, if you will. So there's plenty of opportunity to get involved up at Cal Expo. And race number 11, I wanted to remind you that pick 4, 16% takeout. There's a $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 beginning in race 11. And race number 9, race number 10. Yeah, pick 3s roll throughout the evening. So get involved. Go to tbg.com. In the meantime, we're going to set it up to Gary Seibel for the call, 9 to 5 to the outside pathologist.
Up across the gate. Pathologist 9 to 5 on the far outside, post 10. Nick Rowland looking for his 4th winning drive tonight. And the 4, West Central Beach, Jake Cutting at 2 to 1. Here they come. And they're off on a break right at the start. Mystical Storm has made a break right at the start. Now back pacing, but in a trailing position. Up top, going for the lead on the inside as they race into the first turn. It's the Philly Street Parade. Now going up around her, that is Trump Train. Also on the move early on, Custard's Dungeon. Next in line, away in 4th, that is Rockin' American. Length and a half back in 5th. Fear Factor, it's another length and a half to West Central Beach. Pathologist now drops in. Then it's Queen of Marks and Soul Dust. Far back, Mystical Storm, opening quarter, 27-4. On to the backstretch now, and up top, Custard's Dungeon, a length for Mooney Swenson. In the pocket, second, that is Trump Train. Next in line, third, Street Parade. Racing in fourth, Rockin' American. 2 lanes back, fifth on the inside, Fear Factor. And now underway on the outside, that is West Central Beach. And also on the move on the outside, Pathologist. Then it's Soul Dust and Queen of Marks, and far back, Mystical Storm. The half, 57-3, into the final turn they go. And Custard's Dungeon unchallenged on the lead. Trump Train continues to stalk the leader from the pocket on the inside. Street Parade will need a little bit of racing room in third. West Central Beach, his bit is stalled on the outside. Custard's Dungeon leads him by 3/4 in 127 flat. Top of the stretch, they turn for home, and with the lead, it's Custard's Dungeon and Mooney Swenson from the pocket. Here comes Trump Train on the outside. Custard's Dungeon digs in. Trump Train, those two on even terms. They're matching stride for stride. Trump Train on the outside now puts away Custard's Dungeon, and Street Parade, the filly, coming after him. Street Parade, Trump Train, those two down to the wire together. Possibly Street Parade with a nose up at the wire over a Trump Train, then a photo behind those two, including Rockin' American, and also there, that was West Central.
Street Parade at 19-1. Cardarius Stewart for Emilio Cisneros. That was huge. Trump Train rounding out the exact, it appears, at 7-1, 19-1. Street Parade. This horse well beaten last out, 13 lengths, but stepping up big time. They had the track labeled as good earlier. I don't know if they've upgraded it, but we'll certainly keep an eye on that. Jose, we're going to come back here to Los Alamitos. We are 9 minutes away from race number 6 with our featured race still on the docket, the 8th and final. I did hear a rider announcement. Did you get a closer look at that, the rider change here?
I did. The couple of rider changes that were to be announced for race 7 have been announced. In race 7, the one top model, make the rider Jesus Valenzuela. Jesus Valenzuela on the one top model. Jesus Valenzuela is the rider of no hesitation there in race number 8. So top model Jesus Valenzuela in race 7, and also the 4-horse in race number 7. That is Garda the Cash. Make the rider Oscar Peinado. Oscar Peinado on the 4 Garda the Cash, and still one jockey to be announced in race number 8. And Strange Fellow there to be announced there in race number 8.
All right, we'll be sure to remind you of those rider changes as we go forward. Race number 6 coming up here, 300 yards, maidens. This is a maiden allowance, if you will. And the one, Dynastic Energy, coming in for Chris Odell. First start since Ruidoso back on September 7th.
And this from the same family of the 7 in the previous race, Nick. And this family is more known for when they stretch out. They're not known for the gate speed. So I was impressed that he got out of the gate very well at Ruidoso, which is something he didn't do in his first 2 starts here. And that's why I like the one here at a price.
The 2, Yes But Go, Scott Willoughby, Doc Allred, going to try and go 2 in a row here. This horse had, well, pretty much all sorts of trouble in the effort December 4th, has every right to improve tonight.
Yeah, there's the 3 Relentless Times for Luke Lindsay. Veered in. There's the one that jumped the rail there. I believe we were working that night together. The 4-horse here, Up For You, nicely bred. Third on debut, came back with a 2nd on Halloween, but galloped out with good energy past the finish. Looked like a horse that is improving here.
I like the price on Fox Fan. You look at that try back in July. This horse had some early trouble. Was only beaten a length and a half, and a decent final clocking in 15 and 71/100ths.
And if you want a breeding note on the 5, that's a full sibling to Tel Cartel. The 6, One Mighty Effort, Christopher Odell, make the rider Henry Lopez. 5-2 currently on the board. Favorite Midnight, who was 9-2 on the morning line, was taking early money and still holding some money there at 2-1.
He's our star, rounding out the parade here for Jesus Nunez. And he's our star. Our 2-year-old Gelding makes the 3rd start back in a form cycle. Often a horse's best. We'll take a short break. We'll be back on the quarters.
We all know that movement is like medicine, but getting the movement you need to feel better can be a challenge. Now you can keep fit while you sit with QB, the world's leading compact seated elliptical. QB gives you active sitting, letting you burn calories and keep moving in an easy and low-impact way, all while you work, read, or watch TV. QB was named a top 10 gift by Time Magazine and has been featured all over the world. It's whisper quiet while it works your abs and core, hip flexors, glutes, quads, hamstrings, and calves.
QB is a lifesaver for me.
Here's your answer to your problem.
I feel young again.
Join the hundreds of thousands of people moving more with QB. Call to find out how to get your QB with free shipping and a 30-day completely risk-free trial. You'll also get this QB workout mat free. Now keep fit while you sit with QB.
To order, call 800-492-7064. That's 800-492-7064. Call now.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. Many people on Medicare struggle to pay the high out-of-pocket cost associated with their Medicare benefits. You may be eligible for a Medicare supplement plan that can help you pay your Medicare deductibles, copays, and coinsurance.
Hi, I'm Dr. Richard Paltengi. I encourage patients to research Medicare supplement plans that pay their copays, deductibles, and coinsurance for things like outpatient care, care in a skilled nursing facility, and time spent in the hospital, even after Medicare benefits are exhausted.
Medicare supplement plans can help cover many of your personal expenses, like inpatient hospital deductibles, your share of the cost of outpatient medical care, and unlimited out-of-pocket cost. To find out if you're eligible for these benefits, call the Medicare Insurance Plan Helpline today. This service is free, the advice is unbiased, and there's no obligation to enroll.
Call 1-800-704-5377. That's 1-800-704-5377.
Coming up just a couple minutes away, it's race 14 here at the Meadowlands. It does kick off the late Daily Double Wagering, a claiming event. $10,000 claimers here. Pacers will be on the gate just a couple of minutes. Number 3 in here is my best bet of the night. Right now, third choice in the wagering. That's So DeV. I'll take 3-1 on So DeV. This one's only real poor effort recently came in the amateur event 2 starts back. Otherwise, So DeV has been an absolute picture of consistency. Simon Allard takes over in the bike. Simon Allard with a couple of winners on tonight's program, and So DeV knows how to win. This horse just missed last time out at this level, actually. Had a decent trip, was second early, then got shuffled to fourth. Kind of moved up uncovered in that last race for a long time there. Just no quit there with that first over trip. And just could not seal the deal. Lost the photo, but anything close to that last effort, I'd have to think puts So DeV in the winner's circle in here. The one taking some money, Victoria's Maverick, who absolutely romped 2 starts back against lesser competition. Last time out, this one comes out of the same race as So DeV. And off that romp was bet down to favoritism. And unfortunately could not get the job done. But So DeV is my best bet on tonight's card. 3-1. A great price. This race coming up just about a minute away. But for now, we'll send it back to Sarge and Jose.
All righty. Thank you, Andrew. And there is your last chance here on a Saturday night. The final Saturday of 2020 to get involved in that late double out at the Big M. As looking in at the 6th here at Los Alamitos, yeah, the money is continuing to come in on the 4 up for you. As you mentioned, that effort last out, certainly good enough to win this race. But, Jose, one mighty effort may have something to say in the eventual outcome here, coming out of those difficult trials to likes of Apolitical Gold, Apolitical Bird, cutting back tonight.
Yes, and Apolitical Gold, as you mentioned, the winner of the Golden State Million Futurity. So, by the way, the jockey on the 6th is Henry Lopez replacing Jair Rangel. So Henry Lopez on the 6th. And you're right, and if you like the 6 coming into this race, you're probably fine with taking a 5-2 price given the morning line, and that's what you're getting right now. Steady price there on the 6. The 4 has hold steady as a choice right now at 3-2. The 4 up for you last time out. She broke in from that inside post, Nick, but then she galloped out with good run there past the finish.
All right, let's send it up to the out to the Big M for the start of the late double. Ken Warkentin with a call. Come back here at the 6th at Los Alamitos.
The Raw, Forever and Always, with 3 claims entered, fires out. Always Be Magic up on the far outside with early speed. Victoria's Maverick shows up on the inside into the top 3 around the first turn. So de V cut the corner. To the outside, Western Red Hot. Now he's going to slide in 5th in front of Deerfield Beach is 6th. Then it's I'm a Tragedy, followed by Donkey's Dynasty. And way back, that early breaker was Century Ferrari. 27-2 off the turn. Always Be Magic on the engine. Across the back stretch out of 3rd comes Victoria's Maverick to challenge for the lead now. Forever and Always on the inside 3rd. So de V going up 4th on the outside. Western Red Hot is 5th and tightening in, followed by Deerfield Beach. And next it's I'm a Tragedy, followed by Donkey's Dynasty, and way back Century Ferrari at the half. Victoria's Maverick in front now at 3-1, 55 to 28 seconds. Victoria's Maverick takes on So de V first over, 2nd. Always Be Magic on the inside, 3rd. Forever and Always 2nd over in 4th. Western Red Hot is 5th with 3/8 to go. Deerfield Beach is 6th on the outside. He's stacked up. Then I'm a Tragedy on the inside. Shooting through his Donkey's Dynasty is last. As Century Ferrari's way back last. 3 wide comes on the outside, Forever and Always, and Todd McCarthy's got that one in gear as they turn for home. 3/4, 124 and 1, closing in now. On the inside, it was Victoria's Maverick now giving it up to Forever and Always, drawing clear. That's Western Red Hot, some late pace. Deerfield Beach up on the far outside, trying to close in. It's Forever and Always, leg weary. Western Red Hot, a final surge. Western Red Hot, Forever and Always, and Western Red Hot and Forever and Always hit the line together. Then Deerfield Beach and Ducky's Dynasty. Tight photo for win, 150.
He's Our Star is the last in. Set. Racing. Up for You quickly into stride with One Mighty Effort, Favorite Midnight, Relentless Times and Dynastic Energy along the inside. It's Up for You. Dynastic Energy running strongly along the fence. Dynastic Energy going to the front, wins nicely by a length from Up for You, with One Mighty Effort finishing 3rd, then either Relentless Times or Favorite Midnight for 4th.
Dynastic Energy, Jose, you mentioned this as your long shot of the night. Chris Odell for the Parsons Ranch. I'll tell you one thing, when they went by me here on the set, somebody out there is a remarkable whistler. Just a persistent whistle. I don't know if you could hear it up there in the Vessels Club, but whatever it was, I don't know if it was your winner, but certainly on point.
Look, this gelding had not shown any kind of a gate speed in the first 2 starts here, but the improvement was there last time out of Ruidoso. And this family is known to get better with racing and get better as the distances get longer. When he showed that improvement last time out, I thought he was obviously getting better. Comes back to Los Al and wins by a length here easily in the end. Final price of 12-1.
1, 4, 6 Up for You. One off is your 7-5 favorite, efforting to try and get you some numbers from the Meadowlands as we welcome in Japan for the first time this evening. And just a reminder, you can go on over to tvg.com, get those past performances for free. It was Western Red Hot who scored under Yannick Gingras out there at the Big M. We'll get those prices for you momentarily. Let's give it up to Japan. Konnichiwa, the 8th.
Up. Race 8 from Nakayama, stand by. They're loaded. They're ready to run them. They're off. And Dia Steamer pinned the gates, went straight to the lead from a wide position. Evergarden wants a piece of the action as well. And going on is Laya. Back on the inside, Tio Forte. Then comes Pele. Followed by Minor Chevalier out wide. Satono Serious, Dream Spirit, Smile. Then lead the field. Back in behind them, running on the inside, is Livre. Back on its inside, Masarao, then Cosmo Jamila, Sanshiro, Tanta Forza second last, and the favourite, Divine Force, don't worry, does finish well, and you would hope so, is at the tail of the field. Enter the the home straight for the first time. Rolling along in front is Dear Steamer. Into second place is Evergarden. And then comes Liar. Back on the inside, Tio Forte. Minus Stelaire. Palais with Christophe Lemaire past the winning post the first time. Satono Sirius. Then Smile. Green Spirit going on wide around Cosmo Jamila Sanshiro, followed by Lead the Field. Back on its inside is Livre. Then a gap back behind Livre is Masaral, Tata Fuerza, and quite comfortable to be at the tail of the field to the 1400-meter mark. Not too much change in the order as Dear Steamer leads them up from Evergarden. Minus still a little closer now. Tio Forte, then comes Liar. Back on the inside, Satono Sirius. Cosmo Jamila going backwards a little here, Pele. Followed by, on the outside, Smile. The inside, Dream Spirit, then Sanshiro. 2.5 lengths away to Livre. On its outside is Lead the Field. Followed by Masaral trying to catch up a little here. Tada Fuerza under pressure. And starting to pick up now, but still at the tail of the field is the favourite Divine Force. Up the rise they run, and still Dear Steamer leads the way. And under pressure is Evergarden. Tio Forte travels well. Minus Stelaire looks to be suffering, but is still there. Then Satono Sirius. Running on is Liar. Then cutting to cut up in behind them is Pele. There goes Smile around the outside of the field. Dream Spirit defence. Under pressure going backwards is Cosmo Jamila. Divine Force has passed 4 of 5. They include back through the third run Sanshiro, Livre, Tata Fuerza, Masaral, and the last one as they swing for home is Lead the Field. As they swing up, it's still Dear Steamer at the 200-meter mark. Dear Steamer under pressure out wide and now running on is Divine Force. Won't catch them. Dear Steamer looks like it will go all the way from here. And Dear Steamer is a comfortable win in the end. Dear Steamer will win from Smile, and Pele gets in for third. Followed by Cosmo, Minus Stelaire, then Tio Forte, followed by Cosmo Jamila. Divine Force, first time we haven't seen the horse finish off well today. Then was Masaral, followed by Tata Fuerza. On its inside, Satono Sirius. Then came Liar and Livre, followed by Lead the Field, pulling up quickly across the line, Sanshiro.
Race number 8 in Japan would go to the 16 Diastema, Yuichi Kitamura for Tomokazu Takano. And they don't get much easier than that, Jose, but this is the reason that you get involved at TVG.com. Play those races vertically, play them horizontally, if you will. But be sure to check out those past performances at TVG.com. Still plenty of action to go. Lots of stakes action on the docket tonight out there in Japan, including a multi-million-dollar race we'll talk more about in race number 10, and an evenly matched one at that. Here at Los Al, Jose, well done, Dynastic Energy. This might be the tonic you needed to get that pick 6 carryover you thought could possibly happen.
And this horse ran to the improved effort last time out. Broke much better and led every step of the way there. Up for you a game second here tonight. But Dynastic Energy, impressive here with the final clocking of 15:46 here, Nick, under the guidance of Juan Pablo Leon. That 1-4 exacta, $44.70 for a buck. And look at that rolling pick 3, $419.30.
Yeah, it kind of, the way the night began, because we had that 1-5 favorite win in the opener, all of a sudden, things kind of have come unraveled here. And by the way, tonight, the Arima Kinen there in Japan, we'll be sure to talk more about that featured event this evening and those past performances. Again, check them out. Get involved at TVG.com. All right, chance at a late double? Of course you have a chance at a late double. I thought Bold Eagle was a layup in this spot, but Jose, you think otherwise?
I think the 6 is live here, coming from out of town, from Will Rogers in that futurity. Second best there to an impressive winner. I like the outside draw for this one. I think this one gives this post gives this one a good opportunity there. to break well. It is the first local start, but you got a trainer that does well here when he brings them over for the first time.
All right, we'll, I'm sure, see maybe a little change there, but I would expect in the end, Bold Eagle to probably in the neighborhood. Would you agree? 6-5, 7-5-ish?
I would agree. I think you might see 4-5, even money, 6-5, somewhere on those lines for the 5.
Prices are in for the 14th at the Big M, and you know things started to kind of show some momentum in reference to the payouts here, the horizontals, if you will. Well done to Western Red Hot, Yannick Gingras, for Besme Odza. That's the 17th lifetime victory for the 7-year-old gelded son of Western Ideal. And that's back-to-back wins now for this horse who was claimed last out to Western Red Hot over Forever and Always. The 4 Deerfield Beach rounding out your trifecta. Another nice trifecta in excess of $182 and some mid-change. On to the 15th. Pacers, horses, and gelding, Trackmaster rating of a 73, and you'll have an opportunity to take advantage of the low takeout, the 20-cent jackpot super high 5, and 2-1 on Grandpa Don, that is Grandpa Don, for Owen Elder Jr. Andrew McCarthy on the drive. This horse has encountered some tough one-over trips more recently, but with that track tonight on the fast side, I would expect the 8, Grandpa Don, to certainly have a voice and to say in the outcome, but I like the horse at a price to the outside in Notorious. Were you a Notorious BIG fan, Jose?
Yes, I was.
And still are?
Still are.
All right. We're going to talk about your late double coming up here at Los Alamitos come shortly, I promise you. But, you know, you pointed out Dynastic Energy, $27.60 return with the favorite under that exacta 44.70, not too shabby.
No, those were the 2 horses I had used in that defunct pick 4. They were just 1 and 4. The pick 3 came back and singled the 1, so that's a good start there for the pick 3.
It's a great start. It's a great start. Did you have an opportunity to catch some of the action out at Santa Anita today?
I did. I was in between playing with the makeup that my daughters got for Christmas. They were painting all over my face.
Wow.
Putting together a little kitchenette that they got. I was keeping one eye on the TVG app, one eye making sure they didn't poke me with any brushes and all kinds of things they got.
Are you a Hall & Oates fan?
Yes.
Well, the 2 horse here is named Hall & Oates, as if you were Hall & Oates in a wheelbarrow. I love that name. It's Nick Rowland, Richard Bertrand, and I think you're probably well aware that I've announced their names multiple times tonight, and they team up here with the 2 Hall & Oates.
Is that where you're selling me? Is that the one you're trying to sell me?
I was going to say I can't go for that, but I kind of feel like I have to. So, yep, on the drop, it's the 2 for me, Hall & Oates.
Okay.
And I'll be curious if Gary Seibel maybe gives us some sort of a kind of a word or two from a Hall & Oates song, if you will. But it's 7-5 on Fox Valley B. Gump. And this one for Jacob Cutting was a first over 4th last out. I'm not going to argue with those that like the 5, but 7-5 just seems like too bit of a short of a price here for these type claimers. So let's send it up to Sacramento Cal Expo. Gary Seibel with the call of the 9th live on TVG.
Winning drive tonight at 5-2. Outside the 8, Baron Chansey, Luke Plano at 9-2. 3 leading contenders on the tote board. Here they come. Few of them off the gate. And they're off on the outside. Spider Demand gets the first call and drifts in a little bit there over on the 5, Fox Valley B. Gump. On the inside, moving up now to take the lead into the first turn. It's Hall & Oates. Hall & Oates, short lead on the inside, going up around him. Fox Valley B. Gump. On the outside, 3rd. Spider Demand is on the move. Next in line, 3 Grand is 4th. The gap of 2. Back to Blue Star Trooper in 5th. Behind that one, getting away 6th. That is Baron Chansey, followed by Just Wiggle It, along with Lincoln and the early trailer in the field, Stanhope. Opening quarter, 28 seconds flat. On to the backstretch now, and we've got a battle on the front end. Spider Demand caught on the outside. On the inside, Fox Valley B. Gump is not going to let him get on by. So now Cordarius Stewart backs off with the Spider-Man and settles into the pocket, but he is gapping by about 2.5, 3 lengths here. In third, that is Hall & Oates. Next in line, fourth. Underway, there goes $3 grand. On the outside, Baron Chancey saving ground along the pylons. It's Blue Star Trooper. The half went in 56-1. That second quarter in 28-1. They're racing on the final turn, and Fox Valley B. Gump is making a romp out of this one here. They are going to be hard-pressed to get to him. Jake Cutting takes a look behind. He's got a lot of real estate between himself and the rest of the field. 3 quarters in 124-2. Third quarter, 28-1. In the lane, Fox Valley, B. Gump in charge here. They're trying to close in on him. On the outside, coming on to be second, that is Just Wiggle It. Also there, Baron Chancey, the extreme outside, Lincoln. But Fox Valley, B. Gump is almost home. On the outside, Just Wiggle It closing in with a furious rush. Fox Valley, B. Gump, Just Wiggle It on the outside. Fox Valley, B. Gump holds on. Just Wiggle It second, Baron Chancey third, Lincoln fourth, 155-2.
Boy, the wire came up in time for Fox Valley B. Gump. The 3 was launching. Just Wiggle It, but too little, too late. Jacob Cutting teaming up here with himself. Not only is a trainer, driving, co-owning along with Melinda Smith of Airdrie, Alberta. That's the 9th career win from 68 starts. Hall & Oates, unfortunately, as my good friend out there in Facebookville says, that one was simply out of touch. Bump. Didn't work out. Nice to hear from you, Russ. Frankie actually messaging in. And Frankie, clarification on the featured event tonight. Candace Hare will be joining us at the 9:30 hour here on the left coast, Pacific time. It'll be the Arima Canen is the 11th on the card. That Grade 1 event, $6.2 million. And I realized the typo in the past performances, or actually on the website for the 10th. That's the Farewell Stakes. It's a little less money than $38 million. Yeah, they're not giving out $38 million in Japan tonight. But the Rima Canen is interesting, Jose, because that particular race, you know, with Almanai having been retired, that it opens it up the ball game a bit. So you're going to have some wagering opportunities out there in Japan. Let's send it out to Andrew Dembski for the finale out at the Big M.
Thanks, Sarge. We are wrapping up this 15-race card here at the Big M, the finale here, a pacing event. It looks like all the money is coming in on Grandpa Don. And Grandpa Don always racing in these lower-level conditions, sometimes shows up in those amateur races. And Grandpa Don is a horse you will not see the early parts of this race. He's going to be so far back, but he arguably does have the best late kick out of anybody in this field, and perhaps that's what the public has just latched on to Grandpa Don here, who typically finishes up full of late pace and might just blow by this field in the finale. 3-2 is a little low for me to take a swing on, and that we did see. What do we see today? We saw a $31 horse, followed by a $104 horse, followed by a $76 horse. So there's been some big prices tonight. Now, my top pick is not a big price. It's just the second choice in here. That's Let's Fool Around, who's been super consistent over at Freehold. And sometimes when you get used to seeing a lot of horses at the track week after week, you want to try a fresh face, especially in these lower-level races where anything could happen. These are the races where you can make some money. Now, if my horse wins, if the 6-horse wins, I'll make $6. But you know what? That's better than 8-5 it here on Grandpa Dodd. I have it pegged 6-8-3, Rockaholic at 3 here, my third selection in the nightcap for Evan Hoagland, who is another one like Grandpa Dodd. Typically shows that late pace, never leaves off the car. This horse typically so far back, but occasionally does come flying home. So I'll try to beat those deep closers like Rockaholic, like Grandpa Don in the finale with Let's Fool Around. Dave Miller already has a win tonight. He's going to look for another one here with Let's Full Around. Behind these two, Thunderdome, the one is taking some money, and why not? Todd McCarthy has been red hot last couple of weeks there in the bike. Thunderdome pulled a huge upset way back in September, but really hasn't shown much since. But might just be the best of the rested here. I'll take a swing with Let's Full Around. 6-8-3, my top picks in the finale here at the Big M as the field is heading toward the starting gate and now starting to line up on the car. So get your picks in or get your wagers in for the 15th and final race. And here to take you through the action one more time tonight, it's Ken Workington.
Vincent Pentafecta finale. Here they come. They're off. Let's Full Around. Eager to fire hard for Dave Miller. Some surf somewhere trying to leave with him. Just wave goodbye on the inside. Gets away in third as they round the first turn. Rockaholic gets involved on the outside. Some surf somewhere now fourth on the outside. Thunderdome drops back to fifth on the rail, followed by Atomic Ray and Victory Days Will Win. And then it's Grandpa Don, followed by Mr. Love and Notorious. At the opening quarter, Let's Full Around. A quick sweep from Some Surf Somewhere. Big long shot here, 80-1. 28 first quarter for Some Surf Somewhere, and Mike Polio clears. Let's Full Around. Dave Miller grabs in. Just wave goodbye is third. It's a give and go move. Let's Full Around back to the top. Rockaholic gaps in fourth at the half. Thunderdome is fifth, followed by Atomic Ray sixth. Then Victory Days Will Win. Grandpa Don gets underway, and Mr. Love and Notorious. 56-1. Let's Full Around at 2-1. Leads it by 2. Here comes Just Wave Goodbye on the outside with a serious bid into second. On the inside, third is Some Surf Somewhere. Stride for Stride, Rockaholic fourth and gaining as they head to three quarters. And then it's Atomic Ray on the inside. He is stride for stride with a Thunderdome. Thunderdome looking three deep right now. And rough gated was Rockaholic. Rockaholic broke. They're at three quarters. And it's Let's Full Around, stalked by Just Wave Goodbye. 125-2 in the stretch. Let's Full Around looking to polish it off. Just Wave Goodbye with that brave and up tuck. Takes dead aim on him. A distant third is Thunderdome in deep stretch. Let's Full Around needs more, and he's getting it. Let's Full Around. Just Wave Goodbye on the outside. Let's Full Around. A grand slam for Dave Miller. And then Just Wave Goodbye. Thunderdome Victory Days Will Win, and Grandpa Don 153-4.
6-3, Let's Full Around. David Miller for Bill Baina. And first over trip last out at Freehold. Finds this horse coming in from that half-mile oval to the 1 mile. And Let's Full Around. You know, Trackmaster obviously pointing this horse out. I was going to take a quick look at the off odds. And 2-1. David Miller, multiple wins on the night. All right. Well, Jose, these recent races, we've had a couple of upsets, and in this particular event, you're seeing 6-5 on Bold Eagle. I personally don't think this horse can get beat, but you think otherwise.
I know. He's the horse to beat without a doubt. He comes out of a good trial. The winner, Political Gold, was winning that trial. Those were trials for the Golden State Million back in October. Of course, we know that Apolitical Gold came back to win the Golden State Million final, and this horse was gaining ground there and finishing third best in that event. So it was a good effort. Months. I do think the main threat is the 6 horse here. Donovan Rosa. I know you had single the 5 in your defunct pick 4, but what was the price? I mean, obviously at 7-5, you're getting better than a morning line. That's a price you would take as a straight win bet, right? On the 5, you like the 5?
I'm never a fan of betting a horse at 7-5, but I do like this horse, and just based on sheer numbers, the horse that I kind of felt like the light came on last out is Gentleman Chuck.
Mm-hmm.
You say, well, that's easy to say. The horse won, but had been out since May. Came back firing, took money. Scott Willoughby, he's done well with horses at this distance. And one thing that I can appreciate about what Scott Willoughby does, horses are 25% when trying to go back to back, which isn't an easy thing to do. The one stat that I would like to see is how is he when horses are coming off a maiden win, first try versus winners. Now that statistic would be more telling, but you mentioned the 6 in his cagers. How does that form transpose to Los Alamitos?
Well, it's more about the company lines you're racing with. But obviously, when you're racing in a almost $200,000 futurity last time out, and you're second best, I feel like that holds plenty of weight here coming into California. And when you kind of factor in that I work for you, the winner was a winner of the All-American Juvenile prior to that, and had won an Oklahoma-bred futurity at Remington Park as well. So it was a very nice winner he faced last time out. Nicely bred, comes in, draws well. And also, to circle back on the point about the 3, I do think the 3 should enjoy the extra 30 yards given his late stride, how he was leveling out at 300 yards in that win last time out, Nick. Can he get out of the gate better? Because he's going to need to, because he's facing runners that have been facing not only better horses like the 5 and the 6, so both coming out of past stakes experience, but you're kind of tackling a pretty sharp allowance group here first time against winners.
All right. Can you remind us of what the rider changes are here?
On the 1, Jesus Valenzuela on the 1 top model, and then you have Oscar Peinado on the 4, Guarda de Cash.
I have to love the name Guarda de Cash.
Yeah. And,
right?
And this gelding had worked well in the spring. He kind of has some in and out form, got the maiden diploma at Ruidoso. Last time I might have just not liked the fog and that 400-yard distance cutting back, so maybe the Guard of the Cash is calling your name.
Well, again, I feel like Bold Eagle's the horse. 330 yards should not be an issue based on the maiden score 2 back in the latter end of September. We all know the drill with Apolitical Gold. This horse is only a length behind that one. And this horse showed some moxie from off the pace after having shown speed in the maiden victory on September 27th. This horse had some early trouble early on in the career, but exacta-wise, I definitely feel like the 3 is going to hang around there somewhere.
All right, look at the odds work kind of evening out, both the 5 and the 6 getting close in odds. The 6 is playing much higher there as a better horse in the double wool pays, double probables, excuse me. So you're playing the doubles. The 6 for me might be the play here and kind of maybe spread too deep in the last leg.
All right, it's a late double opportunity for the final Saturday here at Los Alamitos in the year 2020. For that late double, let's send it up to the man on the mic, Michael Rona.
Good, Sarge. Thank you very much. Half the field in line. Bold Eagle has gone up to gate 5. Harrison now being positioned. And the last couple, Gentleman Chuck and O'Donovan Rosa. The 5 and 6 sharing favoritism as O'Donovan Rosa comes up to complete the line. They're both at 3-2. All set. Racing. O'Donovan Rosa broke in slightly, brushed with Bold Eagle. Early speed from Harrison out of gate 2. Gentleman Chuck, Guarda de Cash are in the firing line. 5 abreast. It's Harrison, Gentleman Chuck, Guarda de Cash, Bold Eagle, O'Donovan Rosa. And O'Donovan Rosa down the outside does the best work. Gets the win by about a half length. Blanket finish for second.
Nice tab on the Will Rogers shipper, O'Donovan Rosa for J. Garvin Kelly and Lloyd Yother. Won Alamon with this 2-year-old gelded son of Apolitical Jess. This horse ended up at 8-5. So, Jose, this horse certainly taking some live money late.
Yeah, both the 5 and the 6 went off at 8-5, but the official favorite did go off to the 5 by maybe 4-5. But the 6, O'Donovan Rosa, who was showed good acceleration last time out after breaking in at the start, still maintained that placing last time out. Tonight with the outside path, had a clean path to run and edges out there photo between the 2 and the 3 there. It appears there for the place.
And, that Will Rogers shipper coming in. Yeah, well, this horse did have some, I believe, underlight experience perhaps there at Remington Park with the quarters. I know with the thoroughbreds, they certainly would. But nevertheless, well done here to an improving 2-year-old gelding. And 8-5. You mentioned that horse was the second choice by just a couple of dollars, correct?
Yes, just the second choice by a hair, but officially the same price, same off odds as the 5. But this horse was 4-1 on the morning line, Nick. This might have sealed a pick 6 carryover. We'll have to see the will pace there.
I tend to agree with you. I tend to agree. Well done, Raul Valenzuela in the irons. And we've seen Raul, and you look at the win percentage at 2020, you got 12%. But for me, this has kind of been a breakthrough year for him, Jose.
Yeah, he's riding well. He's riding for different barns. He's getting the wins, and he's doing the best he can on the mounts he's getting. So he's off and running to a good season here at Los Al.
6-3-2-5. They have posted it up on the board, and gentleman Chuck did get into that exacta. We'll take a short break, get prices and much more, including our feature, the Holiday Handicap.
In his initial crop, I was fortunate enough to get 3 or 4 Uncle Mo's. I come down here the following fall to find, hopefully find and purchase a very good Uncle Mo. And I found Motown. Looked like a very fast horse with a short back that could get the distance, the same qualities that I saw in Uncle Mo himself. So we took him back to Belmont Park and stretched him out to a mile, and he just loved that. He stretched out and won very easily.
Motown is pulling away. Motown by 5, by 6. Motown under the wire, a 7-length winner.
In the Remsen Stakes, the end of November, he sat behind the leaders and finished up full of run and won going away.
It's a Motown, the son of Uncle Mo, to win the Remsen with Johnny Velasquez.
Obviously, Uncle Mo was a spectacular 2-year-old, and there's a lot of speed on his dam side too. His second dam is a graded stakes winning fast Carson City mare, and then he goes back to a full sister to raise a native who was a brilliant unbeaten champion 2-year-old, and of course starred Mr. Prospector. Not only was an outstanding 2-year-old on the dirt, but at 3, then went to the Hollywood Derby and won the Hollywood Derby, a grade 1 on the turf.
Motown in the centre of the track, and here's Channel Maker flying late in the pink down at the rail. They come for Home Sharp Samurai. Motown flying, Channel Maker down at the rail, but Motown will win a thriller. Motown to win it.
Uncle Mo made a phenomenal start at stud, a world record-breaking start with 25 first crop stakes winners. You know, you can cross all the Mr. Prospector line, the Fapiano line, the Stormcat line, and Uncle Mo's done very, very well with those. So it makes his sons tremendous prospects. When you've got a horse like this that was a precocious 2-year-old and a grade 1 winner going a distance on turf, you've got such a wide range of mares you can breed him to.
All right. What are those floating ducks, Jose?
I believe so, Nick. Eagle eye, my friend.
Oh, yeah, it's interesting. They live quite the life out there in the infield. My wife Michelle had mentioned that the other day, but they're just hanging out. It's actually the temperature's kind of chilled up a little bit here. But I'll tell you one thing, from a price perspective, $540 on O'Donovan Rosa may not look like much, but this horse was 4-1 in the morning line, so I would consider this an upset.
Yeah, and this horse took plenty of money, and had to work for it, but got the win. Gentleman Chuck, good effort in this first time against winners. Completes the exacta. 6-3-2 was the order of finish. That trifecta there. $79 and change for $2. And that was the start of the late double. And now we close out the card here tonight, Nick, with the featured event, the running of the Holiday Handicap. 2-year-olds going a distance of 350 yards for a purse of $20,000.
All right, once again, congratulations going out to Jay Garvin Kelly, Lloyd Yother, and that horse bred in Oklahoma by Mr. Kelly. So the Holiday Handicap for the 2-year-olds, a purse of $20,000, 350 yards, scratch the 1, the 2, and the 6, left with a field of 5. And there is show wagering. Early money, no hesitation, 4 to 5. Jose Flores. This horse has been very consistent. 2-year-old gelded son of Favorite Cartel. Owner Jim Nebecker. This is a Utah bred. And no hesitation, certainly a horse that is going to be heard from late. Out at the Big M, this was their 15th and final. That's right, 15th and final. Let's fool around. David Miller for Bill Bana. And I believe this might be the final race, the Big M, in 2021. I'll try to get some clarification. We'll be back.
I can have a day at the track whenever I want, right at home.
Come in.
Go get him, Mike.
Mike Smith?
Yeah, Mike Smith.
There's a new home of horse racing. Yours. Get a 50% bonus on your first deposit up to $250.
The Equine Line Mare Produce Records online service and apps with every mare, every foal, everywhere. EquineLine.com.
And welcome back. Nick Hines with Jose Contreras. And this is, of course, looking live out there in Japan. Their featured event tonight, the Grade 1 Arima Kenen, the Grand Prix, the 11th race on the card, race number 9. And this race coming up is the Best Wishes Cup. And as you can see, the favorite to the far outside, no shortage of horses here, Jose.
Look at this, 16 horses here in the 9th race. The tepid choice all the way towards the outside part of the gate stalls there. The 15 horse here at 2 to 1.
Yeah, Secret Eyes for Hidetoshi Yamamoto and trainer Kazuo Fujisawa. Christophe Lemaire in the irons. This horse coming off of an allowance victory at Tokyo on November 29th. Let's send it out to Japan for the night. We still have our featured, the holiday handicap here on the quarters. Good luck.
So now the starter's about to call them forward. So the new favourite, as we mentioned, Cannon Barrows. Secret Eyes now out to second favourite. What would normally be a crowd of 100,000 plus. We've got around 3,000. And I'm sure the other 97 plus thousand would have loved to have been here, especially the weather conditions. It is starting to cool down a little bit, but it is a very pleasant winter's day. Secret Eyes loaded up. Crescent Moon also in the market. Will be the last one to come forward. And then we'll be ready to run. Lunar Eclipse bobbing around in gate 5, but they're loaded up now. Stand by. The Best Wishes Cup are away, and on the inside, Sunray Fight commenced well. Cherry Triton shows early dash, as does Wind of Hope and Reward Norn. Taiki Looks is up there, almost cut off the fancied runner, the favourite, and Cannon Barrows in trying to come over, but no damage done. And they get to the winning post the first time. It's Wind of Hope from Glenn Magnus. In the middle, Reward Norn, Cherry Triton defence, and Crescent Moon the outer. Then Taiki Looks, and in between runners starting to kick up now is Cannon Burrows. Then a gap back to Secret Eyes, trapped out 3 wide, but has cover. On the inside of Secret Eyes is Lunar Eclipse. Alongside Lunar Eclipse on its inner is Capano Richman, looks to be under pressure already. Back on the inside, under a bit of restraint, there is Maxun. Guy's got jockey's a bit of a hold on it. Then Sunray Fight, followed back in the run by Kyoe Palace. On its inside now is Lunar Eclipse. Back behind Lunar Eclipse is Lingus Bingo. And the last one is Destroy. And the back straight they run in the Best Wishes Cup here at Nakayama Racecourse. And in front, it's rolling along in front in Wind of Hope from Glenn Magnus. Crescent Moon runs third. Cherry Triton fourth along the inner. Not too much change. Then Reward Norn. Now the pace clicks up. And Canon Barrows has asked the question and starts to go on. Joining them is trailing it as Taiki looks back on the inside, losing some ground, is on the way. Outside on the way, starting to pick up now Secret Eyes. Wider out is Sunray Fight, and even wider out is Lunar Eclipse. And Destroy is well back and peels out for the run. Now Crescent Moon looks over his shoulder and looks at Canon Barrows, the favourite to the 200. But this horse has got a kick. Crescent Moon kicks away. Still back there, Glenn Magnus whacking away. Secret Eyes can't come on. It's still Crescent Moon, and Crescent Moon looks that will be holding them off. Crescent Moon is going to go on and score from Canon Barrows. Glenn Magnus has held on for third. Secret Eyes lunged but missed. Then
and they're off. 5 levers in the pack. On the inside, Ramsey gets the first call. Also there's Al's Briefs on the inside moving up. That is 2 beat. Next in line, Wet Shark gets away in 4th. Eddie Brush on the inside 5th. Some Playa parked out 6th currently. Then 3 deep into that first turn, and on the move goes Gambling Prince. Next in line, Can't Hold Me Back Mac in between horses and the early trailer A&C Artist. Over to the quarter they go, and it's going to be Al's Briefs leading them there in 28 seconds flat. On to the backstretch now, and Al's Briefs clear by a length for Luke Plano. Ramsey has secured the pocket second, racing in third, 2 beat. Wet Shark first up on the outside 4th, and now Some Playa has some cover in 5th. On the outside, Gambling Prince going a wide mile as well. Then on the inside, it's Eddie Brush. Then we come back to A&C Artist. Over to the half they go. Al's Briefs leads them there in 58-1. So 30-1 in that second quarter. And Al's Briefs seems to be struggling a little bit on the lead. Driving up on the outside is Can't Hold Me Back Mac, who takes the lead by a neck. Then racing third on the outside is Wet Shark. Next in line on the inside at 4th, Ramsey is going to need some racing room. And as they drive to the 3/4 mile marker, Can't Hold Me Back Mac. On the inside, it is Al's Briefs. And Wet Shark out there 3 wide and under a drive. Ramsey is blind switched. He'll need some racing room, and it looks like he should get some. But it's Can't Hold Me Back Mac putting away Al's Briefs. And now Ramsey is clear, and he comes on for Mooney Swenson. Wet Shark on the outside, 3 of them across the track. Can't Hold Me Back Mac. Ramsey and Wet Shark on the outside. Down to the line, and Ramsey gets the job done. Wet Shark is second, very close for third. Either a fast-closing A&C Artist or Can't Hold Me Back Mac. 157-1.
Lucky number 3 scoring up there at the state's capital. And I say lucky number 3 because when I'm down on my luck, Jose, I just kind of relegate to my favorite number. Do you ever do that? I mean, what else are you going to do?
By the way, if somebody's favorite number is the 3 here, Nick, that means they're alive in the pick 6 because the 3 is the only horse covered in the pick 6. And we're going to kick off the parade of the Holiday Handicap, 350 yards, 20,000 in the purse here. The 3 Candy Blood coming in from Ruidoso. There's the ticket paying out in the pick 6 to the tune of over $15,000.
Night with obviously no carryover with this being opening night. Wild, right? I mean, knowing it's opening night, I want to also give a shout out to Russ Adams out there in Facebookville. Meadowlands doesn't return until New Year's Day, so that was the last race of the year out at the Big M. So that has been a fun one, and I know Andrew Dembski doing a nice job. Dave Little, of course, Ken Workington, who calls the races there. And tomorrow night, Jose, the last card here at Los Alamitos in 2020.
Yeah, and we're going to wrap up that card with the running of the Last Chance Dance. So the Last Chance Dash of 2020. That's going to be a featured event tomorrow night to close out the card and the calendar year.
Well, how apropos would it be if a carryover, but there's a lot of money coming in on on the 3 here in Candy Blood. And Monte Rosa training this one. Who was your top choice here?
The 5, no hesitation here for Jose Flores and Jesus Valenzuela. Foreigner Jim Nebeker. This one was 5th there in PCQHRA earlier this year.
All right, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back with the Holiday Handicap. Don't go away.
Hey, what's this all about?
Well, these guys?
Yeah.
They're only here on race day.
Such a brilliant ride from off the pace. You must have been confident going into the turn.
It did.
See, with the TVG app, I can have a day at the track whenever I want, right at home. Look, you can track results, stream live races. You can even place bets, all from your phone.
All from your phone.
There's a new home of horse racing. Yours. Get a 50% bonus on your first deposit up to $250.
We all know that movement is like medicine, but getting the movement you need to feel better can be a challenge. Now you can keep fit while you sit with QB, the world's leading compact seated elliptical. QB gives you active sitting, letting you burn calories and keep moving in an easy and low-impact way, all while you work, read, or watch TV. QB was named a top 10 gift by Time Magazine and has been featured all over the world. It's whisper quiet while it works your abs and core, hip flexors, glutes, quads, hamstrings, and calves.
QB is a lifesaver for me.
Here's your answer to your problem.
I feel young again.
Join the hundreds of thousands of people moving more with QB. Call to find out how to get your QB with free shipping and a 30-day completely risk-free trial. You'll also get this QB workout mat free. Now keep fit while you sit with QB.
To order, call 800-209-8304. That's 800-209-8304. Call now.
Boy, that Omaha Steaks commercial sure makes me hungry, Jose.
It does. You buying dinner?
Oh, that's the one thing about working at Los Alamitos, and it's not a complaint. But, you know, I'm never one of those that likes to, like, have a meal before I work. And it's the former musician, which I'm always going to be a musician. I'm going to get back to playing the trumpet. After tonight, the way my wagering and gambling is gone, I probably need to go find a street corner somewhere with a tin cup. So when I see that Omaha Steaks commercial, I'm just like, come on, man, what are you doing?
I wish the kitchen at the Vessels was open right now. I would be getting a steak right now.
All right. What are we going to do here? I mean, are we playing a horse at 6-5? I don't want to.
No, I'm closing out the pick 3 here with the 3, 5, and 7, and those pick 3s are pretty solid. The pick 3 will pace. If you're alive in the pick 4, good luck to you out alive in the TVG land. The pick 4, the lowest is to the 3, $1,200. That's the lowest, the 3, $1,200, and then it jumps up exponentially after that. So good luck to everybody alive in the pick 4s. In the pick 6, we mentioned there's only one. It appears to be only one ticket alive to the 3 horse here, to north of over $15,000. I personally like the 5 best. That's the check mark for me. No hesitation. A horse that is 3 for 6 lifetime, a good second and a good third in the mix as well. The only off efforts, quote unquote off effort, if you want to consider it, it was a 5th place finish when only beating about a length in the PCQHRA British Futurity. But he looked impressive here. The first start on the lights back on September 13th. I feel like he should enjoy the cut back to 350 yards.
Wanted to remind the folks that we still have some great racing from Japan tonight. It will be Candace Hare at the 9:30 hour here on the Pacific Coast, the Arima Kanhan, the Grand Prix. It looks like a wide open race, as I had touched on the fact that the outstanding race mare Almond who retired after regaining her Japan Cup crown, but her form looms large over tonight's Arima Kanhan at Nakayama. 16 entered in that prestigious $6 million event. I actually kind of like Chronogenesis, who was third in the 10-0 show Autumn, and certainly a horse that did defeat the males back on June 28th in the Takarazuka Kanen, 6 clear of the veteran Kaseki and Mozu Bello. So Chronogenesis will be my play there. Tomorrow night, Jose, final card here in 2020 at Los Alamitos, the last chance dash. Certainly a race you want to be here for, 110 yards. And if the 3, for whatever reason, gets beat in the finale, we'll have ourselves a pick 6 carryover. By the way, out at Cal Expo, it was Ramsey, the 3 over the 4 Wet Shark, 3-4-8 back in race number 10. And the 11th, as you can see, is about 17 minutes away. All right, for those that aren't live, because I know you played a personal pick 3, and I asked you about it, and you gave it out verbally. Mm-hmm. What's the vertical approach for this race? You know, is Candy Blood that good? I mean, was 4th in the All-American Juvenile, or is this just a Monte Rosa play? I mean, this horse previously trained by Guillermo Valdivia, and Candy Blood 1 for 2 at the distance. Is this a trainer angle, or is this a class play?
I think it's a mix of both. I mean, we just saw some of that form translate in the previous race. So I Work For You, the winner of the All-American Juvenile, he came back to win the Futurity that O'Donovan Rosa finished second at Will Rogers down. So O'Donovan Rosa came back to win here locally in race 7. So good form for the 3. You go from one good barn to another good barn, and you get a rider that is doing one real well in Swallow. So that's where the money's coming in on Candy Blood, deservedly so. But now, with the scratch of the 1 and the 2, essentially the 3 now has the inside draw. So you got to kind of watch to see how well this one can run there from that inside draw now. I know you had originally pressed the all button in your pick 4 because you thought there was multiple ways to go. I talked about my case for the 5. But a Strange Fellow there, a horse that has shown the ability to be a nice horse, a horse that can show gate speed. By the way, did we ever get a jockey change for that one? Irving Lara on the 7, Strange Fellow, replacing Jaro Rangel. Strange Fellow there, you know, this was a horse I was very high on earlier in the year. He got the win from that outside draw on trials night on June 7th. He's been competitive, but he's definitely has to step it up. But I think he could be right there in the mix here. He's sitting at a nice price of 6-1.
You know, I'm not going to deny the fact that the 5 is the horse to beat, but the point that you made about the 3, now starting on the wood, the 3 has shown speed, by the way, early on in that one's career. But, you know, in recent times, bump break, bit awkward, bothered foes to break. It seems like that horse likes to try and get into trouble. I'll tell you who I think could be the value here, and you're talking about the coldest hand on deck here, and that's yours truly. But Sassy's Blues Girl, you look at that effort last out, you can throw that trial completely out. This horse lost all chance at the start. You go back to the effort 2 back, sure got out finished, but the one thing about Sassy's Blues Girl, say that 10 times and I'll pay you $1. This horse has the ability to break, and I think coming back at this 350 yards is going to be a blessing.
Yeah, if you draw a line through that effort, you're right, Nick. You know, toss head off slow, pretty much lost all chance. If you draw a line through that effort, look at the rest of the start. She's right there in the mix of things. She had been showing pretty much good gate speed all the way leading up to that off slow event. So, yep, you're right about that one.
I don't think she. Wow, look at that fog. That is really cool. It's almost like a Halloween display.
It is.
It's almost like a fog machine sitting out there. But the one thing about Sassy's Blues Girl, I get it. They were trying to get her into some of those bigger events, like getting her qualified. But I just think she's better at 3 to 350. She might be better at 300, but at least she's shown a victory at this distance. The one thing about the 7 Strange Fellow, kind of likes to hang around a little too much for me. So just to clarify, your top choice is the 5.
The 5 or 357 here to close out that pick 3.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the 5 and the likes of Carl Strauss, who jumped up. This horse is only a neck back. The one thing about No Hesitation, I think, appreciated the added real estate to the opposite, to the horse to the outside. And the one thing I'm not thoroughly convinced of with the 3 Candy Blood is whether or not this horse really wants 350. It seemed to have appreciated the extra ground. Quickly on the 4, Flight Queen. What happened last out?
Wasn't able to keep up there in that event. It was bumped late there in that trip. She kind of bobbled at the start, but just was overmatched. To me, she would have to improve here to upset this field.
All right, let's set it up for the final time here on the last Saturday of 2020, racing at Los Alamitos. It's the Holiday Handicap, 350 yards, 3-2, and that'll be a pick 6 payout on the 3 Candy Blood. Good luck.
Forward. Light fog up near the starting gate. They're all set for the Holiday Stakes. Ready. Racing. Candy Blood begins sharply. Strange Fellow lost the rider a few strides after the start. Candy Blood has shot clear of the opposition. Is going to romp home from No Hesitation and Sassy's Blues Girl. Look at this winning margin for Candy Blood in his spectacular California debut in the Holiday Stakes. No Hesitation and Sassy's Blues Girl filling the minor placings. Strange Fellow parted company with replacement jockey Irving Lara just after the start.
Scary incident here at the start. Candy Blood's going to go on to a rather easy score, Jose, an emphatic one, if you will. And it was Irving Lara who picked up the mount there, unseated as the Strange Fellow shifted in. And we saw that ground fall. I don't know if that played into it, but kind of a zigzag there and unseated Irving at the start.